Chapter 86. Taiji Palace, Imperial Palace. The officials arrived and divided into two sides according to civil and military officials. Li Er put down a memorial and looked at a young official in the civil official line. He asked, "Minister Yuan, do you want to impeach the son of Li Jingma, a wealthy merchant in Chang?" The young official hurriedly stepped out and bowed. "Your Majesty, I do want to impeach Li Zishuan, the son of Li Jingma. According to the East Market Bureau, this person has been buying chicken seedlings in Chang, and for the past 2 days. Not only has the price of chicken seedlings skyrocketed, but the price of eggs has also more than doubled. This person has disrupted the market and driven up prices. I implore your Majesty to punish him severely." This person was the Taifu Temple's Vice Minister Yuan Wandao. The Taifu Temple was one of the 9 temples of the Tang Dynasty's central government. The chief minister of the Taifu Temple was a secondary 3rd-rank official. The vice minister of the Taifu Temple was a secondary 4th-rank official. Taifu Temple was in charge of the country's finances and government decrees. It was in charge of the officials in the 4 cities of Jingdu, Pingzhuan, Zhuozong, and Chongping. In addition to managing the country's finances and treasury, it directly led the 4 cities of Jingdu and Pingzhuan in the market management. It provided macro guidance and used measurement and balance to implement specific regulation. The East Market Bureau was only a 6th-rank official. Of course, he was not qualified to attend court. He could only report the abnormalities in the East Market to Yuan Wandao. Li Er curiously asked, "This Li Zishuan is just a commoner. Why didn't Taifu Temple directly punish him?" "Your Majesty, according to my investigation, this Li Zishuan has a close relationship with the eldest son of Duke Lu and the Crown Prince. I don't dare to make a decision without your Majesty's permission." Yuan Wandao originally wanted to arrest Li Zishuan directly, but then the East Market Bureau reported to him that Li Zishuan had a close relationship with Chang Chumo and Li Changqian. Yuan Wandao was not sure about their relationship, so he directly reported it to Li Er. When Li Er heard this, he looked meaningfully at Li Changqian, who was standing below. At the same time, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Yuan Wandao. This person held a high position, yet he was so timid. When interrogating someone, he actually treated them differently based on their status. He was really unqualified. Li Changqian hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at Li Er. Yen Lide, who was in front of the civil officials, was shocked when he heard that someone was impeaching Li Zishuan. Just as he was about to defend Li Zishuan, he heard an angry shout. "T, you're full of nonsense. Is it illegal for Li Zishuan to spend his own money to buy things?" Chang Yaojin was so angry that he was the first to jump out and scold Yuan Wandao. Yesterday, when Chang Chumo returned home, he repeated Li Zishuan's advice to Chang Yaojin about raising chickens. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin thought carefully. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand and slapped the table. "Since that's the case, our family will also raise chickens. Tomorrow, we'll have the housekeeper buy 30,000 chickens and distribute them to the farmers. Let them raise 100 or 200 chickens per household. The conditions for raising chickens will be the same as Li Zishuan's family." Chang Chumo was flabbergasted. In his mind, his father would at most agree to raise 7,000 or 8,000, but he never thought that his father would be so bold as to ask for 30,000. Chang Chumo muttered, That's right. That's right. Father, aren't you afraid that when the time comes, you won't be able to sell the chickens and lose everything?" Cheng Yaodan patted Cheng Chumo's head and laughed. "Chonyo, you're still too inexperienced. You haven't seen through it yet. Do you think that Li Zishuan is someone who is willing to suffer losses? Since he dares to raise 80,000 chickens, why should we be afraid of raising 30,000 chickens? Haha, I dare to conclude that there must be a big secret that no one knows. It's just that Li Zishuan doesn't want to talk about it. Our family will just follow behind that kid and make a small fortune." Chang Yaojin's appearance was rough, but in fact, his heart was as meticulous as hair. He understood the twists and turns in this matter with a little thought. At this time he proudly pinched his beard, walked 2 steps and continued. "Besides, you forgot who that kid's master is. He is an immortal figure of the Taoist lineage. Li Zishuan's unreasonable actions this time may be a heavenly secret revealed to him by Taoist priest Spirit Void when he was alive. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that our family isn't as rich as that kid, I also want to buy 80,000 chickens. Haha. This kid is a little interesting. After listening to Chang Yaojin's analysis, Chang Chumo couldn't help but admire his father. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. In the imperial court, Yuan Wendao's face was tragically sprayed by Chang Yaojin's spittle, and his ears were buzzing because of Chang Yaojin's loud roar. He wiped his face and angrily said, "Hi Duke Liu, how can you deliberately cover up for Li Zishuan just because he has a good relationship with your son?" Li Zishuan drove up prices and affected the people's livelihood. The evidence is conclusive. Hi Duke Liu, do you want to bend the law for personal gain? Chang Yaojin was extremely angry. According to Yuan Wendao's words, his family also bought a large number of chickens today. Wasn't that also breaking the law? Chang Yaojin was too lazy to argue with him. He directly hit Yuan Wendao's nose with his uppercut. "I'm your mother. You're a villain who is twisting words and forcing logic. I'm not afraid to tell you that my Chang family also went to the East Market to buy tens of thousands of chickens today. Are you also going to punish me for my crime?" Yuan Wendao was just a weak scholar. How could he withstand Chang Yaojin's big fist? He was directly hit by this punch and flew far away. His nose was bleeding and he almost fainted. At this time he knelt down to Li Er and cried, "Your Majesty, High Duke Liu maliciously hurt people in the imperial court. He also intended to protect the suspect. Your Majesty, please punish him." Chang Yaojin was furious and wanted to come up and beat him again. Qin Xiong, who was standing next to him, quickly came over and stopped him. "Jijie, you're not allowed to be presumptuous in the imperial court." Qin Shubao's old injury in the past 2 years was acting up. His legs and feet were not very good. Chang Yaojin did not dare to struggle. Only then did he calm down and looked at Li Er pitifully. "Your Majesty, I was rude in front of you just now. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Li Er was angered by this reckless guy. "Chang Jijia, why didn't you think of asking me to forgive you when you hit people before? In the imperial court, you actually hit a minister. It's really outrageous." Qin Shubao quickly bowed and begged for mercy. Jijia was just confused for a moment. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Niu Jinda Yuqigong and the other generals in the army also pleaded for mercy for Chang Yaojin. Although Li Er had a good relationship with Chang Yaojin, Qin Shubao, and the other old generals in private, he could not disappoint the other ministers. He shook his head and said, "Chang Jijia, your salary will be deducted for 3 months. We will see what happens next." Well, he had taken out so much money to buy chicken seedlings. Now his salary was gone. It seemed that he would have to tighten his belt in the future. But Chang Yaojin also knew that this punishment was very light. Chang Yaojin bowed and thanked him. "Your Majesty." Li Er looked at Yuan Wendao and asked, "Shaoqing Yuan, you said that Li Zishuan was driving up prices. Did he use this to make profits?" Yuan Wendao covered his nose and replied in a muffled voice, "Your Majesty, I didn't notice this." Li Er muttered, "Since he didn't use this opportunity to make profits, then he didn't disturb the market. But he needs to explain why he bought such a large number of chicken seedlings." "Guards!" A big Han general immediately walked in from outside the hall and bowed. "This general is here," Li Er ordered. "Go to Yongla Lane and bring Li Zishuan here." Yes. Although the big Han general did not know Li Zishuan, he still bowed and hurried out to find Li Zishuan. Chapter 87. Chang'an City East Market. As the last curved plow was sold, there was a commotion outside the Strange Taste Pavilion. "That's it? I haven't bought it yet." "Who asked you to come so late?" "Niu Dahai, you should have come earlier. Those who came early today have already bought the curved plow. I guess old Niu woke up late because he was sleeping with his wife at home? Haha." A man beside him said in a wretched manner. Niu Dahai's face turned red. He pushed the man and said angrily, "Bulsh *T, I went to sell eggs just now. I thought only people from our village would buy the curved plow, so I didn't rush to buy it. But now it seems that many people here are from other villages. How did they know about young master's curved plow? Sai, I'm also puzzled. I saw a few people from Plum Village and Liujia Village just now. I asked them where they got the news from, but they didn't want to tell me. It must have been someone from our village who leaked it out. What a traitor. If Old Ox knew who leaked it out, I would definitely beat him up." Niu Dahai waved his fists and said angrily. At the side, Han Xiaodong shrank his neck and quickly slipped away with his tail between his legs. Get out of the way, get out of the way. At this time, a burly general in full armor and a group of soldiers squeezed into the crowd. Beside the general was a servant. Young master, His Majesty sent someone to bring you into the palace. Sanbao shouted as she entered the Strange Taste Pavilion. Today, the young general brought people to the Li mansion to find Li Zixuan. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were shocked. They quickly asked the general if their son had caused any trouble. The general shook his head and explained. His Majesty didn't punish him. His Majesty is not here to condemn anyone. He just has something to ask of your son. Would Master Li please ask your son to come out and follow me into the palace? Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were relieved. They let Sanbao bring them to the Strange Taste Pavilion. Li Zixuan was chatting with Sun Huayuan in the Strange Taste Pavilion. He found that Sun Huayuan's style of conversation was quite good. He wanted to chat with him. At this moment, he heard Sanbao shouting outside that Li Zixuan wanted him to enter the palace. Li Zixuan subconsciously clamped his legs together to protect his balls. He did not want to enter the palace and become a eunuch. Sun Huayuan was quite knowledgeable. He looked at Li Zixuan and said, Young master, it should be someone from the palace. You'd better go out and have a look. Li Zixuan had no choice but to walk out of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Along the way, he glared at Sanbao, who didn't know how to speak. Are you Li Zixuan, young master Li? The young general stepped forward and asked. Li Zixuan saw that this man was tall and burly. His posture was tall and straight, and his lower body was steady. He had an imposing appearance. He was dressed in Mingguang armor. When the sun shone on him, he almost blinded Li Zixuan's titanium alloy eyes. This man's kung fu was probably not weak. Li Zixuan quickly cupped his hands and said, That's me. How should I address you, General? I am Du Gumao. Since you are Li Zixuan, please follow me to the palace to have an audience with His Majesty. Du Gumao? Li Zixuan was a little familiar with this name, but he couldn't recall it. However, people with the surname Dugu were usually more powerful. Therefore, he learned from the TV dramas in his previous life. He quickly took out a golden biscuit from his sleeve and stuffed it into Dugu Mao's hand. He smiled and said, General Dugu, may I ask why His Majesty is looking for me? Dugu Mao's expression changed. He quickly returned the golden biscuit and said coldly, Don't ask too much. Follow me to the palace. Alright, it seemed like this man wasn't greedy. Li Zixuan had no choice but to follow Du Gumao to the palace with a worried heart. At this moment a loud shout was heard. Hold on, General. What crime did our young master commit? Why are you arresting him? Niu Dahai stopped Du Gumao and asked loudly. Yes, you can't leave. Our young master didn't commit any crime. Let go of our young master. Ooh. When the surrounding Han family manors villagers heard Du Gumao's cold words, they thought that he had brought people to arrest Li Zixuan. They all came out to stop him. Although commoners were afraid of officials at this time, the villagers of the Han family manor still stood out bravely. Young master had shown great kindness to their Han family manor. Young master could show kindness without asking for repayment, but they couldn't be ungrateful. Otherwise, they would be criticized behind their backs by the villagers. Du Gumao's expression changed drastically when he saw the villagers rushing over. He pulled out the saber at his waist and shouted, His Majesty has ordered to summon Li Zixuan. Are you trying to rebel by obstructing me? Li Zixuan hurriedly pulled Du Gumao back and said anxiously, General Dugu, please hold on. General Dugu, please wait. These villagers don't have that intention. Please allow me to speak with them. Li Zixuan was truly moved by the villagers' actions. In this feudal era where imperial power reigned supreme, they dared to stand up for him. As for him, he had only done something insignificant for them. What a simple and honest people. Li Zixuan naturally didn't want to see them get hurt because of him. Du Gumao put away his saber and shouted, Hurry up. His Majesty and the ministers are waiting. Li Zixuan nodded and walked towards the villagers, shouting, Fellow villagers, His Majesty isn't here to punish me. He just summoned me for something. Uncles, please go home quickly. Niu Dahai shouted, Young master, is it really okay? If His Majesty really wants to punish you, I, old Nyo, will kneel in front of the palace gates and plead for young master's innocence. I believe that His Majesty wouldn't wrong a good person like young master. I want to go too. Me too. A bunch of voices echoed from the side. Li Zixuan said helplessly, Uncle Nyo, it's really okay. Hurry up and bring the villagers back to the village. After calming everyone down, Li Zixuan followed Dugumao to the palace. After passing through the Vermilion Bird Gate and entering the palace, Li Zixuan looked around curiously. In his previous life, he had been to the Forbidden City in Beijing a few times. However, he had never been to the ancient Chang, an imperial palace in Xin. Furthermore, even if he went, he wouldn't be able to see it. At the end of the Tang dynasty, when Zhu Wen attacked Chang'an, he burned the entire city to the ground. Although the later generations repaired it, it was definitely impossible to restore it to its original state. As such, it was really not easy for Li Zixuan to see the original Tang dynasty imperial palace. Although Li Zixuan didn't know why Li Er had called him here, it was useless to worry about such things. It was better to look at the scenery of the palace. Furthermore, if Li Er really wanted to find trouble with him, the person who came would definitely not be Dugumao, but the officials from the Supreme Court. After a while, Dugumao brought Li Zixuan to the outside of Taiji Palace. Taiji Palace was built on top of 36 stone steps. Standing at the bottom of the steps, one could only see the upturned eaves. The auspicious beasts on the eaves, Xieji and Xieji, looked majestic under the faint sunlight. The pointed eaves that almost pierced through the clear sky were undoubtedly the embodiment of the supreme imperial power. Wait here for a while, I will go in to report. When you go in later, pay attention to your etiquette. Don't forget what I just taught you. Dugumao instructed. Thank you, General Dugu, I will pay attention. Li Zixuan cupped his hands in thanks. Along the way, other than teaching Li Zixuan about the palace etiquette, Dugumao didn't say anything else. Li Zixuan felt that Dugumao was angry about the matter of the golden pancake. In his heart he thought that he was indeed too rash. Not everyone loved money. The television dramas in his previous life had killed people. Dugumao nodded and went in to report. A quarter of an hour ago, in Taiji Palace, Li Er saw Dugumao leaving and looked at Chang Yaojin. He asked with deep meaning, Jijia, if I remember correctly, didn't you just say that your family is also preparing to buy tens of thousands of chicken seedlings? Chang Yaojin stepped forward and answered, Your Majesty, I am indeed planning to buy tens of thousands of chicken seedlings. Li Er smiled and asked curiously, Oh, Jijia, why are you and Li Zixuan buying so many chicken seedlings? Qin Shubao, Niu Jinda, and the other generals also looked at Chang Yaojin curiously. Chang Yaojin scratched his head and pretended to be ignorant. Your Majesty, I saw that my family's farmers were poor, so I gave them chicken seedlings for free and asked them to help raise the chickens. The eggs that they usually lay can be used to supplement their household expenses. Zhang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, and the other civil officials looked at Chang Yaojin in disbelief. Li Er also looked at Chang Yaojin suspiciously. He didn't believe that this fellow would have such meticulous thoughts. Is it really just because of this? Chang Yaojin hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Li Er shook his head helplessly. His intuition told him that this matter was definitely not that simple. He made up his mind that when Li Zixuan came, he would definitely interrogate him properly. In fact, Chang Yaojin was wronged. He only followed Li Zixuan and raised chickens on a large scale. As for why Li Zixuan raised so many chickens, he didn't know either. Li Er looked at the officials and asked, Do you have anything else to report? At this moment, Yen Lide was about to walk out from the civil officials group. Who knew that another middle-aged official would be faster than him? That person walked out and bowed. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Li Er looked at the person in front of him and rubbed his head with a headache. He asked, What does Minister Wei want to report? In his heart he thought, I haven't done anything out of line recently, right? What is this Wei Xuanqing doing now? That's right, this person was Wei Zheng. This fellow didn't care who the other party was when he scolded people. Even Li Er had been scolded by him many times. Wei Zheng cupped his hands and said to Li Er, Your Majesty, I impeach Li Jingma's son Li Zixuan. This child showed off his strange skills and made and sold a toy called a scooter. Countless children rode on it and played wantonly on the streets of Chang'an City. Not only did it seriously disrupt the order of Chang'an City, but it was also quite dangerous for those children. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to prohibit the sale of this item. When Li Er heard that Wei Zheng wasn't here to scold him today, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard that Wei Zheng was also here to impeach Li Zishuan, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He thought to himself, "A few days ago I was still thinking about how to cultivate this kid. I didn't expect this kid to be a troublemaker. Today he actually provoked two important officials to impeach him." Li Er was about to speak when he saw Du Gumao come in. "Your Majesty, Li Zishuan has been brought here. He is waiting outside the hall." Du Gumao bowed to Li Er and said. Li Er nodded and said, "Let him in." Then he looked at Wei Zheng and said with a smile, "Just in time, this kid is here. Minister Wei, let's see how he explains it." Li Er was also looking forward to it. He had read a lot of information about Li Zishuan. In this hall he was probably the one who understood Li Zishuan the most. Today he was finally going to see the real person. He wanted to see how this kid was like. However, even he didn't expect to see Li Zishuan under such circumstances. Chapter 88. Outside Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan was waiting for Li Er to summon him. Since he had nothing to do, he looked around. Of course, he looked at the row of palace maids leaning against the wall outside the main hall the most. These palace maids were mostly young and beautiful, and they were all wearing pink low-cut dresses. Li Zishuan had divine skills, so his eyesight was very good. From far away, he could see the white and tender buns in the air, as well as the deep ravine in the middle. This feeling was as if he was using a telescope to look at beautiful women. This was not Li Zishuan being shameless. It was just that he was bored standing here, and he could not go to the pavilion to rest. Li Zishuan looked at this beautiful spring scenery, but in his heart he cursed. This Li Er really knows how to enjoy life, letting so many young and beautiful women wear such low-cut dresses to serve him. Li Zishuan was lost in his thoughts when he suddenly heard a sharp voice coming from the main hall. "Summon Li Zishuan for an audience." Li Zishuan quickly and quietly entered the main hall. It was the first time he met Li Er, so it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. This was a feudal society, and the imperial power was supreme. If he made Li Er unhappy, it would be so easy to kill him. Therefore Li Zishuan was a bit cautious. "This humble citizen Li Zishuan greets your Majesty." Li Zishuan bowed. Yes, it was only a bow and not a kneeling. The Tang dynasty did not kneel, so it was a bow. Before the Song dynasty, it was impossible for a county magistrate to kneel. In the Tang dynasty, the emperor usually sat and the officials stood. Li Zishuan also didn't say anything like "Long live the emperor." Long live the emperor. On the way here, General Dugu told him in detail about the etiquette of meeting the emperor, so Li Zishuan did not make a fool of himself. "No need for formalities, rise." A dignified voice came from the main hall. Only then did Li Zishuan straighten his back and raise his head. Li Er saw that the young man before him had delicate and pretty features that were sharp and angular. His brows revealed a resolute look, and there was a unique kind of ethereal handsomeness. What surprised Li Er the most was that this was the first time this young man had met him, but he was neither servile nor overbearing, and there wasn't the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. Li Er secretly nodded. This young man could be considered a talent. One must know that during the Tang dynasty, one's appearance was the standard for selecting officials. Those who were too ugly would not be able to become officials. However, Chang Yaojin, Yuqigong, Niu Jinda, and the other founding generals were exceptions. While Li Er was sizing up Li Zishuan was also secretly sizing up Li Er. He was very curious about this legendary Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, and wanted to see what he looked like. He saw Li Er wearing a heavenly crown and a python dragon robe. The pearls hanging down were at the same level as his eyes. Under the illumination of the 99 candles, they shone in all directions. He looked like a singer from the later generations who threw flirtatious glances at him, making people dizzy. It was impossible to see what he looked like. This was probably the greatest effect of the heavenly crown. Li Zishuan was quite depressed. He secretly thought that Li Er was too petty, not letting others see what he looked like. Could it be that he was too ugly? If Li Er knew what Li Zishuan was thinking, He would definitely cut this little brat into 8 pieces. When Li Er was young, he was also a famous wanderer in the Taiyuan area. He was handsome and his martial arts were not bad. How could he be as unsightly as Li Zishuan thought? Li Er said in a deep voice. Li Zishuan, do you know why I asked you to come here today? I don't know. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He secretly thought, how would I know? That cold-faced General Dugu Mao didn't tell me. How would I know? Li Er pretended to be strict and said, Humph, since you don't know, I will tell you personally. Just now, Minister Yuan of the Taifu Temple accused you of wantonly buying chicken seedlings, causing the price of chicken seedlings and eggs to skyrocket in Chang. You are driving up prices, disrupting the market, and affecting the people's livelihood. This is the first crime. In addition, Minister Wei accused you of showing off your skills and selling scooters. This scooter disrupts the order of Chang, and it affects the safety of children. This is the second crime. Li Zishuan, do you have anything to say? Li Zishuan was shocked. He really didn't expect that the minister would make an issue out of these two matters. He thought quickly. After a moment, he stepped forward and bowed to Li Er. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Li Er nodded and said, Say it. At this time, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and asked the minister next to him. May I ask which one is Minister Yuan? At this time, Chang Yaojin pointed to Yuan Wandao, whose face was covered with blood, and said with a smile, This is Minister Yuan. Li Zishuan glanced at Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin nodded at him meaningfully, making him feel at ease. Yuan Wandao stood up and said, I am the minister of the Taifu Temple. What do you want? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Minister Yuan accused me of driving up prices. I have something to say. I need chicken seedlings, but the quantity is a bit large. I use my own money to buy what I need in the East Market. Minister Yuan, which law of the Tang Empire did I violate? Is there a law in the Tang Empire that the people can't buy chicken seedlings wantonly? Yuan Wandao quibbled. You are hoarding, driving up prices and disrupting the market. You have raised the price of chicken seedlings and eggs so high. How can ordinary people afford it? Li Zishuan walked to Yuan Wandao, looked into his eyes and said, Minister Yuan, chicken seedlings are not like grain and fodder. They are strategic materials. How can you say that they are hoarding? The so-called market is just supply and demand. The supply is less than the demand, so the price will naturally rise. Do you think that when I need something, I have to consider whether it will cause the price to rise after I buy it? If so, what is the benefit of this market to the people? What's more, Minister Yuan, you only see the price of chicken seedlings and eggs rising. The people can't afford eggs. But why don't you see that because of the rising price of chicken seedlings and eggs, there are tens of thousands of farmers near Chang, and who make extra profits by selling their own eggs? The world is full of profit. Where the supply is less than the demand, the market will naturally balance the supply and demand through the mutual circulation of goods in different areas. The market has its own regulation ability. If people forcibly intervene, it will only produce the opposite effect and make the market lose its vitality. Good, well said. Although Chang Yaojin didn't understand these market theories, he felt that Li Zishuan was very good at what he said. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Fang Xianling was quite surprised. At this time, he stood up and bowed to Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, Li Zishuan's words are rather reasonable, and this old subject also feels that it is time to reflect on the market management system of my great Tang. Li Zishuan looked at Fang Xianling gratefully. Although he didn't know the official in front of him, he was able to see the limitations of the current market system. Li Zishuan was grateful and admired him. The market in the Tang dynasty, as a commodity trading place, could not spontaneously form because of the certain development of the commodity economy in a certain place. It was also not a natural product or inevitable result of economic development. In the Tang dynasty, the right to set up and abolish the market was clearly owned by the government. This market system, which was completely dominated by the government, was certainly not conducive to the development of the market. It would only make the market gradually lose its vitality. Li Er didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so reasonable. What was even more unexpected was that Fang Xianling would stand up for him. This old subordinate of his was well read in the classics and history. He was farsighted and had extremely high standards. He didn't expect him to agree with Li Zishuan's words. Today Li Er just called Li Zishuan over to see him, He didn't mean to punish him, but he didn't expect to be surprised. He nodded to Feng Xianling thoughtfully and said, Feng Xianling, let's talk about this later. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said, in this case, I won't pursue the crime of driving up prices and disturbing the market. But I have to ask, why did you buy so many chicken seedlings? Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Chang Yaojin also pricked up his ears to listen to what Li Zishuan would say. He was also very curious. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. The question he didn't want to answer the most had come. Chapter 89. Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan and the other officials all looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan immediately felt the pressure. If he wanted to convince Li Zishuan, he had to think of a proper reason. He could not be as vague as he had been in front of Chang Chumo. Li Zishuan quickly searched for all kinds of suitable reasons in his mind. Suddenly he had an idea. He stepped forward and bowed. He bowed and said, reporting to Your Majesty, there are two main reasons why I bought so many chicken seedlings. First, I saw that my family's farmers were living in poverty. They didn't even have enough meat to eat twice a year. The children in the village might not even have new clothes to wear during the new year. So, by providing the farmers with chicken seedlings and reducing their annual rent, I asked them to help me raise the chickens. Moreover, the eggs that the chickens lay can be used to supplement their household expenses and improve their lives. Second, my family opened a restaurant called Drunken Immortal. A month ago, they released a chicken that was very popular with the people of Chang. I presume that all the officials already know about it. Next year, I plan to release 128 dishes with chicken as the main ingredient. These include braised chicken, stewed chicken with mushrooms, beggar's chicken, roasted chicken, sliced hibiscus chicken, multicolored shredded chicken, crispy chicken, spicy chicken, kung pao chicken, boiled chicken, roasted chicken wings, fried chicken, salt-baked chicken, fragrant concubine chicken, sweet and sour chicken, 3-cup chicken wings, honey ginger chicken, apple pineapple chicken, 100-flower phoenix wings, white cut chicken, shredded chicken, cold shredded chicken, chicken skewers, iron plate chicken, chicken stir-fried rice, and so on. Li Zishuan quickly announced the names of the dishes in a fancy way. Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Yuqigong, and the other old generals listened with wide eyes. Although they had never eaten before, just hearing the names of these dishes made them salivate. This was especially true for the generals who had not eaten breakfast. It was almost noon and the court had not yet been dismissed. At this moment they were hungry. When they heard Li Zishuan's fancy list of dishes, they all stood where they were and swallowed hard. The civil officials were not much better. There were quite a few foodies among them. When they heard the names of these dishes that they had never heard of before, they closed their eyes and imagined how delicious these dishes would be. For a moment the hall was filled with gulping sounds. Li Zishuan was also a little hungry after hearing what Li Zishuan said. But his mind was still clear. He frowned and asked, Li Zishuan, if you want to launch these famous dishes, you can just go to the East Market and buy chicken. Why do you have to go through so much trouble and raise chickens yourself? Li Zishuan was already prepared. He replied, Your Majesty, the dishes I mentioned have high requirements for the quality of the chicken. Previously, I had set up a very large chicken farm on the mountain behind my family's farmstead. The chickens that this humble one bought will all be raised on this mountain, allowing them to feed on the grass, insects, and rice bran on the mountain. Compared to the chickens raised by the villagers themselves, the free-range chickens on the mountain were more lively and active, and their ability to fly was stronger. This will lead to the compact muscle structure of free-range chickens, less fat, more fragrant taste, better nutrition and better taste. In fact, there was one point that Li Zishuan did not mention in his heart. The free-range chickens could fly better, and their efficiency in catching locusts would naturally be higher. Li Zishuan had never raised chickens before. He was stunned by Li Zishuan's theory. In the end he asked suspiciously, Are free-range chickens really as good as you say? Li Zishuan was still confident about this. He nodded and said, Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. Chang Yaojin swallowed his saliva and stepped forward to help. Your Majesty, I can testify about this. When I was still in Wagong village, I caught a few chickens that escaped from the villagers in the mountains. Those chicken wings were obviously longer, and the taste of the chicken was better. Li Er nodded and said, Well, Li Zishuan, you have passed the first test. How do you explain Minister Wei's impeachment of you? Li Zishuan first heard about Wei Zheng from Han Yushi. He heard that he liked wine and was a master winemaker. On the other hand, there were many stories about Wei Zheng and Li Er. In the end, Wei Zheng became a famous minister and was ranked in the Lingyan Pavilion. Li Zishuan did not expect that the first time he met Wei Zheng, he would be scolded by the Tang dynasty's biggest troll. He turned around gloomily and looked at the civil officials, wanting to ask which one was Wei Zheng. No need to ask. I am Wei Zheng. What I said about the impeachment is true. What do you have to say? Wei Zheng saw Li Zishuan looking at the civil officials again, and knew that he was looking for him. He did not wait for Li Zishuan to ask and directly walked out. As the Tang dynasty's #1 troll, when had he ever been afraid of anyone? Li Zishuan bowed respectfully. This junior greets Left Deputy Wei. This junior has a question. I wonder if Left Deputy Wei can answer this junior's question? What question? There's a blacksmith shop, and the kitchen knives they make are especially sharp. The world isn't peaceful, and many outlaws use this shop's kitchen knives to kill people and rob them. May I ask Left Prime Minister Wei, should the authorities punish the criminal or the blacksmith? Li Zishuan told Wei Zheng a story about whether it was a crime to kill or sell a knife. Wei Zheng said, of course the murderer should be punished. Before he finished, he realized that something was wrong. Li Zishuan did not give him a chance to change his words. He smiled and said, Minister Wei, you are right. The same logic applies to the scooter. Why would Minister Wei punish me? Children playing with scooters may be dangerous and may disturb the order in the city. But Minister Wei should not set the relevant laws and limit the places where scooters can be used. Why would you find trouble with me? Wei Zheng was speechless. He could not think of a good excuse to refute. This kid is interesting. Zhang Sun Wuji had an inexplicable smile. He bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Your Majesty, I think Li Zishuan's words are reasonable. The Curious Pavilion should not be guilty. I agree. I agree. In an instant, the ministers in Zhang Sun Wuji's camp all agreed. The Curious Pavilion had 30% of the Crown Prince's shares. Li Chengxian had mentioned it to Zhang Sun Wuji many times. Currently, Zhang Sun Wuji was the most resolute supporter of the Crown Prince. Although the Curious Pavilion had nothing to do with the Crown Prince's foundation, if Wei Zheng's intention was to seal the Curious Pavilion, it would more or less damage the Crown Prince's reputation. Of course, Zhang Sun Wuji would definitely not be the vanguard. He only needed to deal the final blow when the situation was clear. Li Zishuan nodded. He didn't put these small matters to heart. He brought them out to give Wei Zheng some face and prevent himself from being implicated. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be able to turn the situation around. This kid was rather quick-witted. Of course, seeing Wei Zheng being defeated, Li Zishuan was secretly happy. He held back his laughter and said, Since that is the case, Li Zishuan is not guilty. Li Zishuan quickly bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, Li Zishuan let out a breath of relief. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and didn't know why this person was helping him. He had to ask Cheng Yaojin later. The imperial court was indeed a little complicated. Li Zishuan felt a little tired. As expected, he wasn't suitable for this scheming officialdom. Chapter 90. The situation in the imperial court had suddenly changed. Li Zishuan, who was originally charged with 2 crimes, actually managed to resolve the dangerous situation with just a few words, allowing him to escape danger. This quick-wittedness and calmness did not seem like a brat who had just entered the imperial court for the first time. Chang Yaojin, Qin Shubao, Niu Jinda, and the others all looked at Li Zishuan with admiration. Li Er felt that everything should be fine now, so he asked, Does anyone else have anything else to report? Unexpectedly, someone actually stood up at this time. It was Yin Lide. Yin Lide's mood today was really full of twists and turns. He had originally planned to ask for credit for Li Zishuan at the beginning of the imperial court. Who knew that Li Zishuan would be impeached one after another? He could not understand. Li Zishuan was just a commoner. Why would the big shots in the imperial court have the time to impeach him? In the middle, he had thought of helping, but he had been obsessed with craftsmanship and architecture all his life. He was not good at scheming. What surprised him was that Li Zishuan had managed to turn the situation around by himself. Seeing that the situation was settled, He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject has something to report." Li Er was just about to ask a casual question, and then prepare to dismiss the imperial court. Today's imperial court had been going on for a long time. He did not expect Yen Lai to have something to report. Li Er pulled himself together and asked, "What is it, Yen Lai?" "Your Majesty, this old subject wants to ask for credit for Li Zishuan." Oh! Li Er was energized. Today's imperial court had been very interesting. Li Zishuan, a commoner, had almost become the main character of this imperial court. "Yen Lai, what credit does Li Zishuan have?" Li Er asked with interest. The other ministers also looked curiously at this young man. "Your Majesty, Li Zishuan invented a new component a few days ago called a roller bearing. This object can be installed at the connection points of all machinery and can greatly reduce resistance. Currently, he has developed it and used it on carriages. Compared to the carriages with traditional bearings, this new type of carriage was more agile and had less resistance. After testing by the craftsmen who will supervise the construction, under the same amount of animal power, the new type of carriage can carry more than 80% of the goods. It is extremely beneficial for transporting provisions when two armies are at war." "Oh, is there such a thing?" Li Er stood up excitedly. He had fought in wars for more than 10 years and knew the importance of efficiency. Replying to Imperial Father, "There is indeed such a matter. When I first partnered with Li Zishuan to establish the Strange Interest Pavilion, he had already proposed the concept of roller bearings, and it was also approved by Minister Yan's son, Yan Xiaoning." At this moment, Li Changqian jumped out to support his good friend. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and then looked at Li Zishuan. He laughed and said, "Good, good, good. Li Zishuan, we didn't think that you would be so talented at such a young age. You should be rewarded." Yen Lai continued, "Your Majesty, I'm not done yet. 3 days ago, Li Zishuan invented a new type of plow called the curved shaft plow and produced a batch yesterday. Not only does this plow save more energy, it is also more agile. After testing it yesterday, it has been proven that the curved shaft plow is at least 3 times faster than the long shaft plow we used before. I believe that the imperial court should promote the curved shaft plow to solve the problem of the lack of cattle in Tang." Emperor Li Er, who had always been calm, could not remain calm at this moment. He said in disbelief, "Official Yen, is there really such a magical plow in this world?" Yen Lai bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to guarantee with my life that this is absolutely true." Chang Yaojin also stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I can also guarantee. Yesterday my family's Chou Nyo also went with Li Zishuan to the farmstead. He also saw it with his own eyes. This curved shaft plow is indeed faster and saves more energy. Even a man with slightly more strength can pull it." Hiss! As soon as Chang Yaojin finished speaking, the officials in the imperial court immediately became excited and all of them gasped. Previously, Yen Lai had said so much, but many of them did not have a direct understanding of the curved shaft plow. Now that Chang Yaojin said that people could actually pull the plow to plow the land, they were instantly shocked. To them, pulling pears to plow the land was simply a fantasy. Was this curved shaft plow really that magical? Li Er also felt that Chang Yaojin's words were a bit exaggerated. He looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "Li Zishuan, is this curved shaft plow really that magical?" Just now, when Yen Lai came out and said that he wanted to claim credit for himself, Li Zishuan was a little dumbfounded. Coming to Taiji Palace today was really like riding a roller coaster, with ups and downs. It was King exciting. Li Zishuan took a long time to react. When he heard Li Er's question, he quickly replied, "Your Majesty, it is true. Yesterday, hundreds of villagers in the Han village witnessed the speed of the curved shaft plow with their own eyes. I dare not hide anything. Also, the Chitsu Pavilion workshop has already started to produce the curved shaft plow. There will be more and more villagers who will be able to use the curved shaft plow. At that time, more people will know the superiority of the curved shaft plow." Good. Li Er could not help but say good. These days, he had been worried about the problems of the villages around Chang, and for the spring plowing. He originally planned to transfer cattle from the north, but who knew that he would be robbed by bandits on the way? When he received the news, Li Er was so angry that his nose was crooked. However, He did not have the time to deal with the bandits because the spring plowing period was almost over. He had to hurry and transfer cattle from other places. These days Li Er was really sullen. Now that Li Zishuan had invented the more efficient curved shaft plow, all these problems were solved. Moreover, this thing could be regarded as a divine tool that benefited the country and the people. It was really too important. Li Er, who had been sullen for a few days, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Can this curved shaft plow be mass-produced? Li Er was not overly excited. He knew that time was tight. The villagers were anxious for the spring plowing. Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, the structure of the curved shaft plow is not complicated. My workshop can make 100 or 200 of them in a day. However, the villagers are anxious for the spring plowing. My personal ability is limited and cannot satisfy the needs of all the villagers in a short time. I am willing to give the blueprint of the curved shaft plow to the imperial court and let them make it. This way, the villagers will not miss the spring plowing as soon as possible." Firstly, the curved shaft plow did not make much money. Secondly, Li Zishuan did not have the ability to produce a large number of curved shaft plows at once. It would delay the spring plowing of many villagers. It seemed that it was better to give it to the imperial court. Li Er laughed and said, "You are quite righteous. Not bad, not bad. Yin Lai, this matter will be handed over to your Ministry of Works. During this time, order all the craftsmen to work overtime and rush out a batch of curved shaft plow." Yin Lai quickly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will personally supervise." That would be best. But I will have to trouble you." Li Er nodded and smiled. Chapter 91. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Li Er finished explaining to Yin Lai, he looked at Li Zishuan with mixed feelings. He had originally planned to transfer Li Zishuan into the army and nurture him. He never expected Li Zishuan to be so talented in machinery. Could it be that priest spirit void taught him all this? The roller bearings were indeed very useful. Li Er also planned to reward Li Zishuan with some gold and silver as a reward. However, the significance of the curved plow was too great. It was not an exaggeration to say that its merits were in the present and its benefits were in the future. In a feudal society, the rulers attached great importance to agriculture. If he only rewarded some gold and silver for this merit, it would seem that Li Er was stingy. Li Er pondered for a moment and said to Li Zishuan, "I heard from Jijia that you learned martial arts from Priest Spirit Void when you were a child. Recently, you even created a strange object like the roller bearings. This is one merit. Today, you presented the technique of making the curved plow, so that countless farmers would not miss out on the spring plowing. Your merits are in the country and its benefits are in the future. I am very grateful. This is the second merit. In the imperial court, rewarding merits and punishing faults, making the best use of people's talents, this is the right that the heavens have bestowed upon me. It is also my life's ambition. Li Zishuan, tell me, what do you want? I will satisfy you." Damn, as long as one's IQ was not lacking, they would be able to tell that there was a trap in Li Er's words. "If you really want to reward me, why don't you just say it out loud? Why do you need me to say it myself? If I say too much, you'll definitely be unhappy. If I say too little, won't I suffer a huge loss?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment and simply pushed the question to Li Er. "Your Majesty, my livelihood is in the Tang Empire. I have already deeply fallen in love with this land. These small contributions are what I should do. I really do not dare to covet your Majesty's reward." When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he anxiously glared at Li Zishuan from the side. He secretly cursed that his brain was rusty. He actually did not want to reward such a good opportunity. Li Er frowned and said, "How can I not reward a merit? If this were to spread out, how would the commoners view me? How about this, Li Zishuan? Are you willing to work under Minister Yen at the Ministry of Works?" Yin Lai's eyes lit up. He also had the same idea. With Li Zishuan's talent, it would be a pity if he didn't join the Ministry of Works. Li Zishuan immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. He didn't want to enter the imperial court and fight for power. Looking at the fate of Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, and the others who fought bravely in Zhengguan's court, according to the records of later generations, these people committed suicide, had their properties confiscated, their families exterminated, and their corpses whipped. These people were all godlike figures, and they couldn't avoid a tragic end. As a newbie in the bureaucracy, it was better for him to shrink his head and be an honest tortoise. Making a fortune in silence was the right thing to do. It would be best if he could get a position with a high rank, less responsibility, and no management. If he went to the Ministry of Works, not only would he suffer, but if he offended someone, he would probably fall into a trap. He was very envious of Chang Yaojin's unscrupulous personality. He often made a scene in the imperial court, making everyone think that he was a simple-minded boor. As long as they didn't provoke him, he would be harmless to them. Therefore, he was able to be a free and unfettered duke during Zhangguan's reign. This was why he was so awesome. Great wisdom disguised as stupidity. He never showed his talents, but he lived for 100 years. After his death, he was conferred the title of Longevity Lu Wang. He lived a rich life and survived for emperors. He could be said to be a weirdo in the bureaucracy. Li Zishuan saw Li Er's glare and quickly considered his words before explaining. Your Majesty, I'm used to being lazy. I'm afraid that going to the Ministry of Works will delay Minister Yan's matters. Moreover, I've been away from home for 8 years and finally returned home. I want to be filial to my parents. Your Majesty, please grant my wish. Well, the banner of filial piety was brought out. What else could Li Er say? Even if he was the emperor, he didn't dare to openly disobey filial piety. Li Er pondered for a while and said, if that's the case, then forget it. However, you have contributed to the country, and can't not be rewarded. How about this? I'll confer you the title of Lantian County Baron, and give you 200 households. How about that? Li Er had spent a lot of money. Everyone in the imperial court was shocked. The imperial court's nobility was divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Li Zishuan was conferred the title of Baron this time. It was a leap from a commoner to a lord. Under the general trend of the country, the conferment of nobility was extremely cautious. The entire imperial court was thinking about how to reduce the number of nobles and reduce the rank of nobility. Li Zishuan was actually conferred the title of Baron with a mere curved plow. Chang Yaojin hurriedly gave Li Zishuan a look, telling him to quickly agree. He was really afraid that Li Zishuan would be stupid and refuse again. Li Zishuan didn't pay attention to Chang Yaojin's message. However, when he heard Li Er's words, he was overjoyed. He thought to himself that he had leaped from a commoner to a noble. There was no reason for him to refuse. He hurriedly bowed and thanked the emperor. I thank your Majesty for your kindness. Li Er nodded with satisfaction and said, if there's nothing else, the imperial court is dismissed. All the ministers bowed and saluted. We respectfully send your Majesty off. Oh, haha, this old man really didn't misjudge you. You're promising. As soon as they left Taiji Palace, Chang Yaojin excitedly patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. After that, he looked at Qin Shubao and smiled proudly. How is it, brother Qin? I told you before that this kid isn't a fish in a pond, right? Haha, old Cheng, have a good eye for people. Qin Shubao laughed and shook his head. He looked at Li Zishuan and said, this old man heard from Jijia that your master is spiritual master Ling Su. Your martial arts are excellent and not below Jijia. However, I didn't expect you to be able to make such a thing that benefits the country and the people. His Majesty has granted you the title of Baron. Since you are greatly indebted to the country, you should serve the country well in the future. However, this old man has no chance to meet such an immortal like your master. It is a great regret in my life. When Li Zishuan heard Chang Yaojin call the person in front of him as Brother Qin, he had already guessed the identity of this person. At this time, when he heard Qin Qiong instructing him in the tone of an elder, Li Zishuan knew that he was treating him as a nephew for the sake of Chang Yaojin. He was moved and bowed respectfully to Qin Qiong. This must be great General Qin. In the past, when I was in the mountains, I often heard my master say that General Qin sees 3 passes in the day and 8 strongholds at night. Your martial arts are rare in the world and you are the first pillar of our Tang Empire. I will remember General Qin's teachings and will not forget His Majesty's kindness. Qin Shubao was somewhat delighted. I didn't expect your master to know this old man. Haha, this old man will call you Xiao Xian for the time being. Since Jijia regards you as his nephew, you should also call this old man uncle to avoid estrangement. Li Zixuan hurriedly went along with it and called out to Uncle Qin. Chang Yaojin looked at Qin Qiong's sallow face and sighed. Alas, little Xian, it would be good if your master was still here. In the past, everyone in Jianghu knew that spiritual master Ling Su not only had great achievements, but also had great medical skills. He was not below Dr. Sunday. If he was still here, he might be able to cure Brother Qin's illness. When Li Zixuan heard this, he also looked at the unparalleled hero in front of him. Now he was stooping and coughing from time to time, thinking that according to the track of history, this old man probably only had less than 10 years to live. He was really a hero past his prime. For a moment, Li Zixuan's eyes were also a little wet. Qin Qiong waved his hand magnanimously and said with a faint smile, "Jijie, you are thinking too much. Life and death are predestined. Riches and honor are in heaven. I have been in the military all my life and killed countless people. Perhaps this is the retribution that I, Qin Qiong, should suffer." Ooh. Chapter 92. In front of the stairs outside the Taiji Palace. Hearing Qin Shubao's words, Chang Yaojin's eyes instantly turned red. How can you say that? If there is really retribution, then I have killed as many people as you. The one who deserves to die the most is me. Qin Qiong scolded. Jijie, you are already so old. Why are you still acting like a child? Don't let the younger generation see you as a joke. I really don't care about it. If I can see the Tang Empire in peace and the people living and working in peace in my lifetime, I will be satisfied. Li Zixuan said at this time. Uncle Qin, why don't you ask Dr. Sun to take a look? My master also praised Dr. Sun's medical skills when he was alive. I think Uncle Qin just has a lot of internal injuries. Dr. Sun should treat you a little. Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up and he cried, "By the way, His Majesty told me before that he would send Dr. Sun to the Qin mansion to take a look at my second brother these days." Second brother, you can't go out these days. Qin Qiong nodded with a smile. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "If Dr. Sun goes to the Qin mansion, please send someone to tell me. I was lucky to be saved by Dr. Sun in the Zhongnan Mountains. I haven't thanked him in person." Li Zixuan thought that he could ask Sun Simiao to take a look at Hu Jing and his brother. Qin Qiong nodded. At this time, Chang Yaojin pulled Li Zixuan and said, "Come, little Xian. This old man will introduce you to the elders. These are all good brothers who have gone through life and death with this old man. You should pay your respects." Li Zixuan hurriedly said yes and followed Chang Yaojin's footsteps to the people walking in front. "Old fool Yuqi, Niu Sanlang, you two wait." Chang Yaojin shouted at the top of his voice from a distance. The two big men in front immediately stopped, turned around and glared at Chang Yaojin. "Madman Chang, in the next competition, I must beat your stinky mouth crooked. You don't pay attention to the demeanor of an elder in front of the younger generation and talk nonsense." One of the ugly towering men said to Chang Yaojin unhappily. Chang Yaojin chuckled. "Haha, wait till you can beat me, old Chang. Little Xian, come here, let me introduce you to two elders. This is your uncle Yuqi. His kung fu is only a little bit worse than this old man's, but it's not bad." Li Zixuan ignored the shameless Chang Yaojin at the side and hurriedly bowed respectfully to one of the later generation's door gods, Yuqi Jingda, and said, "Greetings to Uncle Yuqi. This young one, Li Zixuan, pays respects to you." After Yuqi Jingda glared at Chang Yaojin, he hurriedly helped Li Zixuan up and laughed. Good, good, good. You're quite handsome. But for us men, it's useless to be handsome. You have to be able to pick up a sword and go on the battlefield. Previously, Madman Chang said that you were actually able to fight him to a draw. You should spar with this old man some other day. Let's see if you are as powerful as Madman Chang said. Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. Was Yuqi Jingda saying that he looked like a pretty boy? But compared to Yuqi Jingda, this tower-like man, his appearance was indeed a bit fair. Yujin said sarcastically, "If everyone looked like a charcoal ball like you, whose family's daughter would dare to marry? Other than your two sisters-in-law, black and white, who blindly took a fancy to you, wouldn't other girls jump into a well if they saw your king of hell appearance?" Yuqi Jingda was furious. Cursing people but not exposing their shortcomings, Chang Yaojin's words were 2F** king wicked. "Madman Chang, you old thing, your mouth doesn't speak human language. Come and fight 300 rounds with this old man." As he spoke, he was about to go up and fight. On the side, Niu Jinda hurriedly pulled him back. The younger generation is still here. What's with the two of you messing around like this? At this time, Chang Yaojin chuckled and pulled Li Zixuan over. Pointing at the dark-skinned, muscular man who was pulling Yuqi Jingda, he introduced, "This is your Uncle Niu. In the past, we went through fire and water together many times. His battle formation skills are quite exceptional. You kid must follow him and learn well." Of course, Li Zixuan had heard of Niu Jinda's great name. This was one of the few fierce generals of the Great Tang. Li Zixuan respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Uncle Niu." Niu Jinda was obviously more composed than Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. He twirled his beard and smiled. "Good kid, no need to be so polite. You are truly a young talent. You were able to invent the curved plow, so you can be considered the great benefactor of all the farmers in the world. Old Niu was also a farmer in the past. I know the severity of missing the spring plowing. With your curved plow, who knows how many fewer people will starve to death." Li Zixuan hurriedly said modestly, "Uncle Niu, you flatter me. I was just fooling around." Chang Yaojin came over and said, "Little Xian, you said before that you raise chickens to supply your restaurant with new dishes. Is that true?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "That's true." Chang Yaojin slapped his thigh and shouted, "Then this time my family raised 30,000 chickens with you. When the time comes, you will have to take them all. Old Chang have really invested a lot this time." Li Zixuan widened his eyes. He did not expect Chang Yaojin to trust him so much that he directly wanted to raise 30,000 chickens. This was such a big gamble. But this was also good. When the time came, the Chang family's farm would not have to fear the plague of locusts. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Uncle Chang, when the time comes, you may find that the most precious part of your chickens is not the meat. You may not be willing to sell your chickens." "What do you mean?" Chang Yaojin was confused. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Uncle Chang will naturally know when the time comes. Li Zixuan said with a smile. Yuqi Jingda could not help but scold Chang Yaojin. "You shameless old man, you actually want to take advantage of the younger generation. You've really lived like a dog all these years. Little Xian, you don't need to pay attention to him. This old man is actually very interested in the 128 new dishes that your drunken immortal restaurant will release next year. When the time comes, you have to let this old man taste them in advance." Yes, this old bull is also interested in these new dishes. The chicken that your drunken immortal restaurant released before is really the most delicious thing this old bull has ever eaten. When the new dishes come out, you have to send some to this old man to taste in advance. Li Zixuan hurriedly nodded and agreed. "Two uncles, don't worry. When the time comes, I will definitely send some to your residences. And this old man, you can't forget the old when you have a new person." Chang Yaojin immediately jumped out and added. Qin Qiong, who had just rushed over, was speechless. "Jijia, how come you don't know how to pay attention to the demeanor of an elder at all? Inside the imperial palace. Your Majesty, I heard that you conferred Li Zixuan the title of Baron today?" Empress Zhongsun asked curiously as she fed Li Er, who was lying on her lap, a piece of apple that she had cut. Li Er smiled gently and said, "What? Does Guanin's servant think that my reward is inappropriate?" Zhongsun hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. I was just asking casually." Li Er sighed. "Perhaps many people think that my reward is a bit too heavy. Haha. But how many people in the world know Li Zixuan's true value? This kid is far from being as simple as you think. We even suspect that what he said in court today about the reason he raised so many chickens was not the truth. After court was dismissed, I thought about it carefully and felt that there was something else going on. There seems to be something that doesn't make sense." It had to be said that Li Er's eyes were very sharp. He was almost close to the correct answer. Zhongsun didn't understand and asked, "I heard Changqian say before that Li Zixuan invented the gnawing chicken and wrote Journey to the West. Now this book has spread throughout the palace. However, this child is only 14 years old. Is he really worth a baron?" Li Er stood up and frowned with his hands behind his back. Actually, Li Zixuan's identity as spiritual master Ling Su's disciple is also worth a baron. Guanin's servant, you might not know what kind of immortal spiritual master Ling Su is. His disciple definitely won't be bad. I originally planned to send Li Zixuan to the army to gain experience, But today I found that this kid is very lazy. He has a lot of ability, but he would rather stay at home and wait for death. I might as well give him a baron first and drag him into court first. I will give him a good beating in the future. Jade can't be made into anything without being polished. I don't believe that this kid is so useless that he can't be helped up. Chapter 93. After bidding farewell to Chang Yaojin and the other old generals, it was already past noon. The morning court session had been going on for so long. But Li Zixuan didn't provide any food. He really wasn't a good boss. Li Zixuan could only go home hungry. Xiner, are you alright? Why did His Majesty look for you? He didn't give you any trouble, did he? As soon as he entered the door, Madame Li ran over and hugged Li Zixuan. Her two eyes constantly looked at Li Zixuan's body to see if her son was missing any parts. Li Jingma also stood not far away and looked over with concern. It was obvious that the husband and wife had been waiting in the courtyard for him to come back. They probably hadn't even eaten lunch yet. Brother, are you alright? When Lanner heard the commotion in the courtyard, she ran out with her little legs. Behind her was a worried Tai Dan. Li Zixuan looked at the worried faces of his family members and couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Although he hadn't been in this world for long, he had received too much love and care from this small family. Mother, I'm fine. His Majesty didn't make things difficult for me. Let's go in and eat lunch. I haven't eaten yet. Front hall. Li Zixuan briefly told the two elders about what happened in the morning court session as he ate. Of course, he didn't mention the matter of Yuan Wandao and Wei Zheng impeaching him. Since it was already in the past, there was no need to mention it and make everyone worry. Even so, the few people in the family were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Xiner, you're saying that His Majesty made you a baron? Madame Li excitedly pulled Li Zixuan's arm and asked in disbelief. Li Jingma was also a little short of breath. He had been in business for many years and knew how lowly a merchant's position was. If what his son said was true, then who would dare to look down on him, Li Jingma? Li Zixuan's mouth was still stuffed. Seeing his mother constantly urging him, he hurriedly said, "It's true, mother. The imperial edict will probably be sent over in the afternoon. It's just that Lantian County is so big. I wonder where my fief will be? Who cares where he is? You brat, don't take it for granted. This title is the most important. Our family doesn't lack land. Hurry up and eat. You still have to receive the imperial edict in the afternoon." Li Jingma grumbled from the side. In fact, he was more excited than anyone else. His son had gone from a commoner to a baron. When the time came, the entire Li family would rise along with him. They would not be far from becoming a wealthy family. It was just that he couldn't bear to see Li Zixuan act like he was the victim of a bargain, so he couldn't help but say a few words. "Dad, aren't you going to the shop in the afternoon?" Li Zixuan asked curiously. In the past, at this time, Dad Li would usually be busy with his business. Li Jingma glared at him and said, "Why do you still care about business at a time like this? Do you think your father is as clueless as you?" Li Zixuan rubbed his nose awkwardly. "Wow, then Lanner will be the baron's sister in the future. Does that mean she's also a high-ranking official?" Lanner cheered at this time. Madame Li couldn't help but laugh and said, Yes. Our Lanner will also be a high-ranking official in the future." Iron Egg congratulates Master on receiving the title of Baron. Iron Egg at the side also very sensibly bowed and congratulated him. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. He asked casually, "Iron Egg, have you been slacking off these few days? How many words have you learned?" Lanner rushed to say, "Brother, with Lanner here, Brother Iron Egg doesn't dare to slack off. Lanner has already taught Iron Egg more than 100 words these few days." Li Zixuan praised. "Not bad. In a few days I'll invite a teacher back. Lanner, you should also learn some scriptures from Iron Egg. I don't expect you to become a scholar through scriptures, but I hope you can understand some principles of life from them." "Ah, why does Lanner have to learn too?" Lanner pouted her small mouth and said unwillingly. Li Jingma and his wife watched the siblings bicker and didn't interrupt. Since Li Zixuan returned, Lanner didn't need to worry about them anymore. After the meal, Li Zixuan was urged by his mother to go back to the west courtyard to take a bath. She said that to receive the imperial edict, one had to take a bath and change clothes in advance to show respect to the emperor. Li Zishuan snorted at this, but there was nothing he could do. This era's deep-rooted ideology of imperial power was supreme, and no one could change it. After taking a bath, Li Zishuan saw his mother's head maid Qing trot over and say, young master, young master. Young master, young master, master and madam want you to hurry to the front yard. Has the angel arrived? Li Zishuan said in surprise, so fast? Then let's go quickly. When Li Zishuan arrived at the front courtyard, he saw that the incense table had been set up. Li Jingma was chatting with a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. When he saw Li Zishuan, he quickly waved for him to come over. Xianer, quickly come and say hello to Chamberlain Lu. Li Zishuan walked over and cupped his hands. Greetings, Chamberlain Lu. You've worked hard to come here to announce the imperial edict. The eunuch smiled and returned the greeting. He said in a sharp voice, this must be young Master Li. You're really young and talented. To be recognized by the emperor at such a young age, you have a bright future ahead of you. Young Master Li, you should hurry and receive the imperial edict. When he finished speaking, the eunuch stood facing the south with his back facing the north. Li Zishuan, Li Jingma, and the others also cupped their hands at the side. Chamberlain Lu coughed softly. The emperor of the Tang dynasty has decreed that there is a good son named Li Zishuan. Since he was young, he has been adhering to the virtues of good. He created roller bearings, created the divine plow. The eunuch recited the edict for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Other than the beginning, Li Zishuan didn't understand what the ancient text was saying. He finally heard the words roller bearings and divine plow, which should be praising his achievements. Then, he heard the words Mail of Lantian County. This is my title. But where is my fief? Didn't they say that there were 200 households in the fief? There should be 2,000 or 3,000 mu of land, right? Why didn't he hear anything? When Chamberlain Lu finished reciting, Li Jingma pressed Li Zishuan to the ground and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. The eunuch smiled and said, congratulations, Lord Ju. You have been conferred the title of male at the age of 14. The day you become a marquis is just around the corner. When he finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's hair stood on end under the eunuch's gaze. He didn't know what was going on, but Li Jingma knew better. He quickly had someone bring over a tray with a dozen golden pancakes. Li Zishuan was speechless. He secretly praised his father for being so generous. At the same time, he also understood that the eunuch was trying to get money. He was still too inexperienced. Luckily, he had his father by his side to take care of him. It was true that having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Li Jingma handed the tray to Chamberlain Lu. He smiled and said, both of us are extremely grateful to have Chamberlain Lu deliver the edict. Now that we have received such good news, how can we let Chamberlain Lu return empty-handed? This is a small token of our appreciation. I hope Chamberlain Lu doesn't mind. Chamberlain Lu smiled and took the tray. He bowed to Li Zishuan and said, thank you, Lord Ju, for your reward. Li Zishuan nodded. This Tang dynasty eunuch wasn't bad. However, he was most concerned about where his fief was. Chapter 94. After the eunuch left, the Li residence became a sea of joy. Li Jingma and his wife held the imperial edict and flipped it over and over. From time to time they would whisper and laugh. Their joy was evident in their words. Li Zishuan estimated that if there was an ant on top of the imperial edict, Li Jingma would be able to catch it. Father, have you seen enough? His parents had been looking at it for almost an hour. Li Zishuan couldn't take it anymore. What, your mother and I raised you. Now that you've finally made a name for yourself, why can't you look at it more? Father Li was unusually happy today. It was rare that he didn't scold Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan said that he was going to be knighted, Father Li was excited. However, he was still worried that something might happen. Now that the imperial edict was in his hands, Father Li's heart was finally at ease. He could laugh out loud. No, Father, Mother, you can look as long as you want. I just want to ask, where is my fief? Li Zishuan scratched his head awkwardly. Who told him to not study Chinese? He didn't understand the imperial edict just now. He was at a disadvantage because of his lack of knowledge. Father Li glared at Li Zishuan. Ignorant and incompetent. You can't even understand the imperial edict. Didn't Lu just tell you the location of your fief? You also said that you wanted to find a teacher for Lan. I think you need a teacher to teach you. Li Zishuan was very embarrassed. Madame Li covered her mouth and laughed. Xiander, why are you so concerned about your fief? Coincidentally, according to His Majesty's edict, your fief is about 2,000 mu of fertile farmland in Plum Village in Lantian County. It's not far from the Han family village. Ignoring his father's scolding, Li Zishuan heard his mother's words. He opened his mouth in shock and asked, Plum Village's farmland? Didn't Lu Shuren buy it? Li Jingma snorted. He spent money to buy it, but that doesn't mean it's his. If the imperial court wants to take it back, would he dare to not hand it over? However, the imperial court will also give him some compensation. Li Zishuan also knew that Lan Er had been bullied in the Han family manor. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Zishuan had already punished Lu Haojian severely, Li Jingma would have gotten someone to do it himself. Li Zishuan nodded in understanding and asked, Father, then if the imperial court wants to take away our Han family manor's land in the future, will it be like Lu Shuren now? Li Jingma nodded. In theory that's true. However, Xiander, you're already a baron. As long as you don't commit any crimes, the imperial court shouldn't casually take away the Han manor's land. As far as I know, all the civil and military officials in the court basically spend money to buy some land in other places other than their own fiefs. His Majesty usually doesn't take away their land. So that's how it is. In that case, I'll be in charge of 2 farmsteads in the future. That's more than 5,000 mu of land. I'll have to link the 2 farmsteads together and build a new feudal village. Haha, Li Zishuan thought happily. In a private room on the top floor of the Yunqi restaurant, a young master was holding a wine cup and sipping wine while looking down at the pedestrians on the street. A soft sound came from the door. Then, a middle-aged scholar in black carefully walked in and respectfully said to the young master, Second young master. Without waiting for him to finish, the young master didn't even turn his head. A cold aura suddenly filled the room. Even though the middle-aged scholar couldn't see the young master's expression, he knew that he had said something wrong. He quickly slapped himself and corrected himself. Young master. The young master then asked, How did it go? Did Yuan Wendao's impeachment succeed? The middle-aged man in black didn't dare to raise his head and whispered, Young master, Yuan Wendao's impeachment failed. Li Zishuan was instead made a baron by His Majesty. What a piece of trash. The young master slammed the table and snorted angrily. Please forgive me, young master. The man in black immediately kept quiet out of fear and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. After a while, the young master picked up his wine cup and took a sip of wine. He said lightly, Tell me what happened. The black-clothed man then reported in full detail how Li Zishuan had rebutted Yuan Wendao in Wei Zheng's impeachment during the morning court assembly. After listening to the story, the young master closed his eyes and meditated for a long time before muttering to himself, Oh, I didn't expect that Li Zishuan not only escaped this disaster, but also benefited from it. It's like this kid was sent by the heavens to go against me. Half a month ago, when I was sent to take over Yunqi restaurant, that kid pushed out the chicken he ate at Drunken Immortal restaurant. At first I thought he was just an ant and could easily kill him. I didn't expect that he would soon become friends with Chang Chumo and the Crown Prince. The ant turned into a grasshopper and had the strength to fight. And now, he was unexpectedly made a baron. This grasshopper turned into a tiger and had its own teeth. Things are getting more and more interesting, haha. The middle-aged man in black was ashamed. It's my fault. Please punish me, young master. Is there any use in punishing you? This young master will remember this matter. If you fail again, don't come back to see me. The middle-aged man in black hurriedly said, Don't worry, young master. There won't be a next time. The young master nodded and asked, Is Wang Eru still unwilling to come to Yunqi restaurant? Reporting to young master, this subordinate offered twice the monthly salary of Drunken Immortal restaurant. But Wang Eru is still unwilling to come. Young master. This person doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Should this subordinate send someone to teach him a lesson? The young master shook his head. Times are different now. Now that Li Zishuan has been made a baron, if we go overboard, it'll be easy to expose ourselves. Besides, even if we get Wang Eru to our Yunqi restaurant, Li Zixuan can still train a second Wang Eru. To me, Yunqi restaurant's business doesn't matter. But this young master isn't willing to lose to that person. The middle-aged man in black didn't dare to reply. The room fell into silence. After a short moment, the young master spoke and asked, "How many customers have we robbed from the Drunken Immortal restaurant?" The middle-aged man pondered for a few breaths of time and answered, "About 30 to 40%. But I heard that the Drunken Immortal restaurant has started to lower their prices. Then we'll lower our prices as well." "That's right." Did Li Zixuan explain why he bought so many chicken seedlings during the morning court assembly? The young master suddenly thought of something and asked. Reporting to young master, Li Zixuan said that he's raising so many chickens for the farmers to subsidize their expenses. Secondly, it's for the 128 chicken banquet that his Drunken Immortal restaurant is going to launch next year. It's said that their new dish requires free-range chickens. Humph. Do you believe that? The young master thought for a moment and snorted disdainfully. Young master, this lowly one feels that Li Zixuan's words are quite reasonable. The middle-aged man scratched his head and spoke in bewilderment. You're a pig's head. Although I can't guess his true objective, I'm sure it's not just for this. Moreover, I don't think the emperor will believe it. Also, what's that good big brother of mine doing recently? The young master first mocked the middle-aged man and then suddenly asked. He deliberately emphasized the words good big brother. Reporting to young master, the eldest young master hasn't made any moves recently. However, the eldest young master spent 500 strings of coins at the Strange Taste Pavilion yesterday to apply for a Red Supreme membership card. This lowly one doesn't know what the eldest young master's intentions are. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Humph. This good big brother of mine is probably interested in my sworn enemy, isn't he? The young master snorted coldly and the room fell into silence again. Oh. Chapter 95. From tomorrow onwards, he would be a happy person. He would feed the horses, chop firewood, and travel around the world. From tomorrow onwards, he would care about food and vegetables. He would have a house that faced the sea. He would have a house, land, and a title. He would finally have a place to settle down in the Tang dynasty. Thinking about this, Li Zixuan felt extremely relaxed. He lay on the bed and did not want to get up. He even wanted to spend the rest of his life eating and waiting for death. After all, he would not be able to use up all the money at home. That's right. Li Zixuan had no ambition and was content with his wealth. What was the point of earning so much money? He was not going to raise a flag or gather people to rebel. The money at home was enough for him to use for a few lifetimes. Young master, it should be Lord Ju. It's time to get up. Xiaoxi entered the room and said with a face full of smiles. It was just that she was not used to being called Lord Ju. The little girl realized that she had said something wrong and was a little flustered. However, the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. Li Zixuan teased. Xiaoxi, what's the occasion today? Why are you so happy? No, nothing. Xiaoxi was a little flustered as she gathered the hair in front of her forehead. Hey, if you don't say it, I won't get up today. Originally, it was just a casual question. However, looking at the little girl's expression, it was obvious that something was wrong. Li Zixuan acted shamelessly. Young Lord Ju, how can you be like this? Xiaoxi had a new understanding of her young master's shamelessness. Li Zixuan was speechless at the little girl's exaggerated reaction. He was just teasing her and did not act like a hooligan. If you are not used to being called Lord Ju, then continue to call me young master. I feel uncomfortable hearing it. Xiaoxi, tell me quickly. What good thing did you encounter? Did you pick up some money? Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment before saying embarrassedly, Madam said this morning that all the servants in the residence will have their allowance doubled for the next 3 months to celebrate young master's conferment. Xiaoxi, you really picked up some money. Half of your extra allowance is due to me. Xiaoxi, you have to thank me. Xiaoxi also felt that the young master's analysis made sense, but she couldn't think of how to thank him. She said awkwardly, Young master, you don't lack anything. Xiaoxi can't think of how to thank you. Hearing this, Li Zixuan said sneakily, Who said that I, your young master, don't lack anything? I've lacked calcium since I was young, and I've lacked love when I grew up. After he finished speaking, He stared at the little girl's small chest with some bad intentions. Tsk, it was really quite big. Ah, young master, you rogue. She could feel Li Zishuan's perverted gaze. She screamed and ran away while covering her face. Sigh, this little girl really can't handle teasing. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. He could only get up and put on his clothes. Oh, Shopkeeper Lu is here today? Li Zishuan went to the front hall and was about to eat breakfast when he saw Shopkeeper Lu talking to Old Man Li. Greetings to Lord Zhu. Congratulations to Lord Zhu for your bright future. Shopkeeper Lu didn't dare to be as casual as before. When he saw Li Zishuan enter, he quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's current status was different from before. He couldn't be disrespectful. Uncle Lu, in any case we've worked together before. Why are you acting so distant now? Uncle Lu, you should just call me young master or little Xian. There's no need to be reserved. My father and I remember the contributions you've made to the Drunken Immortal Inn. Li Zishuan could clearly feel that Shopkeeper Lu's attitude wasn't right today. However, he understood after thinking about it. He wasn't someone who liked to put on airs. Although he had a noble title now, to him, this title was just a coat to protect himself and his family. It wasn't a tool to put on airs. When Shopkeeper Lu saw that Li Zishuan's attitude towards him was still as cordial as before, he was very touched. One had to know how lowly merchants were in this society. Which noble would be willing to treat them as equals? Young master, I'm indebted to you for thinking so highly of this old man Lu. In the future, this old man Lu will definitely take care of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Shopkeeper Lu's eyes became moist as he spoke. Li Jingma smiled and comforted him. Shopkeeper Lu, sit down and talk. Although my Xianer is now a baron, our Li family is still the same Li family. Xianer, and I won't forget an old man like you who has contributed greatly to the Li family. Shopkeeper Lu cupped his hands and said, Old master is benevolent and righteous. Li Zishuan sat to the side and picked up the millet porridge his mother had prepared for him. Along with the pickled vegetables, he slurped down the porridge. As he ate, he asked, Uncle Lu, why did you come here today? Old man Li glared at Li Zishuan when he saw his rude eating manners. Shopkeeper Lu didn't mind at all. In his view, Li Zishuan didn't treat him as an outsider. Old man Lu was very pleased. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly replied, Young master, Old man Lu is here today to discuss the Drunken Immortal restaurant with Old master. Oh, so what if it's the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Didn't I ask Uncle Lu to lower the price before? Li Zishuan curiously asked. Young master, we did lower the price of the chicken we ate as per your instructions. We also recovered 20% of the customers we lost. But today, the Yunqi restaurant lowered the price again. Their chicken is now only 450 copper coins per serving. Shopkeeper Lu said with a bitter expression. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered. They want to fight until the end. They want us to fight to the end. We can't lower the price of this chicken any further. There's no need to fight a price war with them anymore. Father, do you know who the owner of the Yunqi restaurant is? Li Jingma thought for a moment and said, I don't know who their owner is. I've never heard of their owner, but I do know their shopkeeper. His name is Xiaoying and he's a nobody. He only became the shopkeeper of Yunqi Pavilion 2 years ago. However, the Yunqi restaurant seems to have some backing. In the past, there were quite a few local ruffians who made a scene there and drank and reneged on their debts. Li Zishuan's frown deepened. After pondering for a moment, he said, Seems like the Yunqi restaurant has some backing. Looks like this Yunqi Pavilion has quite the background. Uncle Lu, don't bother about them for now. Just run your business as usual. I still have some matters to attend to. Once I'm free, I'll teach Wang Ero a few new dishes. While I'm at it, I'll also bring the Drunken Immortal restaurant a divine wine that no one has ever tasted before. Old man Li glanced at his son suspiciously. Shopkeeper Lu, on the other hand, was abnormally excited. Since young master wants to take action, then this old man Lu is completely at ease. Oh right, there's one more thing. Wang Ero previously told me that the Yunqi restaurant wanted to poach him with a higher price, but Wang Ero didn't agree. Li Zishuan was angered to the point of laughing. The Yunqi restaurant is really pushing us hard. They're unscrupulous. Uncle Lu, Ero is a good seedling. Don't mistreat him. Tell him to follow this young master and work hard. Don't think about anything else. I can give him anything that others can give him. I can even teach him to make many new dishes that others can't make. Let him weigh the pros and cons. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, young master. Don't worry. Old man Lu feel that arrow is quite reliable. Then young master, old master, I'll go back first. Li Zishuan nodded. Oh. Chapter 96. Li Estate's Front Hall. Xianer, it's fine if Drunken Immortal's business isn't good, but why do you care so much? Our family doesn't lack money. You're already a baron, so how can you work in the kitchen? After manager Lu left, Li Jingma looked at his son who was slurping down his breakfast and couldn't help but ask. He couldn't understand his son's actions. In his eyes, although Drunken Immortal's business was good, it wasn't as noble as his status as a baron. His son was a baron, yet he wanted to work in the kitchen. Old man Li felt that it was beneath his status. Li Zishuan swallowed his food and smiled. Oh father, you're looking down on cooks? Li Jingma shook his head. That's not it. When I was young I was a peddler. How could I look down on others? I'm just worried that you'll be impeached, saying that you don't care about the dignity of an official. Li Zishuan curled his lips in disdain. Let whoever wants to impeach me. I don't believe that His Majesty will punish me for such a small matter. Besides, those who impeach me, if they have the ability, don't eat anything from our strange taste pavilion for the rest of their lives. Li Jingma helplessly shook his head. He could only follow his son's wishes. After breakfast, Li Zishuan went to the Strange Taste Pavilion's workshop. Inside the workshop, everyone was busy and in full swing. Moreover, there were clearly more craftsmen here compared to the last time Li Zishuan was here. Faubert, how many curved plows can we produce in a day? Li Zishuan had someone find Faubert and asked. Young master, this old man has recruited 52 new craftsmen. Our workshop's production capacity has more than doubled. We can now make 300 curved plows in a day. Faubert's face was glowing. There was no trace of the lethargy of an old man on his body. Instead, one could feel his high fighting spirit. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. And not bad. Faubert, if you meet skilled craftsmen in the future, feel free to recruit as many as you can. Our family has a lot of money, so you don't have to worry. Currently, Strange Taste Pavilion's products were in short supply. Li Zishuan really wanted to expand the workshop, but he didn't know any craftsmen. He could only ask Faubert to hurry up and recruit more craftsmen. Even someone as indifferent as Uncle Fu's mouth twitched when he heard this. This was the first time he had met such a rich and willful boss. Oh, that's right. Uncle Fu, I handed the blueprint of the curved plow to the Imperial Court yesterday. The Imperial Court will produce it vigorously. This way the pressure on our workshop will be reduced a lot. You can spare some people to continue producing the scooters. Li Zishuan patted his head. He had almost forgotten about this. Faubert was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he understood and nodded. When he heard about the price of the curved plows, he knew that Li Zishuan didn't plan to make money from them. He was relieved. As for Li Zishuan handing over the design of the curved plows to the Imperial Court, Faubert thought that it was natural. This was because the curved plows could only be popularized with the power of a country. That's good. This old man will spare some people tomorrow to specialize in producing scooters. And Faubert, you said that our workshop can already produce roller bearings. Then you should hurry up and use the roller bearings on the scooters and release the second generation of scooters as soon as possible. Because our previous scooter would probably be imitated by others in a short period of time. By the way, you can also produce a batch of skateboards without handrails on the basis of the scooter. This is quite suitable for young people to play with. Li Zishuan thought for a while and instructed. Faubert was speechless. Although this boss in front of him was very talented in machinery, why did he always want to have fun? However, he couldn't say anything and could only nod in agreement. Faubert, the workshop has some time recently. Help me build a carriage. The carriage needs to use our workshop's newly developed roller bearings. I also brought the blueprint over today. Li Zishuan excitedly took out the blueprint of a luxurious carriage that he drew last night. This luxurious carriage was based on the Queen of England. Australia spent a lot of money to build a luxurious diamond carriage for the Queen when she attended the opening ceremony of Parliament. In his previous life, this carriage was also known as the Golden Carriage. It was designed by Jim, and 50 of the best craftsmen spent 10 years to build it. Of course, Li Zixuan abandoned the appearance of a nouveau riche. He used a low-key dark red color for the exterior of the carriage. For safety reasons, the carriage was sandwiched with iron plates. The original Golden Horse carriage had 6 hydraulic shock absorbers. With the current industrial standards, it was still impossible to do so. Li Zixuan could only add some springs to the chassis for shock absorbers. Of course, roller bearings were used on the wheel axles. The interior of the carriage had a sofa, a table, a small bathroom, and a water storage room. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. Li Zixuan's idea was beautiful, but Faubert suffered. Faubert had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never seen so many novel things. "Young master, what is this thing?" Faubert pointed at the springs in the blueprint and asked. Li Zixuan took a look and explained. "This is called a spring. It is made by pulling an iron wire loop by loop. A large number of springs can be added to the chassis of the carriage to reduce the vibration of the carriage. Metal springs existed for a long time in the Bronze Age. Strictly speaking, the inventor of springs should be the British scientist Hooke. There were no metal springs left in ancient China, so let's just assume that there were none." With Li Zixuan's explanation, Faubert understood. He smacked his lips and sighed. "Young master, your idea is really ingenious. Then what is this?" "This is a sofa. In the future, we can also make it as a separate piece of furniture and sell it. The sofa is made of leather wrapped with springs and some soft padding. It is mainly used to reduce the vibration of the carriage. After all, there are many places in Tang that are not easy to travel on. Just relying on the chassis of the carriage to reduce the vibration is not enough." Li Zixuan explained the structure and function of the sofa to Faubert. Faubert opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Zixuan with a strange expression. He was a bit disappointed that his boss did not live up to his expectations. His boss was talented, but he did not use it on the right path. He always thought of ways to enjoy himself. The number of ways he used was amazing. Faubert thought that if the person in front of him was his son, he would definitely give him a good beating. Li Zixuan felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at. He quickly coughed and said, "Ahem, Faubert, can the workshop make this carriage?" Faubert calmed down and thought for a while before answering. "It should be possible, but it will take some time, about 10 days. Li Zixuan said happily. "Then I will have to trouble Faubert. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. Let the craftsmen accumulate some experience in making this kind of carriage. When the speed is up, our Strange Taste Pavilion will also sell this carriage." Faubert could only nod in agreement. What else could he say when he had such a master? Chapter 97. East Market, Strange Interest Pavilion. After Li Zixuan left the workshop, he wanted to go to Strange Interest Pavilion to take a look. When he arrived at the East Market, he could see a long line in front of Strange Interest Pavilion from afar. Everyone in the line was whispering to each other. It was very lively. "Hey Zhao Lao Air. Why are you here today? Why can't I be here? Wu Lao San, I say you people are too unkind. You didn't even tell us that you had such a good plow. If I hadn't seen that kid Mei Jun plow yesterday, I would still be in the dark." A scar-faced man scolded. "Hey, you can't blame me for this. I also heard from the sister-in-law of the child's mother's cousin's eldest uncle yesterday afternoon. Our Liujia village is so far away from your plum village. I can't possibly go over and inform you, right? Sigh, actually the people from the Hanja village were the first to know about the curved plow. We all came too late." "That's right. However, this curved plow was invented by their main family's young master. Sigh, I heard that their main family's young master was conferred the title of Baron yesterday. No one will dare to bully the Hanja village in the future. I also heard about this. I just don't know where this lord's fief is. If it's in our plum village, then our plum village's villagers will have good days. I heard that this lord is very good to the villagers of the Hanja village. Not only did he pay them to help him brew fruit wine, he also provided them with free chicken seedlings to raise and reduce their rent." "Bah, you're dreaming. Why don't you say that the lord's fief is in our Lujia village?" Wu Lao San shouted. "Sai Zhao Lao Air. I heard from my uncle who works in the Yamen that Lord Li's fief is in Plum Village. The Yamen has already sent people to your village's Lujia village to negotiate. They said that they want to take back the land and give it to Lord Li. A young man couldn't help but interrupt. Ahan, ergo, are you telling the truth? Zhao Lao Er excitedly grabbed the young man's shoulder and shouted. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Second Uncle Zhao, let go of me first. Everything I said is true. It was my uncle who said it himself. The young man grimaced in pain and hurriedly promised. Zhao Er's face turned red. He put down Dog Han's shoulder, turned his head, and laughed at Wu Lao-san. Haha, old third Wu, it's my turn to be lucky this time. I'm going to be Lord Ju's family's farmer in the future. When that time comes, you'll definitely not be as rich as me. Haha, are you envious? Jealous? Are you King going to bite me? His big face that was smiling like a chrysanthemum, coupled with the scar on his face, looked particularly terrifying and mocking. Wu Laosan shouted angrily. CK Zhao Lao-san, you King bastard. You're asking for a beating. Li Zishuan's hearing was very good. He could hear their conversation from afar. He shook his head with a smile and ignored them. He passed through the crowd and entered through the back door of Strange Interest Pavilion. There were very few people from the Han family manor in the crowd today, so no one recognized him. Oh, young master. I know it's Lord Ju. You're here? Sun Huayuan, who was busy at the front desk, heard the servant's report. He quickly put down his work and ran up to the second floor. He greeted Li Zishuan enthusiastically. Li Zishuan nodded slightly and gestured for Sun Huan to sit down. Shopkeeper son, I'm sure you've heard that I've submitted the blueprint of the curved plow to the imperial court. From tomorrow onwards, half of the workshop will continue to manufacture the scooters. Shopkeeper son, when the time comes, you can set up another team to sell the scooters. Sun Huayuan was pleasantly surprised. That's great. Don't worry, Lord Ju. I'll arrange it well. Although the curved plow was popular, Strange Interest Pavilion didn't make much money. In comparison, Sun Huayuan was more willing to sell the scooters. This was a good performance. Li Zishuan continued. The workshop should be able to develop the second generation of scooters in the next 2 days. Compared to the first generation, the second generation scooter uses our workshop's exclusive technology. It's more flexible and faster. Shopkeeper son, you can have people copy some flyers tomorrow to encourage people to apply for a membership card. Later on, we'll introduce more comprehensive products. Sun Huayuan happily nodded. Yes, Lord Ju. Don't worry. I guarantee that when the time comes, everyone in Chang and will know about our second-generation scooters. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. After chatting with Sun Huayuan for a while, Li Zishuan thought that he had told him everything he needed to tell him. So he left the Strange Interest Pavilion and went home. Duke Lu's mansion. Master, the price of the chicken shoots in Chang and has risen to 115 coins. Should we continue to buy them? The old housekeeper of the Chang mansion worriedly reported to Chang Yaojin. So expensive? Chang Yaojin was also shocked. He secretly cursed the merchants in Chang and for being treacherous. Although he was a duke, he wasn't as rich as Li Zishuan. The Duke Lu's mansion didn't have any extra food. Facing the high price of 115 coins, Chang Yaojin was a bit hesitant. However, he couldn't help but think of Li Zishuan's meaningful words after yesterday's morning court. Uncle Chang, when the time comes, you may find that the most precious part of your chickens isn't the meat. You may not be willing to sell your chickens. Chang Yaojin frowned. Now he understood that Li Zishuan raised so many chickens. It wasn't as simple as what he said in court. There must be more to it. Chang Yaojin thought of Li Zishuan's godlike master. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. Buy, continue to buy. Housekeeper Liang, when the gate of the Eastern Market opens, you go there. Bring more people with you and act separately. Li Zishuan got a new piece of land yesterday. I think he will continue to raise chickens on his land. The price of the chicken shoots will only get more and more expensive. Try to be ahead of them and buy all the chicken shoots in the Eastern Market. Try to get 30,000 chickens as soon as possible. Anyway, that kid's family doesn't lack money. Let them buy later. Haha. As Chang Yaojin spoke, he burst into laughter. In his heart, He was silently praising himself for being quick-witted. Housekeeper Liang also felt that Chang Yaojin's words made sense. He quickly bowed and left. It had to be said that Chang Yaojin's speculation was very accurate. At this time Li Zixuan was at home. He asked housekeeper Wang to continue buying chicken shoots. "Uncle Wang, how many more chickens do we need from the 80,000 in the Han village?" Housekeeper Wang took out a small booklet and looked at it. He said, "Young master, with the ones we bought today, we are less than 10,000 chickens. I think we can get them by tomorrow." Li Zixuan said happily, "Not bad. We will have 80,000 chickens by tomorrow. You can continue to buy. I will go to Plum Village tomorrow and see how many chickens the farmers can raise. Conservatively speaking, we need at least 70,000 more." Housekeeper Wang widened his eyes and said, "Young master, the price of a chicken shoot in Chang and has risen to 115 copper coins. Do we still need to buy so many? So expensive?" It was almost double the initial price of 70 copper coins. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Uncle Wang, how much will it cost to gather all 80,000 chickens for the Han family village?" Housekeeper Wang silently calculated for a moment and answered, "Young master, it will cost about 13,000 strings of cash." A string of cash in the Tang dynasty was only 800 copper coins. Therefore, it was reasonable to ask for 13,000 strings of cash for 80,000 chickens. Li Zixuan nodded. It was still within the range he could afford. He said, "Uncle Wang, continue to buy. We can still afford it." Although housekeeper Wang did not understand, he still nodded. Chapter 98. The next day, after Li Zixuan finished his breakfast, he called for Iron Egg and asked, "Iron Egg, come with me to the Han village today. You've been here for so long, it's time for you to go home." Iron Egg was happy to hear that. After being here for so long, he was indeed homesick, so he said, "Thank you, master. Brother, I want to go too." Lanner immediately shouted. Li Zixuan and Iron Egg had both left, so it was meaningless for her to stay at home alone. Li Zixuan thought about it. If he let one sheep go, he would let a flock of sheep go as well. So he nodded his head indifferently. Li Zixuan carried Lanner and rode the big white horse at home. Iron Egg didn't know how to ride a horse, so Li Zixuan asked Sambao to get him a little donkey. Just like that, the three of them rode 2 horses and headed to the Han village. "Greetings, Lord Zhu." "Greetings, Lord Zhu." As soon as they entered the Han village, many farmers who were working in the fields hurried over to greet Li Zixuan. Among these people there were old people and young adults. Now that Li Zixuan had become a Lord Zhu, the farmers of the Han village were even more proud. Li Zixuan didn't put on airs. He smiled and greeted everyone one by one, then brought Lanner and Iron Egg to the small courtyard of the Han village. When they passed by Old Hu's house, Li Zixuan heard the sound of Jiji Goo Goo from afar. It was abnormally noisy, so he looked over and found that the courtyard door was wide open. Other than the Hu siblings, there were 8 or 9 children inside. Li Zixuan also found Niu, who had reported to him when Lanner was captured. Li Zixuan was curious, so he said to Iron Egg, "Iron Egg, bring Lanner to your house first. I'll come later." Iron Egg replied, "Yes, master." Li Zixuan led the big white horse towards Old Hu's courtyard. "Niu, you have to treat these chickens as your friends. Have some patience. Then pay attention to the rhythm when sure enough and I call the chickens. You'll be able to learn it very quickly." In the courtyard, Hu actually gently gathered the hair on her forehead and squatted on the ground, patiently explaining to Niu and the other brats the essentials of making the chickens obedient. It had been a while since they last met, and Hu's complexion was much better than the last time. Moreover, she looked more energetic. It should be because her family's life had improved recently. Niu scratched his head and said naively, "Thank you, sister. I'll try again with Zhu Zi and the others." At this time Hu Zhan smiled happily and said, Niu, don't be in a hurry. Take your time." "Huh, young master is here." Sure enough, when Hu saw Li Zixuan, who had just entered the door, he suddenly jumped up and shouted excitedly. He knew that the reason why the siblings were so popular in the village was entirely because of Li Zixuan's help. Therefore, he was very grateful to Li Zixuan. When Hu Zhan heard her brother's cheers, she quickly stood up and looked at the door. Although she couldn't see, she could feel it. She rushed in the direction where Li Zixuan was standing and bowed slightly. She smiled sweetly and said, "Greetings, Lord Zhu." That sweet smile was like a pure lotus blooming, decorating the entire farmhouse courtyard. When the other brats saw Li Zixuan, they quickly imitated the adults and bowed. "Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Greetings, Lord Zhu. Greetings, Lord Zhu." The brats all addressed him differently, and it was a mess. When Li Zixuan saw that Hu Zhan and her brother were living so happily, he was also very gratified. He took a package from the horse's back and took out a bag of snacks. He handed it to Niu and shouted to the brats, "All right, everyone come over and share something to eat. I'll talk to Hu Zhan and Hu Zhan for a while. Zhinzhen, you two come out." The brats excitedly surrounded Niu and shared the snacks. No one in the village was willing to buy such exquisite food. Hu Zhan and Hu Zhan followed Li Zixuan out of the courtyard. "Zhinzhen, tell me, how have you been recently?" In front of the courtyard, Li Zixuan found a large rock and sat down. The Hu siblings stood on both sides of him. "Yes, young master." Hu Zhan softly agreed and began to talk about some of the things that happened in the Han village after Li Zixuan left last time. Ever since Li Zixuan had made that strange request last time, although the villagers of the Han family manor were too embarrassed to come over and learn this strange skill from the two children, the adults of each household had all rushed their own brats over to learn this skill. One had to know that if they learned it, they could receive a reward of 500 copper coins. This was not a small amount of money. It was enough to buy 2 new sets of clothes for their children for the new year. Thus, the small courtyard of the Hu family had almost become the village's school. The Hu siblings were naturally the teachers of this school. Those children who learned the ability to train chickens were naturally praised by their parents when they returned home. They were provided with good food and drinks, as if they had obtained good results in the school. Those brats who couldn't learn after a few days when they returned home, their parents would feel that they were not as good as the children of other families. Naturally, they couldn't avoid being beaten up. Just like those brats who didn't do well in the exams, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned home. Just like this, the Hu siblings became the leaders of the brats in the Han village. Even the adults in the village had to smile and greet them when they saw them. In these few days, Hu Zhan really made some good friends. She became more cheerful and talkative. When Hu Zhan saw that her brother was happy, the smile on her face became more and more. There was a bit more vitality that a young girl of her age should have, and she was no longer as lethargic as when Li Zixuan first saw her a few days ago. After hearing this, Li Zixuan was very happy for the siblings. "Well, not bad, Zhinzhen. I hope that you will always be so happy." "Oh right, how many people have you taught now?" Hu Zhan said proudly. "Young master, with 45 people." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Well, you two have done well. In the next few days, I should be able to find Dr. Sun Simiao. When the time comes, I will ask him to come over and take a look at you too." Hearing this, Hu Zhan's little face was full of surprise. She said in disbelief, "Young master, you said that you would find a famous doctor to treat me and Zhan. Are you talking about Dr. Sun?" Li Zixuan nodded. Then he remembered that Hu Zhan could not see, so he quickly said, "Yes, it's Dr. Sun Zhan. Have you heard of Dr. Sun?" Hu Zhan said with a face of admiration, "Of course I have. I admire people like Dr. Sun who saves people and helps the injured without asking for anything in return." Li Zixuan did not expect Hu Zhan to be a loyal fan of Sun Simiao. He asked half-jokingly, "Have you ever thought that if your eyes are cured, Dr. Sun wants to take you as his disciple? Would you be willing?" Hearing this, Hu Zhan's face was first excited, and then a trace of sadness flashed across her face. She shook her head and said, "Young master, you must be joking. I am not talented and I am a woman. How could Dr. Sun be willing to take me as his disciple?" "Haha, can't women learn medicine?" Li Zixuan shook his head and did not want to argue. After chatting with the siblings for a while, he went to the small courtyard of the Han family. Chapter 99. The sun was high in the sky. Li Zixuan finally arrived at the Han family's courtyard. From afar, he could hear Lanner and Iron Egg's noisy voices. "Sister Yushi, Lanner wants to eat the chicken stewed with mushrooms from last time. Sister, Iron Egg wants to eat gnawed chicken. You brat, gnawed chicken is so expensive. How can you eat it every day?" This was Han Lijing's voice. A few days ago, he had gone into the city to ask about the price of the gnawed chicken. After finding out, Han Lijing's heart ached. The last time Li Zixuan came to their house, Iron Egg had eaten a lot of gnawed chicken. Li Zixuan smiled, pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. Han Lijing was chopping firewood in the courtyard. When he saw Li Zixuan, he quickly went up to him and said with a smile, "Lord Zhu, you're here." After saying that, he quickly took the reins from Li Zixuan's hands. Li Zixuan waved his hand and refused. He tied the big white horse to a big tree in the courtyard and replied with a smile, "Uncle Han, don't call me Lord Zhu. Uncle Han, don't call me Lord Zhu. It's fine if others call me that. You and my father are old friends and I'm Tai Dan's master. You can call me Little Xian or Young Master." Han Lijing saw that Li Zixuan treated people as politely as before after becoming a baron. When he heard Li Zixuan's sincerity, he felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, Then young master, please come in and have a seat. It's hot outside." Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. He said so much to Han Lijing because he didn't want his relationship with his family to be too estranged. "Yushi, young master is here. Hurry up and prepare the food. Don't let young master wait too long." Han Lijing shouted into the kitchen. "Got it, father. It'll be ready soon." Han Yushi's pleasant voice came from the kitchen. Seeing that her brother had come, Lan'er came into the house and played with Li Zixuan intimately for a while. Then she could not help but go out with Iron Egg. Once the little girl went to the countryside, she became even wilder. She felt that the farmstead was much more fun than Chang'an. Inside the house, Han Lijing saw Lan'er and Iron Egg go out. He sighed with emotion. Iron Egg's mother passed away a long time ago. This boy has been used to being wild since he was young, and doesn't know any etiquette. He must have caused a lot of trouble for Master and Madam in young Master's house. This old man really feels sorry for him. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Han, what are you talking about? Since I have already accepted Iron Egg as my disciple, my parents have long treated Iron Egg as one of their own. What trouble is there to speak of? Moreover, I see that Iron Egg has a good character. With a little training, he will be a promising talent." When Han Lijing heard Li Zixuan's words, he could not hide the smile on his face. Any father would be happy to hear someone praise their son. Haha, as long as that boy doesn't cause trouble for young master. "Uncle Han, I came here this time because I want to go to Plum Village. You should know that the fief that His Majesty gave me is in Plum Village. How much do you know about Plum Village?" After chatting for a while, Li Zixuan got down to business. Han Lijing nodded and said, "Young master, we are all neighbors, so of course I know. Plum Village's Lu Qingfeng was a scholar in his early years. He can be considered a person of virtue and prestige in Plum Village. I have some friendship with him. The previous owner of Plum Village was Lu Shuren. Young master, you already know this. Lu Shuren was rich but heartless. He brought disaster to the village. Lu Qingfeng was angry with him, but he did not dare to say anything. Plum Village's farmers not only had to bear high rent, but they were also exploited. Although I don't like Lu Shuren's actions, I can't do anything about it. But this time, Plum Village has become young master's fief. I think the people of Plum Village will be overjoyed if they know about it." Li Zixuan was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Good and evil will happen. There is a cycle of reincarnation. Lu Shuren will receive the retribution he deserves. Uncle Han, take me to Plum Village in the afternoon. I want to see the situation there. Also, I plan to imitate the Han village and open a chicken farm in Plum Village. It can be considered as increasing the income of the farmers." Han Lijing sighed and said, "Young master is really benevolent. Father, young master, it's time to eat." At this time, Han Yushi's shout came from outside. Then Han Yushi walked in with a plate of dishes. Of course, she was followed by two little tails. After not seeing her for a long time, Han Yushi became more and more radiant. The joy between her eyebrows made her beautiful face even more moving. Although it was not the first time he saw Han Yushi, Li Zixuan was still mesmerized by her peerless appearance. He was a little dazed for a moment. Ahem. Han Lijing coughed softly twice. Li Zixuan was instantly awakened, and his face turned red in embarrassment. He was even caught staring at Han Lijing's daughter in front of him. No matter how thick-skinned Li Zixuan was, he still felt a little embarrassed. Han Yushi put down the plate and hurried out, planning to go to the kitchen to get the rest of the dishes. Just now, she also noticed Li Zixuan's stunned gaze and felt a little happy in her heart. In the morning, when Iron Egg and Lanner came over early, she found out that Li Zixuan went to Hu Jing's house and would come over in a while. Then she did not know why, but when Lanner and Iron Egg went out to play, she secretly went back to her room to dress up. Just now she called Li Zixuan young master, and not Lord Ju, because she had some ulterior motives. After the news of Li Zixuan's knighthood spread throughout the Han family manor yesterday, Han Yushi was happy for Li Zixuan in her heart, but also a little sad that the gap between her and Li Zixuan's status was getting bigger and bigger. But when she thought of how she had ignored her father's dissuasion and resolutely agreed to help Li Zixuan brew wine, Han Yushi could not bear to give up at that time. She secretly decided that even if she could not be with him in the future, she would cherish the days they had now and treat him well. She would not regret it in the future. Therefore, when Han Yushi called Li Zixuan young master just now, she also wanted to numb herself and not let herself think about the gap between their statuses. When the dishes were served, everyone sat down. Only then did Li Zixuan notice that the dishes on the table today were a little unusual. Other than the pheasant stewed with mushrooms from last time, there were also leek scrambled eggs, wood ear fried meat, fried shredded chicken, and stir-fried spinach, cabbage. These stir-fried dishes or fried vegetables were only available in the Li family, and would not be available outside. Yushi, how do you know how to cook these dishes? Li Zixuan could not help but ask. Han Yushi was a little embarrassed as she combed her hair and said softly, "The last time I stayed at young master's house, Yushi saw that the cooking method at young master's house was a little unusual. Out of curiosity, I went to ask your kitchen maid, Auntie Zhao, and only then did I know that you could cook in this way." So Yushi went home and tried cooking a few times and found that the taste was not bad. Later, Yushi thought of some other dishes that could be stir-fried with a big fire. "Just nice, I can use these new dishes to treat young master today." Li Zixuan smelled the fragrance of these stir-fried dishes and gave a thumbs up. He praised, "Not bad, not bad. Just smelling this aroma is enough to stimulate one's appetite. Yushi, you are really clever." Han Lijing chuckled and said, "Young master, you don't know. When my Yushi cooked at home for the first time, old Han almost swallowed my tongue. Cooking like this, the taste is really too good." Lanner could not wait to pick up her chopsticks and try the leek scrambled eggs. The little girl immediately narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "It's really too delicious. Brother Lanner doesn't even want to go home. I want to eat Sister Yushi's dishes here every day." Everyone was amused by these innocent words. Li Zixuan also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He realized that Lanner was not exaggerating at all. The taste of these stir-fried dishes was basically comparable to some of the big restaurants in his previous life. It was even more delicious than the ones made by Auntie Zhao at home. Han Yushi's culinary skills were simply superior. Li Zixuan tasted some of the flavors from his previous life in these dishes. For a moment, his appetite was stimulated. He ate a total of 4 bowls of rice before he put down his bowl and chopsticks in satisfaction. However, in his heart, he thought that if he could marry this fairy-like and clever girl, he would have accumulated 8 lifetimes of virtue. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan was eating happily. She could not help but feel a little sweet in her heart. Her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. She had just said it was simple, but in order to come up with these new dishes, only God knew how much effort she had put in. However, from the results, all her efforts were worth it. She had already taken the first step and captured Li Zixuan's stomach. Chapter 100. After lunch, Li Zixuan sat in the front hall and happily drank the chilled fruit wine that Han Yushi had taken from the ancient well. He was chatting with Han Li in the house. There was no helping it. The weather had been a little abnormal recently. It was just May and the weather had started to heat up. The afternoon sun was especially scorching. Even though Li Zixuan had internal energy and was immune to both heat and cold, he didn't want to be exposed to the scorching sun. He could only wait for the sun to warm up a little before going to Plum Village. After all, it was less than 2 li away from the Han Manor. Lana, this crazy girl, wasn't afraid of the sun. She followed Iron Egg to the manor to play with Denyo and Erniyo. Li Zixuan wasn't too worried. Now that everyone in the manor knew that Lan'er was his sister, there shouldn't be anyone who was blind enough to bully Lan. Li Zishuan didn't know that while he was enjoying the cool air in the Han Manor's courtyard, there were many manor owners in Plum Village who were exposed to the scorching sun. Many manor owners gathered at the entrance of Plum Village. Everyone was sitting under a big tree and chatting with each other while looking into the distance, as if waiting for something. Big Mouth May, is what you said true? Why isn't Lord Ju here yet? A tanned old man with bare arms was fanning himself with a straw hat as he asked casually. Mei Jun quickly nodded and said with certainty, "Fourth Master, I wouldn't dare to lie about this. I went to the Han Manor this morning and my brother-in-law personally told me that Lord Ju came to the Han Manor. Think about it, our manor is so close to the Han Manor and it's Lord Ju's fief. Lord Ju will definitely come and take a look." I say, Mei Laosi, why are you in such a hurry? It's such a hot day. Won't you let Lord Ju rest for a while? An old man was lying on a bamboo mat and enjoying his eldest grandson fanning him with a cattail leaf fan. When he heard Mei Laosi's words, he couldn't help but rebuke him. Hey, second brother Lu, I'm just anxious. When I heard that Lord Ju's fief was in our manor yesterday, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep well the entire night. Haha, our manor's good days are coming. Mei Laosi hurriedly explained when he heard the old man's reprimand. TSK, look at you. The old man on the ground was the second master Lu Wanshan, who Mei Jun had met in the East Market a few days ago. This man was a man of virtue and prestige in Mei Village. His elder brother was the village chief Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng was just a scholar with a weak personality. In the past, when he saw Lu Shuren and his son bullying the villagers, he did not dare to speak up. However, second master Lu was not like his elder brother. He was a fearless master. As soon as he saw Lu Shuren and his son bullying the villagers, second master Lu would directly pick up his walking stick and hit the heads of the father and son. In his opinion, he had 7 sons, all of whom were tall and strong. If they really fought, he would not be at a disadvantage. Taking a step back, he was already so old. Could it be that Lu Shuren and his son could beat him to death? One had to know that in ancient society, people were very respectful to the elderly. If Lu Shuren really dared to beat second master Lu to death, it would be a very serious case. The father and son's lives would not be spared. Therefore, second master Lu's reputation in Mei Village was even higher than his elder brother, Lu Qingfeng. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could rally hundreds of people at a single call during critical times. Yesterday, when Zhao Lauer of Mei Village brought back the news that Li Zishuan was in theft and that his fief was in Mei Village, the entire village was in an uproar. One had to know that the Han Manor situation was not much different from Mei Village's. After the Li family took over the Han Manor, they reduced the rent. The Han Manor was able to provide for food and clothing. The overall situation was slightly better than Mei Village's. Recently, Li Zishuan had taken over the Li family's authority and personally managed the Han Manor. Not only did he increase the income of the villagers by purchasing wild fruits, he also reduced the rent by letting the villagers help raise chickens. Furthermore, the eggs that the chickens laid would belong to the villagers. It was said that after the reduction, the annual rent of many villagers was only 10%. This was amazing. There was probably no other village with such favorable conditions in the entire Tang dynasty. As the neighboring village of the Han Manor, the villagers of Mei Village were envious. They secretly hated that they were not born in the Han Manor. Now Mei Village had become Li Zishuan's fief. The entire village would probably be able to enjoy the same treatment as the Han Manor. When the news reached the village yesterday, Lu Wanshan was the first to jump out. Ignoring Lu Qingfeng's obstruction, he shouted in the village, "Lu Shuren, get out of Mei Village." Lu Shuren's land was about to be taken away by the imperial court, so he, second master Lu, had nothing to be afraid of. He rolled up his sleeves and fought. If he did not vent this anger, he would not be satisfied even if he died. Second master Lu's prestige in Plum Village was very high to begin with. With his shout, how could the villagers who were usually bullied by Lu Shuren hold themselves back? In an instant, hundreds of villagers responded to his call. Hundreds of villagers scrambled to follow him, majestically charging towards Lu Shuren's mansion. Lu Shuren, get out of Mei Village! Get out of Mei Village! Get out of Mei Village! Outside Lu Shuren's mansion, hundreds of villagers shouted in unison. Their shouts shook the heavens, frightening Lu Shuren and his son. The father and son hurriedly ordered their servants to block the door with all their might. However, they hid inside the house, trembling as they waited for the villagers to disperse when they were tired of shouting. Outside the mansion, Second Master Lu saw that Lu Shuren had become a coward. They could not pry open this turtle's shell, so he took the lead and threw stones at Lu Shuren's house. The other villagers followed suit, picking up things that were convenient for them and throwing them at Lu Shuren's house. What was strange was that someone even used leaves to wrap cow dung and threw it in. As night fell, the villagers could not stay there forever. They all dispersed, agreeing to come back the next day. Lu Shuren and his son hurriedly packed their belongings in the night, including the compensation given to them by the government. After packing the gold and silver into boxes, the father and son took a few guards with them. They did not even care about the dilapidated mansion and escaped through the night. When Second Master Lu brought people to the Lu residence this morning, they naturally did not find anything. Second Master Lu spat at the door of the Lu residence in disdain and left. When it was close to noon, there was news that Li Zishuan might come to Mei Village. Other than those who had worked today, all the villagers were excited to welcome the new master of Mei Village at the entrance of the village. Second Master Lu naturally followed along. That day he followed behind Mei Jun and also bought a curved plow. When he returned home he tried it out. It was indeed very useful. Therefore, he was both excited and curious about the new master of Mei Village. At this time, although the sun was scorching and the heat was unbearable, no one was willing to leave. Many people were looking forward to the good days ahead under the trees. It seemed that their families would not starve anymore. They could even sew new clothes for their children during the new year. There were also some farmers who were telling their children how benevolent the new Lord Ju was. Perhaps in the future they might have eggs to eat every month and meat to eat during the new year. Those naughty children listened and unknowingly drooled for a long time. Chapter 101. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon in modern times. Li Zishuan noticed that the sun was not as hot as it was at noon, so he went to Plum Village with Han Lijing. After all, he still had a lot of things to do there. If he was a few hours later, he might not be able to make it back in time. He had also asked Han Yushi if she wanted to go with him. After all, it was pleasing to the eye to have such a godlike person by his side. However, Han Yushi refused. It was not that she did not want to accompany Li Zishuan, but she still had to gather some girls from the same village in the afternoon to brew the fruit wine. The fruits near the Han family manor had been picked clean these days. The brewing of the fruit wine was also at the final stage. Han Yushi really could not leave. As for Lanner and Iron Egg, they had already gone somewhere. Li Zishuan could only bitterly endure the hot sun with Han Lijing and go to Plum Village. Hey look, isn't that Han Tianhu from the Han family manor? A young man sat on a big tree at the entrance of Plum Village. He sat high up and could see far. He was the first to see Li Zishuan and Han Lijing. Really is Han Lijing? Then who is the young man beside him? Could it be Lord Li? Nonsense, how can Lord Li be so young? Also, how can Lord Li go out without an attendant? It's Lord Li. I saw him at the entrance of Strange Interest Pavilion last time. Lord Li is here. Lord Li is here. Second Master Lu was lying on the bamboo mat and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly he heard the cheers of the crowd. The old man quickly climbed up from the bamboo mat and followed the crowd with his eldest grandson to look in the direction of the sound. Li Zishuan saw the black mass of people at the entrance of the village from afar and was shocked. He thought that there were villagers gathering to cause trouble. He quickly quickened his pace with Han Lijing, wanting to find out what was going on. Greetings, Lord Li. Welcome, Lord Li. Greetings, Lord Li. Welcome, Lord Li. As soon as he reached the entrance of the village, Li Zishuan was shocked by the uniform cheers. Young master, I'm afraid that the villagers of Plum Village know that you're coming and have gathered at the entrance of the village to welcome you. Han Lijing reminded from the side. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at the group of men and women, old and young. Many of them were emaciated, their faces yellow and their bodies emaciated. Those bare-chested burly men were bright red from the sun and were covered in sweat. Some of the children were also sweating profusely. They hid behind the adults and looked at him timidly. It was obvious that this group of people had been waiting under the scorching sun for a long time. Li Zishuan felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He secretly blamed himself for coming so late. He didn't want to wait for others or make others wait for him in both his previous and current life, so he couldn't bear to have these villagers wait for him like this. He hurriedly walked forward. "Uncles and aunties, sorry to keep you waiting." When Li Zishuan shouted, he used a bit of his inner strength, and the excited and noisy crowd immediately calmed down. Li Zishuan continued, "I don't know how everyone knew that I was coming, but I don't want everyone to welcome me like this. I can't bear it. Seeing that many of you are sweating profusely from the sun, I'll make it short. Once you're done, you can go back to your own homes, okay? Okay, Lord Ju, please tell us. We're all listening." "Yes, Lord Ju, please tell us." Li Zishuan gestured with his hands and said in a clear voice, "Then everyone listen up. From today onwards, Plum Village will be my fief. You will no longer be bullied by Lu Shuren. From today onwards, Plum Village will enjoy all the preferential treatment that the Han family manor enjoys, including the mountain fruit business and the reduced rent for raising chickens. From today onwards, as long as you work hard, your days will only get better and better." "Okay. Thank you, Lord Ju." "Okay. Lord Ju is merciful." When the crowd heard the promise that they had been waiting for, they all cheered excitedly. Previously, they had only privately guessed that Plum Village might enjoy the same benefits as the Han family manor. Now that they heard Li Zishuan's promise personally, they finally felt completely at ease. Some of the old farmers who had suffered so much couldn't help but cry. Second Master Lu secretly nodded his head in the crowd. Based on Second Master Lu's experience in reading people, this Lord Ju was a good young man with good character. It seemed that Second Master Lu would be able to enjoy his later years in peace, and not have to fight with the landlord every day. Li Zishuan let them vent their emotions before continuing. "Okay, that's all I have to say. Next, if there are any of you who don't understand the benefits of the Han family manor, you can come and ask Han Lijing, who is beside me. If you understand clearly, please go to Plum Village's Lu Lijing to register how many chickens you can raise in your house. I'd like to remind everyone to act according to their ability, and don't simply report numbers. Is Lu Lijing here today?" I'm here. "Lord Ju, I'm here." A frail old man with a crooked back walked out from the crowd. Li Zishuan frowned. This Lu Lijing had too much of the aura of a Confucian scholar, and lacked the domineering aura of Han Lijing. It was no wonder that trash like Lu Shuren could ride on the necks of all the Plum Village's villagers and defecate and piss unscrupulously. Li Zishuan's tone was a little serious. "Lu Lijing, I won't pursue the past matters. However, from today onwards as the village chief, you must ensure that all the farmers in Plum Village will no longer be bullied by outsiders. Otherwise, there's no need for you to continue as the village chief." Lu Lijing's face turned red when he heard Li Zishuan's words. He cupped his hands and said, "You're right, Lord Ju. I was weak in the past and have indeed let these farmers down." Second Master Lu saw his elder brother being reprimanded and couldn't help but want to jump out and plead for Lu Qingfeng. However, after thinking about it, he held himself back. His elder brother's personality was indeed too weak and needed to be changed. "Is Second Master Lu here today?" Li Zishuan nodded and decided to give Lu Lijing a chance. Then he looked at the crowd and asked. On the way here, Han Lijing had also told him about the famous Second Master Lu in Plum Village. He admired and had a good impression of this Second Master Lu, who was somewhat chivalrous in Jianghu. Since he had confirmed that the new Lord Ju was sincerely looking out for the good of the farmers, there was nothing for him to do here. Second Master Lu was about to leave when he heard Li Zishuan calling for him. The crowd immediately opened up a path for Second Master Lu. This was Second Master Lu's unparalleled influence in Plum Village. Second Master Lu walked out and cupped his hands at Li Zishuan. "This old man is not worthy of being called Lord Ju. Lord Ju, please call me Lu Wanshan." Although Second Master Lu had a tough personality, he was not someone who did not know what was good for him. If others respected him, he would respect them tenfold. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. "I heard that Second Master Lu is chivalrous and often stands up for the farmers. I am very impressed. In the future, Second Master Lu will be the deputy village chief of Plum Village. I will report this to the imperial court. I hope that Second Master Lu can manage Plum Village with Lu Lijing in the future. Second Master Lu wanted to refuse, but seeing Li Zishuan's sincerity, he hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Then I thank Lord Zhu for your trust. I will not let you down. Li Zishuan nodded and said to Lu Lijing, Lu Lijing, register the farmers now. I will go to the farms and take a look. Before I leave, give me the registration results. Lu Lijing quickly bowed and agreed. Yes, Lord Zhu. Li Zishuan then shouted to the crowd, uncles and aunties, if you want to register, quickly come to Lu Lijing to register. After you are done, quickly go home. Don't get sick from the sun. Everyone agreed. Li Zishuan saw that there was nothing for him to do here, so he bid farewell to Han Lijing and entered the village alone. Chapter 102. The sun was setting in the west and a cool breeze blew. Li Zishuan had already finished touring the entire Plum Village by himself. Of course, there were no incidents of him getting lost or meeting a beautiful woman by chance. After all, how could there be so many beautiful women in the countryside? Han Yushi was just a special case. Plum Village was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was very elegant. After Li Zishuan finished touring the village, he even had the thought of living here in seclusion. Shaking his head, he got rid of this unrealistic thought. Li Zishuan came to the village entrance and took the statistical booklet that Lu Qingfeng had made for the villagers. Then, he returned to the Han family manor. After arriving at the Han family manor, Li Zishuan asked Han Lijing to inform some villagers to go to Plum Village tomorrow to guide them in the construction of the chicken farm. Li Zishuan returned to the Han family manor alone. The Han family manor's manor. Hongling, quickly bring 3 people to wash the wild strawberries. Okay, Sister Yushi. Xiang, bring 4 people to wash and cut these hawthorns. Sister Yushi, Xiang will go now. Wen, go get some water, sugar, and distilled yeast. Okay. The moment Li Zishuan entered the manor, he felt as if he had come to a country of women. The manor was full of young and lively girls, making the surrounding air seem fresher. This was the first time he saw Han Yushi personally making wine. He saw her use a hairband to tie up her long hair. Her sleeves were also rolled up high, revealing 2 slender white jade-like arms. She was squeezing some juice, mixing some distilled yeast and sugar, and pouring it into the wine jar. Her movements were so elegant. Her every move was poetic. While she was busy with the work in her hands, she directed the girls to do their jobs and work together. The manor seemed to have become her battlefield, and she was the female general of the battlefield. Perhaps it was because of the hot weather, but there were already beads of sweat on Han Yushi's nose. Some traces of sweat could also be seen on the clothes on her back. Every time she bent down, the thin white dress outlined her beautiful figure. See no evil, see no evil. Li Zishuan hurriedly turned his face away and coughed twice. Only then did Han Yushi and the other girls realize that Li Zishuan had already entered the door. Greetings, Lord Zhu. All the girls stopped what they were doing and bowed to Li Zishuan. Han Yushi gave him a smile. Young master, you're back. When Li Zishuan heard this, he felt a little strange. It was as if a wife was greeting her husband who had just returned from afar. Shaking his head to get rid of the wild thoughts in his mind, he hurriedly smiled at the girls. There's no need to be so courteous. Carry on with your work. Don't delay it because of me. After saying that, Li Zishuan walked straight to Han Yushi. Although the other girls returned to their original positions and continued with their work, their eyes secretly glanced over from time to time. Which girl didn't yearn for love? Li Zishuan was handsome and had a high status. He was young and rich. It would be a lie if they said they weren't moved. However, they all understood that in terms of beauty, all of them added together couldn't compare to Han Yushi. Now they were looking at Li Zishuan and Han Yushi with gossipy gazes. All the girls wanted to know if Han Yushi, the most beautiful girl in the Han family manor and even the surrounding villages, could capture the heart of this young Lord Zhu. Of course, in their hearts, they really hoped that Han Yushi and Li Zishuan would end up together. Because then, this young Lord Zhu would be the son-in-law of the Han family manor. The Han family manor would continue to have good days in the future. Yushi, you've worked hard. Come and wipe your sweat. Li Zixuan tenderly handed over a handkerchief. He wasn't used to wearing it on his body. He felt that only women would wear handkerchiefs. However, every time Xiaoxi helped him pack his clothes, she would put a washed handkerchief on his waist. After a long time, Li Zixuan was too lazy to correct her. He didn't expect to use it today. He wanted to personally wipe Han Yuxi's sweat. However, he remembered that this was ancient times. If he did so, it would be too presumptuous. Not only would it ruin a girl's reputation, Han Yuxi would probably ignore him in the future. It had to be said that even though Li Zixuan had been in a relationship in his previous life, he was still a novice when it came to understanding women's thoughts. Until now, he still couldn't see Han Yuxi's feelings for him. Han Yuxi hesitated for a moment. She shyly took the handkerchief and thanked him. Then she gently wiped the sweat on her face and said, "Young master, this is the last batch of fruit wine. The previous batch of fruit wine can already be taken out of the cellar. When will it be sent to you?" Li Zixuan muttered. "How much was the last batch of fruit wine?" Han Yuxi thought for a moment and replied, "There were a total of 80 jars. Each jar was about 40 pounds. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Then tomorrow, ask your father to call a few young men and send the last batch of fruit wine to my house. Yuxi, are you free tomorrow? After the wine is sent over, we will start mixing the wine. Do you want to come together?" Finally, she could help the young master. Han Yuxi was a little excited. She quickly replied, "Yes, young master. Today's last batch of fruit juice and wine can be put into the cellar after mixing. That's all." Li Zixuan happily said, "That's good." At this moment, Loner and Iron Egg came back. The little girl was sweating all over, but her face was filled with a happy smile. Li Zixuan was a little speechless. His little sister's temper was getting wilder and wilder. "Master! Brother!" The two little guys greeted Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, he said goodbye to Han Yuxi. Iron Egg stayed. Li Zixuan asked him to go to the city with Han Yuxi and the others tomorrow. As soon as he got home, Li Zixuan immediately went to the study. He wanted to draw a set of distillation equipment. A complete set of distillation equipment was divided into two parts, the distillation pot and the condenser. Li Zixuan planned to make the distillation pot with pure copper. First, copper had a good thermal conductivity. Second, copper was a catalyst for some esterification reactions. Third, copper had a good resistance to the acidity of the raw wine. Fourth, copper could make butyric acid, hexanoic acid, decanoic acid, lauric acid, and so on form insoluble copper salts and precipitate them, so that these unpleasant acids could be removed. As for the condenser part, Li Zixuan planned to use a clay pot to fire it, because in this era the process of firing glass was not mature. Li Zixuan knew the general formula, but he did not have the time to study it. With the help of his super strong mental strength, he drew a set of distillation equipment in less than an hour. He did not miss a single detail. Then, he quickly went to the workshop before the door was closed. He asked Faubert to help him make a set of distillation equipment before noon tomorrow. Faubert looked at the blueprint. It was not difficult, so he agreed. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned home, he bumped into Wang Zhong and San Bao, who came back from the East Market. Wang Zhong immediately asked for forgiveness. "Young master, I did not buy many chicken seedlings today. This old servant has failed in his duty. I have let young master down." Li Zixuan was surprised. "Why?" Wang Zhong told Li Zixuan about how the Cheng family's housekeeper brought a lot of people to the East Market and bought all the chicken seedlings in less than a quarter of an hour. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and understood the ins and outs of the matter. He shook his head and laughed. "Uncle Wang, you don't have to buy the chicken seedlings for the next 2 days. Let the Cheng family buy them first." "Oh right, the Plum Village still needs 70,000 chicken seedlings. Uncle Wang, you can buy them all in the future." "But, young master." Wang Zhong reached out his hand and stopped. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Uncle Wang, it's okay. Our family is not lacking in money. It's fine if we buy them a few days later." Cheng Yaojin's guess was right. The Li family was not lacking in money. Since Cheng Yaojin was willing to take advantage of Li Zixuan, it meant that he did not treat Li Zixuan as an outsider. Of course, Li Zixuan would not be calculative. Chapter 103. In a private room on the top floor of Yunqi Pavilion. Inside the room, the young master was fiddling with the wine cup in his hand and casually asked, "Our Yunqi Pavilion has already made a move. Is there no movement from the Drunken Immortal restaurant?" The middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Young master, there is indeed no movement from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Neither Li Zixuan nor manager Lu has made any special moves." "Then what has Li Zixuan been doing recently? Does he not care about his restaurant's business?" "According to the reports from my subordinates, Li Zixuan has been busy with his new fief. Today he even went to Plum Village and Han Village." "Oh right, young master, Li Zixuan has asked the villagers to pick some fruits. It seems that he wants Han Tianhu's family to help him brew wine." "What kind of wine?" the young master curiously asked. "Young master, this subordinate guesses that it should be the fruit wine that Han Tianhu and his daughter brewed. Our Yunqi Pavilion has also bought some before and the taste is indeed very good. However, Li Zixuan bought it at a high price and the father and daughter stopped supplying it to us." The young master stood up and muttered with a frown. Could it be that Li Zixuan plans to use this wine to fight against our Yunqi Pavilion? No, this young master reckons that their wine is not that simple. Immediately send a flying snake to the Han village and bring back a jar of their wine. "Yes, young master." The middle-aged man bowed and was about to leave. The young master suddenly thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The middle-aged man quickly turned around and said, "Young master, do you have any other orders?" The young master thought for a moment and said, "We have to plan for both sides. Tomorrow, go and invite Xiaoshunyuan from the western part of the city to our Yunqi Pavilion as a chef. Not only do we have to imitate the Drunken Immortal restaurant's dishes, but we also have to create our own specialty dishes." The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "Young master, this Xiaoshunyuan is an imperial chef from the previous dynasty. I'm afraid it won't be easy to invite him." The young master sneered and said, If you can't invite him, can't you use money to threaten his family? Do you still need this young master to teach you what to do?" "Yes, young master, this subordinate knows what to do. By the way, I heard that the Chung family has been following Li Zixuan and buying chicken seedlings on a large scale. Reporting to young master, there is indeed such a thing. As a result, the price of chicken in Chong has risen to 115 copper coins per chicken." The young master proudly said, "Since they are stupid and have a lot of money, and they want the chicken seedlings so much, you can go to my second uncle today and borrow several big boats. You can go to Jiangnan through the Grand Canal and buy 80,000 chicken seedlings. You can ship them to Chang'an and sell them to the two families. This way we can also make a lot of money. When the time comes, we will have more confidence to defeat my good big brother." The middle-aged man exclaimed in admiration, "Young master is truly far-sighted. This subordinate admires you. What are you flattering me for? Hurry up and do your job." The young master impatiently waved his hand and scolded. However, from the flash of joy in his eyes, it could be seen that he enjoyed the flattery very much. After the middle-aged man left the room, the young master looked out of the window. Then he seemed to have thought of something unhappy. His face was ferocious as he said hatefully, "My good big brother, this time I will definitely not lose to you." "Oh!" Chang'an City, Azure Dragon Lane. In the backyard of a luxurious mansion, there was a young girl in gorgeous clothes. She was riding a scooter and playing happily. Not far away in the corridor, there was a young master in white who was looking at the little girl with a smile on his face. "Eldest young master, just now in the streets and alleys of Chang'an City, some pieces of paper suddenly appeared. On them were notices about the strange Empress pavilion. A young servant in green clothes quickly came over and reported to the young master in white. This young servant was Lu Yun, who had applied for a Red Supreme membership card in the strange Empress pavilion a few days ago. "Oh, let me see it." The young master in white withdrew his gaze and turned around to take the notice in Lu Yun's hand. After a while he smiled and said, "Second-generation scooter? This strange Empress pavilion is really interesting. Scooter, curved shaft plow, it's really interesting. Lu Yun, take this young master's membership card tomorrow and buy Meng Air, a so-called second-generation scooter. This young master wants to see how different this second-generation scooter is from the first generation." Lu Yun didn't understand his young master's strange behavior recently, but he didn't dare to ask. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes, young master." The young master in white nodded slightly, but when he saw that Lu Yun hadn't left, he frowned and said, "What, do you have something to say?" A trace of struggle flashed across Lu Yun's face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Reporting to young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." The young master in white said unhappily, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't dawdle." Seeing that the young master was unhappy, Lu Yun quickly said, "Young master, as far as I know, the second young master has taken a lot of measures recently to consolidate the position of the Yunqi house in Chang'an City. Seeing that the Yunqi house is about to dominate Chang'an City, eldest young master. Why are you still? Still what? Still idle around and have nothing to do, right? Forgive me, young master, I didn't mean that. I'm just worried that if this goes on, young master will lose the family trial this time and lose the power." When Lu Yun heard what the young master in white said, he hurriedly bowed and explained in fear. The white-clothed man sighed, but he didn't blame Lu Yun. He said slowly, "You all think I haven't done anything? Okay, it seems that I haven't done anything yet." Lu Yun was almost choked to death by the young master in white's sudden change in topic. The young master in white was embarrassed for a while before he recovered and said, "I haven't done anything yet because the time isn't right yet. This second brother of mine has a very extreme personality. He has always liked to be brave and ruthless, and he is competitive. Some of the elders in the family even agree with his way of doing things. But you all don't understand. Now that the world is settled and the people are united, if we big families still can't see the situation clearly and put on a high and mighty posture and keep fighting with others, we will only make countless enemies. In the end, everyone will push the wall when it is down. At that time, the Li Tang royal family will definitely be happy to see it and hit us when we are down. At the end of the Sui dynasty, all of you were afraid of the slightest thing and didn't dare to jump out to fight with the Li family to seize the country. Now that the world is stable, all of you jump out one by one. Aren't you tired of not dying fast enough?" The young master in white was a little angry as he spoke. In the end, he couldn't help but hit the railing angrily. Lu Yun saw that the young master in white lost his composure and hurriedly comforted. "Young master, please calm down." The young master in white calmed down and continued. "In a time of peace and prosperity, blindly being brave and ruthless can't be done. Cooperating with others to win is the smart thing to do and the way to survive." Lu Yun heard this and said in surprise, "Young master, do you want to cooperate with Li Zishuan? I'm afraid the family won't agree, right?" The young master in white snorted angrily and said angrily, "Humph, a bunch of stubborn old men, never willing to lower their arrogant heads and can't see the situation at all. However, this is only a small trial in the family. All the decisions are up to me. The family has no right to interfere." Lu Yun heard the young master in white's rebellious words and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say anything. The young master in white stood in place. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he snorted angrily and left with his hands behind his back. Chapter 104. Li Zishuan didn't know that there were two brothers who were constantly thinking about him. He had been tired for the whole day, so after taking a shower, he fell into a deep sleep not long after lying on the bed. Han Village, Han family courtyard. It was late at night and the moon was dark and the wind was strong. A black shadow floated over the wall and landed on the ground without making a sound. The black-clothed man looked around, then bent down and carefully sneaked into the wine cellar on the west side of the courtyard. A moment later, he came out with a jar of wine in his arms. His feet lightly tapped the ground, and he was about to soar into the sky. Suddenly his feet sank and then a huge force came. He saw a tall and burly old man lift him up and smash him against the courtyard wall with all his strength. "Who are you sneaking around like this? Tell me your name." Although Han Lijing was already sound asleep, his many years of military life still made him vigilant. At night he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned over and saw a black shadow in the courtyard about to leave. He quickly went forward and grabbed the person's ankle and threw him against the courtyard wall. When the black-clothed man was about to hit the wall, he pulled out the soft sword at his waist and poured his internal energy into it. The soft sword made a sound and instantly straightened. The black-clothed man hurriedly pressed the soft sword against the wall to cushion the impact. The soft sword suffered a huge impact and was quickly pressed into an arc. The black-clothed man took advantage of the momentum to do a beautiful somersault in the air and landed steadily. Oh, I didn't think that there would be an expert in this remote village. After the black-clothed man landed, he looked at Han Lijing and said in a neutral tone. His voice was feminine and ear-piercing. The most disgusting thing was that when he spoke, he even raised his thumb and middle finger. Han Lijing listened to his voice and looked at his actions. Instantly, his hair stood on end and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Who are you? What do you want in my house in the middle of the night? Han Lijing trembled and shouted. Hee hee. The black-clothed man laughed. This made Han Lijing so disgusted that he almost threw up his dinner. At this time he heard the black-clothed man say in a coquettish voice. I just came to borrow a jar of wine from you. Why are you being so fierce? You hurt me just now. Alright, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I have to go. After saying that, he twisted his thumb and middle finger, lightly twisted his snake waist, stomped his feet on the ground, and fled far away like a gust of wind. Han Lijing also wanted to chase, but his left leg had an old injury, so it was inconvenient for him to move. Moreover, this black-clothed man's qigong was extremely high, and Han Lijing himself was not proficient in qigong, so he could only stand in the same place helpless. Father, what happened? Han Yushi heard a sound in the courtyard, so she put on her coat and came out to investigate. Han Lijing shook his head and comforted her. It's okay. Yushi, go back and sleep. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to Chang'an City. Today, the man in black was of unknown origin. Han Lijing smelled a trace of danger. Thinking that his daughter was going to Chang'an to deliver wine tomorrow, Han Lijing was somewhat worried and decided to accompany his daughter. And father, then daughter will go to sleep. Father should also rest early. Han Yushi did not see anything unusual, so after she finished speaking, she directly turned around and went back to her room to rest. The next morning, after Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he asked Faubert to bring people to buy various kinds of wine, and then he went to the west courtyard to practice. Previously, his Taishan Sutra showed signs of breaking through to the 6th level, but as he was busy with mundane affairs these days, the feeling of breaking through in his body disappeared. This made him very depressed, so he decided to work hard today. He wanted to use the sword to refine the true qi in his body. However, someone did not let him do as he wished. He had just practiced for a while when Chang Chumo came to his door. Haha, little Xian, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have been conferred a title. You have to treat your brother to a few drinks. Chang Chumo laughed loudly and walked into the west courtyard. This fellow was now a frequent guest of the Li family, and there was no need to report his entry. All the servants in the residence knew that he was the son of Lu Guogong, and no one dared to stop him. Li Zishuan put away the wind-chasing sword and came up to him with a smile. Brother Chonyo, you can't say that. Look, your younger brother has been conferred a title. As his elder brother, shouldn't you treat your younger brother to a big meal to celebrate? Chang Chumo was suddenly speechless. He scratched his head and muttered, that seems to be the case. Li Zishuan looked at him and found it funny. He thought that since he had nothing to do, it would be fun to tease this fellow. So he continued. Then tomorrow, Brother Chonyo will treat us to a big meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. How about it? Chang Chumo was instantly embarrassed. He knew his family's situation very well. His father had just taken out 4,000 to 5,000 strings of cash to buy chicken seedlings, and Li Er had docked 3 months of his father's salary. This was one disaster after another. Old Cheng's family was currently living a tight life, waiting for old Li to give them a salary. Chang Chumo did not have much pocket money left, so he was too embarrassed to look for his friends. When he heard that Li Zishuan had been conferred a title, he thought that he would be able to freeload a good meal here. Who knew that he would be defeated by Li Zishuan? This instantly turned awkward. However, what kind of person was Chang Chumo? He did not care about things like face. He chuckled cheekily and said, that's great. Little Xian, I'll take you to the Yunqi restaurant for a big meal tomorrow. I heard that they invited the imperial chef from the previous dynasty Xiaoshenyuan to cook there. I'll treat you and you'll pay. How about it? When Li Zixuan heard the first half of his sentence, he thought that the sun had risen from the west today. This fellow actually took the initiative to treat him to a meal? When Li Zixuan heard Cheng Chumo say that he would pay for the meal, Li Zixuan staggered. He wanted to slap his size 42 shoes on Cheng Chumo's size 38 face. Of course, Cheng Chumo probably didn't know how big a size 38 was. Li Zixuan said unhappily, "Get the F***ck out of here." After the brothers teased each other for a while, Li Zixuan brought him to the front hall and asked someone to serve tea and snacks. At this moment he suddenly remembered what Cheng Chumo had said and asked, "Chou Niu, you just said that the Yunqi restaurant invited the imperial chef from the previous dynasty?" Cheng Chumo did not eat much in the morning. As he ate tea and snacks he stammered, "That's right. That imperial chef from the previous dynasty lives not far from my house. When I came over this morning I heard them talking about it. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that I'm short on money, I would have gone to try that imperial cuisine." As Cheng Chumo spoke, his saliva was about to drip out. He quickly turned his grief into appetite and ate the tea and snacks on the table with all his might. Li Zixuan was speechless. He had previously guessed that the Cheng residence's finances might be a little tight recently. After all, taking out a few thousand strings of coins all at once would hurt most people. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that their family was short on money, Cheng Chumo would not have taken the initiative to take advantage of them and buy the chicken seedlings first. However, he had never imagined that Cheng Chumo would be in such a miserable state. He was actually so poor that he came here to freeload. However, the matter that Cheng Chumo mentioned had attracted his attention. The Yunqi restaurant had been making a lot of moves recently, and it was obvious that they wanted to stir up trouble. With the imperial chef's reputation, they would probably attract a lot of diners. Fortunately, his cocktail was almost ready. He had full confidence that it would definitely beat that imperial chef. Haha, brother Chou Niu, you don't have to be envious of the imperial cuisine. In the end, it's just some old tricks. Our Drunken Immortal restaurant will also be releasing a few new delicacies and a new wine. I guarantee that it will be the best wine in our Great Tang. When the time comes, this little brother will invite you to try it." Li Zixuan chuckled. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up. He automatically filtered out the so-called new dishes. What he cared about the most was the new wine that Li Zixuan mentioned. As a descendant of a military leader, there was no one who did not like wine. "Little Xian, is this wine really as good as you say it is? Big brother is very picky when it comes to wine. I won't drink unless it's a famous wine," Cheng Chumo said arrogantly. Li Zixuan snorted in his heart. It was already good enough that the old Cheng Chumo could afford wine. Cheng Chumo was still panting here, but he was still his brother. He still had to give him some face. Li Zixuan said cooperatively, "Chou Niu, don't worry. Chouox, don't worry. When my master was alive, he loved to drink this kind of wine the most. Do you think this wine tastes good?" Hearing this, Cheng Chumo felt as if his heart was being scratched by 100 claws. He looked forward to this new wine even more. He had heard the legend of spiritual master Ling Su from his father countless times. In his opinion, this kind of wine that even immortals love to drink should be considered an immortal wine. "Little Xian, where is this wine? Big brother can't wait. Quickly take it out and let me have a taste." Li Zixuan shook his head and laughed. "This wine is a kind of mixed wine. It hasn't been mixed yet. I plan to start mixing it when the ingredients are delivered." Cheng Chumo said excitedly, "That's great. Big brother has nothing to do today. I'll wait here for you to mix the wine. Haha, I can even taste the wine for you for free." This guy was really shameless. He obviously wanted to freeload the wine, but he said it in such a dignified manner. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. However, he didn't know how to drink. Letting Cheng Chumo taste the wine on the side was a good idea. He just hoped that this guy would be more reliable when the time came. Chapter 105. Chang'an City Li Mansion. Li Zixuan couldn't do anything about a certain thick-skinned person who refused to leave. However, Han Yushi wasn't here yet, so he definitely couldn't brew wine. Thus, Li Zixuan dragged Cheng Chumo to the west courtyard to spar with him. F***ck, I'm not coming. Stop fighting. You're F***king abusing your position to avenge your personal grudge. How can this be? We agreed to spar. How can we give up halfway? Then you have to suppress your skills to the same level as mine. Otherwise we won't fight. That makes sense. Then I'll suppress my skills to the peak of the body forging realm. Just like you. 15 minutes later. F***ck, 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 I'm not coming. I'm not coming even if you beat me to death. Xiao Xian, you pervert. I'll never spar with you again. Hey Choax, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your skills have improved. Get up quickly. I'll suppress it to the middle stage of the body forging realm. Let's go again. I'm not coming. I'm not coming today. Although Li Zishuan suppressed his skills, his swordsmanship was too advanced. Chang Chumo tried his best, but he could only be abused. In less than 15 minutes, Chang Chumo was beaten to a pulp. He lay on the ground and refused to get up no matter what. Oh wow. Brother Choax is a mangy dog. How embarrassing. Lan came to the west courtyard to play with her brother. She saw Chang Chumo lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. The little girl didn't mind the commotion and ran over to mock Chang Chumo. Chang Chumo was embarrassed. He quickly got up from the ground and pointed at Li Zishuan. Lan, look at how overboard your brother is. He's bullying the weak just because he's skilled in martial arts. Don't you feel ashamed to have such a brother? Of course not. Brother Cho Nyo, on the other hand, you can't even defeat my brother. How embarrassing. Lan jumped to Li Zishuan's side and happily pulled on Li Zishuan's arm. She playfully made a face at Chang Chumo. Chang Chumo instantly received 100,000 critical hits. Alone in the wind, he was in a mess. What do you mean by even your brother can't beat me? Chang Chumo really wanted to carry the little girl over and teach her the general knowledge of Jianghu. He wanted her to understand that there were not many people among the younger generation in Jianghu who could defeat Li Zishuan. At this time, Wang Zhong walked in. After nodding at Chang Chumo, he said to Li Zishuan, "Young master, I bought all the baijiu and put it in the cellar at home. Previously, Manager Fu sent someone to deliver some equipment. This old servant saw that young master and young master Chang were sparring, so this old servant didn't come to disturb you." Faubert was now in charge of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. The people in the residence usually called him Manager Fu. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wang." At this time, Xiao He ran over and bowed. "Young Master Han Lijing and Miss Han are here." Li Zishuan's spirit was lifted. He quickly turned around and said to Chang Chumo, "Brother Cho Nyo, you go in and tidy up. I'll go to the front yard to receive them. Now that all the ingredients for the new baijiu have been gathered, we can make the new baijiu soon." Chang Chumo couldn't wait and waved his hand. "Go go." When Li Zishuan arrived at the front yard, he found his father chatting enthusiastically with Han Lijing. Previously, he had heard from his father that when he was young, he had encountered a group of bandits in the Qinling Mountains. Fortunately, he had received Han Lijing's help and was able to avert the danger. After that, his friendship with Han Lijing had never broken. Madame Li was holding Han Yushi's hand and chatting happily. Li Zishuan really wanted to go over and listen to what they were talking about. They were actually chatting so happily. "Master!" Iron Egg came over and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded and walked over to Han Lijing. He cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Han, you've worked hard. But why did you come personally?" Han Lijing stood up and replied, "Young master, a thief came to our house last night and stole a jar of baijiu. This old man was worried that something would happen to Yushi on the road today, so I came over." Li Zishuan immediately stood up and asked with a frown, "What happened? Uncle Han, quickly tell me." At this time, Li Jingma also looked over with a serious expression. Han Lijing then recounted the events of last night's confrontation with the wine thief. Li Zishuan pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure out the thief's intentions. He could only frown and say, "That's right. Uncle Han, this person's kung fu is strong, but his purpose is unknown. I'm afraid his purpose is not as simple as stealing wine. Uncle Han, you and Yushi should be careful when you go out recently." Han Lijing nodded. The few people in the house chatted for a while. Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi and Iron Egg to the west courtyard to prepare to mix the baijiu. Naturally, Han Lijing was accompanied by Li Jingma. He had to stay for lunch at noon. Chang Chumo had just gone to get a basin of water to wash the dust off his face. At this time he saw Li Zixuan and Han Yuxi walking over side by side. The two of them were slim and graceful. The man was like a jade tree in the wind, and the woman was like a beautiful flower in the water. They were really a match made in heaven. Cheng Chumo was not a novice in love. When he saw Li Zixuan and Han Yuxi looking at each other with some affection in their eyes, he knew that they must have an affair. This fool hurriedly went forward and winked at Li Zixuan. He said wretchedly, "A little Xian, where did you kidnap this beautiful girl from? Why didn't you introduce her to your big brother?" Han Yuxi instantly blushed and lowered her head to count ants. Li Zixuan glared at Cheng Chumo angrily. "Don't talk nonsense, Chou Niu. This is Han Lijing's daughter, a master winemaker. She is the most important person for the new wine I want to mix. If you offend her, be careful that you don't have any wine to drink. Yuxi, this is Cheng Chumo, the eldest son of Lu Guogong and my brother. Don't treat me like an outsider." When Cheng Chumo heard this, he wanted to give himself 2 big slaps. He quickly licked his face and said with a fawning smile, "Oh, Miss Han, don't be angry. I was just talking nonsense. It was a joke. Don't take it to heart." Han Yuxi did not expect Lu Guogong's son to be such a lively clown. She quickly said, "Young Master Cheng, you are too serious. Yuxi did not take what you said before to heart." Cheng Chumo breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good, that's good." Xiaoxian quickly mixed the wine. "I can't wait any longer." Li Zixuan nodded and led Han Yuxi and Cheng Chumo to a side room in the west courtyard. Li Zixuan handed the cocktail recipe to Han Yuxi and said, "Yuxi, these are the various ingredients needed for the cocktail. As for the ratio between the various ingredients, you can estimate it. First, make a cocktail with a mild temperament. Tai Dan and I will purify the liquor with a higher concentration. Then you can use the liquor to make some strong cocktails." One must know that the most prominent feature of cocktails was that there were many varieties and different concoctions. There were mild cocktails suitable for women such as Angel's Kiss, Summer Night's Tenderness, Pink Beauty, and so on. There were also strong cocktails suitable for men such as Killer, Tequila, Scorpio Palace, and so on. Currently, the materials he had were only enough to make some mild cocktails. Therefore, Li Zixuan planned to obtain some strong alcohol through distillation and use it to make strong cocktails. Han Yuxi held the cocktail recipe and nodded. Then she sat down and began to meditate on how to make it. Li Zixuan brought Iron Egg to a room inside. This room used to be a kitchen. Li Zixuan had it transformed into a brewery. The brewing equipment sent by Faubert was also in place at this time. Now everything was ready. All that was left was the east wind. Ooh! Chapter 106. Li Residence, West Courtyard. In a makeshift workshop, Iron Egg was making a fire. Li Zixuan was pouring white wine into the distillation pot and paying attention to the temperature in the pot. "Master, can we get stronger wine if we heat it up?" Iron Egg asked curiously. Li Zixuan saw that he had time now, so he decided to teach his cheap disciple some scientific knowledge. "Of course we can't get stronger wine just by heating it. Iron Egg, have you boiled water before?" "Yes, of course I have." "Then have you noticed that after boiling water, if you continue to boil it, the water in the pot will become less and less?" "Yes, master, it's true." Li Zixuan nodded and continued. "Actually, the reason why the wine we are drinking is not strong is because there is too much water and too little alcohol." "Oh, master calls the intoxicating thing in the wine alcohol alcohol. What master needs to do now is to steam out the water in the wine to make the wine more concentrated. Do you understand?" Iron Egg nodded thoughtfully and then asked doubtfully, "Then master, will you steam out the alcohol as well?" Li Zixuan praised. "Iron Egg, you asked a good question. This is the most important part of distilling wine. In fact, compared to water, alcohol is more volatile at a lower temperature. Well, in other words, if we steam them together, the alcohol will be the first to come out. Then we add a pipe with cold water to the back. The alcohol will become liquid when it is cold. Do you understand? The boiling point of alcohol is around 75 degrees. It can only be liquefied when the temperature drops below 75 degrees. At around 50 degrees, the evaporation rate is very fast. Therefore, the condensed alcohol must be cooled to below 50 degrees in the condensing pipe. Generally, it will only flow out when it is cooled to around 30 degrees. Of course, there are also ways to cool it at a lower temperature. Iron Egg shook his head in confusion and said, Master, Iron Egg understands what you said. But when you said that the evaporated alcohol will turn into liquid when it enters the pipe, this Iron Egg doesn't quite understand. Li Zishuan patted his forehead and helplessly explained to Iron Egg that the solution vaporizes when it is hot and the steam liquefies when it is cold. Iron Egg finally understood. Okay, don't be distracted. You still have a lot to learn in the future. Now focus on the fire and pay attention to the temperature. Yes, Master. Oh. Half an hour later, the condenser's thin pipe finally began to slowly flow of concentrated liquor. Suddenly, a strong aroma filled the entire room. Wow, it smells so good. Master, this wine smells much better than the wine my father usually drinks. Iron Egg sniffed at the side and said excitedly. Li Zishuan smiled faintly, not denying it. Little Xian, what kind of liquor is this? It smells so good. Cheng Chumo, who was outside the room, smelled the strong aroma of the liquor and immediately rushed in. This guy didn't know how to write the word polite. As he spoke, he came up to take away the wine jar under the condenser. Li Zishuan hurriedly stopped him. Stop, this first distilled liquor is poisonous. You can't drink it, ugly ox. This guy really didn't care about his life. Although the first distilled liquor had a high alcohol concentration and smelled very good, it contained a large amount of aldehydes, esters, ketones and other substances with low boiling points. Drinking these substances could cause blindness or even death. Cheng Chumo said in disbelief. How can there be poison in the liquor? Don't lie to me. Hurry up and let me taste it. Don't be so stingy. Li Zishuan was too lazy to pay attention to this guy who didn't care about his life. He saw that more than 2 caddies of the first liquor had flowed out, so he replaced it with an empty jar. He took the jar with the first liquor and prepared to pour it out. Cheng Chumo saw through his intention and was anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Li Zishuan, he would have definitely snatched it. Li Zishuan poured the first liquor in the courtyard. Cheng Chumo stood there reluctantly and sniffed the remaining liquor aroma in the air. He muttered with a look of pity, Wastrel, wastrel. Li Zishuan ignored him and turned back to the room. 2 hours later, Li Zishuan came out with a jar of high alcohol concentration and placed it on the table next to Han Yushi. He looked at Han Yushi and asked, Yushi, how is it? Have you figured out the ratio of the ingredients? Han Yushi nodded and pushed a glass of red wine over. She said, Young master, after many attempts, I found that the wine with this combination is easier to drink. Try it. Li Zishuan looked at the wine and hesitated. Han Yushi smiled and said, Young master, don't worry. This wine won't get you drunk. Li Zishuan then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. There was the sourness and sweetness of the mountain fruit in his mouth. After tasting it carefully, there was a faint wine fragrance, mellow and sweet. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. Han Yushi was indeed a genius in the field of winemaking. He only gave her a list of ingredients, but she actually figured out the ratio of various ingredients by herself. She was really amazing. Well, not bad, not bad. Yushi, you are really amazing. Just mix according to this ratio. When Han Yushi heard Li Zishuan's praise, she immediately felt that her hard work was worth it. She quickly agreed in a low voice and continued to mix the wine. At this time, Cheng Chumo walked in and looked at Li Zishuan bitterly. Then he suddenly caught a glimpse of the cocktail that Han Yushi had made. He immediately became spirited and shouted, Miss Han, is this the new wine you made? Quickly let me, a wine taster, taste it for you. Han Yushi couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan couldn't do anything about this thick-skinned person. Cheng Chumo poured himself a glass of cocktail, then held it in his hand and praised, Well, just by looking at the appearance, I can tell that it's not bad. Miss Han, Shaoxian is really lucky to be able to find you. These words were a little ambiguous. Han Yushi's pretty face blushed. Li Zishuan glared at him and said angrily, Hurry up and drink. Even good wine can't stop your mouth. Cheng Chumo laughed, picked up the wine, took a sip, smacked his lips, and then drank it all in one gulp. Cheng Chumo sighed and said, Miss Han, the taste of your wine is very novel. I have never drunk such wine before. Well, anyway, it's very delicious. But it's a little boring. It can't be compared to the wine that Shaoxian poured out just now. Han Yushi smiled and said, Young Master Cheng, this wine can also be matched with stronger wine. Please wait a moment. When Li Zixuan saw that Han Yushi had started to mix the wine again, he pulled Chang Chumo out and said, Chon Yo, come over and help me carry some things. Well, don't you know how to ask the servants in your house to help you? Have you ever heard that if you want to drink good wine, then hurry up and follow me? Chang Chumo could only follow unhappily. Li Zixuan dared to treat Lu Guogong's son as a servant. Li Zixuan asked Chang Chumo to come over to help him carry a bag of saltpeter. Although it wasn't heavy, it was free labor. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. He didn't want this guy to be bored and picky again. Last night, Li Zixuan asked his father to help him purchase a few saltpeter mines. He didn't know how his father was doing. Li Zixuan wanted to get some ice cubes. If he didn't add ice cubes to the strong cocktail, it would burn the stomach. With ice cubes, it would be more comfortable to drink. Chapter 107. By the time Li Zixuan and Chang Chumo returned, Han Yushi had already prepared a pot of strong cocktail. Chang Chumo could smell the aroma of the wine from afar. He threw the bag of saltpeter onto Li Zixuan's shoulder and walked in impatiently. Li Zixuan really wanted to pull this guy over and give him a good beating. Hey, Miss Han, is this the strong new wine you were talking about? Smells so good. Wait for me, old Chang, to taste it. When Li Zixuan came in, he saw Chang Chumo pouring him a full glass of wine. Then he couldn't wait to raise his head and pour it into his mouth. Li Zixuan couldn't stop him in time. This was strong wine. Sure enough, after drinking a glass of wine, Chang Chumo's neck turned red to the tips of his ears. He quickly put down the glass, bent down, and started coughing violently. His face suddenly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Cough, cough, little Xian, this wine is really strong. But I, old Chang, like it. Haha, cough, cough. Li Zixuan and Han Yushi looked at each other, speechless at this joker. Inside a room in Yunxi restaurant. Young master, this is the wine that Flying Snake took from Han Tianhu's house. This subordinate has seen it, and it's exactly the same as the one they sold to our restaurant. The young master seemed to be in a good mood today. After hearing the middle-aged man's report, he turned around and opened the wine jar. He sniffed the fruit wine inside and said, This wine tastes good. The taste is not bad. But if Li Zixuan wants to make a comeback with just this mountain fruit wine, isn't it a little too whimsical? The middle-aged man respectfully said, Young master, you're right. You're right, young master. Now that our Yunxi restaurant has invited Xiaoxingan to cook, our business has become even more booming. I've counted the number of customers that came this morning. It's almost the same as the number of customers that came in a day. Furthermore, the customers who ate here were full of praise for Xiaoxingan's culinary skills. This subordinate believes that it won't be long before our Yunxi restaurant becomes the #1 restaurant in Chang'an. The young noble proudly chuckled and said, Not bad. Now that Xiaoxingan has come to our side, release his granddaughter. Only then can he work wholeheartedly for our Yunxi pavilion. Yes, young master. The young master nodded. After a moment he asked, Did anything happen to the flying snake at the Han village yesterday? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Don't worry, young master. Flying snake's illusory cloud movement technique is unparalleled in Jianghu. Looking at the current Jianghu, there are not many people who can catch up with him. However, when he left last night, he was discovered by Han Tianhu. This subordinate told him not to cause any trouble, so he immediately escaped without exposing his identity. The young master nodded when he heard that and said, You did well. This is indeed not the time to complicate matters. However, this Han Tianhu was quite capable to be able to detect this. You can't underestimate him in the future. You can't make the same mistake twice. Yes, young master. You've been doing well recently. This young master has seen it all. When I win the clan competition and take control, I will definitely treat you well. After giving a slap, he would give a carrot. The young master understood this principle. The middle-aged man happily said, Thank you, young master. Yongla Lane Li residence. In the front hall it was lunchtime. A few maids brought in all kinds of delicacies and placed them on the dining table. Li Jingma invited everyone to take a seat. Of course, Chang Chumo, who was slightly tipsy from drinking in the backyard, was among them. This fellow had originally come to freeload. Now that he saw such good wine here, how could he still walk? Thus, the Li residents had an extra pair of chopsticks for lunch. Father, Uncle Han, how can there not be good wine when there's good food? Wait a moment. I'll bring the new wine that we just made this morning for you to try. Li Zishuan nodded. Li Jingma then went to the west courtyard to get the wine. Han Lijing looked at his daughter in surprise. He said in surprise, Yushi, you've made the wine so quickly? Han Yushi nodded and said, We've already made the initial mix. I'll try again in the afternoon to see if there's a better mix ratio. A moment later, Li Zishuan came back with 2 jugs of wine. Xianer, it's not like we don't have wine at home. Why do you have to make the wine yourself? Madame Li saw that her son had been busy the entire morning just to make wine. She felt a little sorry for him. In her opinion, the family had endless money to spend, and she didn't need her son to think of ways to earn money. Now that her son had been conferred a title and had status, he only needed to enjoy life at home. There was no need to do all this. Li Zishuan knew that his mother felt sorry for him. She wanted him to be a second-generation rich kid who just ate and waited for death. However, in this era there were no cell phones, no television, and no computers. Idling every day would probably make him sick. He had no choice but to find something for himself to do. Mother, the wine that I made is not available on the market. You'll like it once you try it. Madame Li hurriedly waved her hand and said with a smile, Xianer, I don't drink wine. Mother, don't worry. This wine won't make you drunk. The wine that I poured for you is specially made for people who don't know how to drink. Li Zishuan said as he brought over a glass cup. After filling it to the brim, he brought it to his mother. In this era, although the glassmaking process was not mature, it was still possible to buy some glassmaking products from merchants at a high price. The Li family was a wealthy family, so it was natural for them to have such luxury goods. Madame Li was originally wondering why there would be wine specially made for people who didn't know how to drink wine. However, when she saw the bright red mixed wine in the glass cup in front of her, her gaze was instantly attracted by the beautiful color. Xian, what wine is this? The color is really beautiful. Mother, try it first. I'll tell you later. This child. Madame Li smiled helplessly. She picked up the wine cup, opened her red lips and tried to take a sip. She slowly swallowed, then closed her eyes and savored it carefully. After a while she opened her eyes and praised, Xian, this wine is really good. It's soft and mellow, and it leaves a fragrance in the mouth. It has the sweetness of the mountain fruit and a hint of the fragrance of white wine. But it's not as spicy as white wine. It's very suitable for women to drink. Xianer, quickly tell me the name of this wine. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Haha, mother. I named this wine Gentle Village. What do you think, mother? Madame Li nodded in agreement and said, And not bad. This name is very appropriate. Mother, Lanner wants to drink it too. When Lanner saw the brightly colored wine and heard her mother praising it, the little girl immediately begged with her eyes wide open. No, Lanner, you're still young. You should drink the mountain fruit wine. Li Zishuan was the first to object. Although the alcohol content of this cocktail was very low, it was still wine. Lanner was still young, and drinking alcohol was not good for her body. Humph, stinky brother. Lanner pouted and looked unhappy. Madame Li rubbed her little head, feeling a little funny. Father, Uncle Han, this is another type of wine. It's specially prepared for you. It might be a little stronger, so you should drink it slowly. She was still a child, and her temper came and went quickly. Li Zishuan ignored the spoiled Lanner and picked up the other pot of wine, pouring a cup for his father and Han Lijing. Hey, what kind of strong wine have I not drunk before? Xianer, you're making it sound so serious. Father Li did not take his son's words to heart. Han Lijing saw that the top of the cup was emitting traces of cold air, and there were a few pieces of ice in the cup. He instantly exclaimed, Young master, why are there ice cubes in the cup? At this time, Li Jingma also noticed the abnormality in the cup. He was also a little surprised. Xianer, we don't have an ice cellar in the residence, right? Where did you get these ice cubes? Chang Chumo calmly ate and drank on the side, not finding it strange at all. He secretly despised the two of them for making a fuss over nothing. This fool had completely forgotten that when he saw Li Zishuan produce a few ice cubes from the water in the west courtyard, his expression was much more surprised than Li Jingma and Han Lijing. Father, Uncle Han, this is the method of making ice that I learned from my master. Try this wine first. Only then did the two of them suppress the surprise in their hearts. They picked up the wine cup and took a light sniff. Immediately, an extremely strong aroma of wine and mountain fruits entered their nostrils. Han Lijing praised Li Jingma. Master, just by smelling it, I can tell that this wine is not ordinary. Li Jingma also nodded in agreement. Of course he had this bit of knowledge. The two of them put away their contempt and took a sip. They could not help but exhale comfortably. Amazing, this old man has drunk wine all my life, but I've never drunk such a strong and mellow wine. It's really too satisfying. Li Jingma could not help but pat the table in praise. Han Lijing also sighed and said, the fragrance of this mountain fruit has become more mellow after being fermented by the strong wine. The coldness of the ice can also suppress the spiciness of the strong wine. Young master, the wine that you have mixed is really wonderful. Cheng Chumo also poured a cup. He had not drunk enough in the west courtyard just now. At this time, after he heard Han Lijing's sigh, he immediately gave a thumbs up and shouted, yes, 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 that's the feeling. Han Lijing, you said what I wanted to say. Mrs. Li and Han Yushi quickly covered their mouths and laughed. Li Zixuan automatically filtered Cheng Chumo's shameless words and smiled at Han Lijing. This wine is all thanks to Yushi. I only know the ingredients in it. The ratio of each ingredient was researched by Yushi. At this time, Mrs. Li also said from the side, Han Lijing, you have a good daughter. Yushi is not only dignified and beautiful, but she is also clever and skilled. She knows everything. Whoever can marry such a beautiful woman in the future will have to cultivate 8 lifetimes of good fortune. She had always been very satisfied with Han Yushi. She was charming and had a good figure. She was good at giving birth. Unfortunately, her son was a blockhead. After so long, he still had not taken the girl down. She could only be anxious at the side. When Han Yushi heard Mrs. Li praising her, she was shy and happy. She lowered her head and did not dare to speak. Han Lijing quickly said, old madam, you are too kind. At this time Li Jingma asked, Shir, what is the name of this wine? Li Zixuan replied, Father, I named it Drunken Immortal. What do you think? Li Jingma pondered for a moment and nodded. Drunken Immortal, it is very appropriate. This wine has a strong aftertaste and can easily intoxicate people. Xianer, a few days ago, you told me that you wanted to make a new thing and sell it in the Drunken Immortal house to compete with the Yunqi house. Was this wine you were talking about? Li Zixuan replied, yes, this is the land of tenderness and the Drunken Immortal. Father, what do you think are our chances of winning if we use these 2 wines to compete with the Yunqi house? Li Jingma stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and then said with unusual certainty, in my opinion, once these 2 new wines, which have never appeared in the Tang Empire before, are released, the whole Chang'an city will be shaken. Our Drunken Immortal house has a 90% chance of winning. Chapter 108. Li Zixuan was even more confident now that the intoxicated immortal and gentle village had received everyone's approval. However, Li Zixuan's next words immediately poured a bucket of cold water over his head. Xianer, the imperial court has regulations that forbid private workshops from making wine as they please. Due to the extreme shortage of food during the Tang dynasty, the imperial court had placed extremely strict restrictions on private winemaking. Private winemaking without a permit from the imperial court would result in confiscation and imprisonment. When Li Zixuan heard his father say this, he was instantly dumbfounded. Only then did he remember that there was indeed such a saying in ancient times. But on second thought, what he was doing was concocting wine, so it shouldn't be within the limits of the imperial court, right? Father, this child's wine is blended with wine sold on the market. It shouldn't be considered private winemaking, right? Li Jingma thought for a moment before shaking his head. Xianer, although this is barely acceptable, it's inevitable that people will use this as an excuse in the future. You have a noble title now, so it's not good to lose the big picture for a small gain. Li Jingma cautiously maintained his point of view. He felt that wealth was far less important than the stability of a noble title. What's so difficult about this? Little Xian, our family used to have a winemaking workshop that has everything needed for winemaking. That workshop has a winemaking permit from the imperial court. Little Xian, why don't you move your new winemaking workshop there? Chang Chumo saw that Li Zixuan was in a difficult position and suddenly had an idea. He slapped his thigh excitedly. If Li Zixuan agreed, then their Chang family would never lack wine in the future. Now that he had drunk the intoxicated immortal, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to drink any other wine. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. Chang Chumo was usually quite amusing, but at crucial moments he was quite reliable. However, he was still somewhat hesitant. Chonyo, your idea is good, but I don't know what Uncle Chang is thinking. If Uncle Chang is willing, our family can fork out money to buy your winemaking workshop. Hey, we brothers don't need to talk about money. I'll go back and tell my father. My father will definitely agree. Chang Chumo was thinking about his family's winery. Since it had been in a slump, he might as well give it to Li Zixuan to make wine. When the time came, not only would Li Zixuan owe him a favor, but the Chang Chumo also believed that his father would definitely agree. Li Zixuan muttered, "Of course you can't refuse to pay. How about this? Your family uses this workshop to enter the partnership, and I'll give you 10% of the new wine shares. How about that?" No matter which era it was, the winemaking industry was a profitable business. This was especially true for monopolized wines. The profits were even more shocking. For example, Maotai in his previous life had a gross profit margin of 97%. The company's share price had once risen to more than 500, becoming the most expensive stock in China's stock market. Tenderness and Drunken Immortal undoubtedly held a monopoly in the Tang dynasty. It was very difficult for others to imitate them. In the future, the profits from these two wines would undoubtedly be astronomical. Therefore, giving the Chang family 10% of the shares was definitely generous. Chang Chumo could also see the huge profits from this new wine. He clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Since Xiao Xian is so generous, I won't refuse. I'll go back and tell my father in the afternoon." After the matter was settled, everyone ate and drank freely. After the meal, the guests and the host enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Li Zixuan asked someone to send the drunk Chang Chumo back. He, Han Yushi, and Iron Egg returned to the west courtyard to continue mixing wine. "Oh, young master, where did you drink so much?" In Duke Lu's residence, housekeeper Liang saw Chang Chumo staggering back with two servants. He hurriedly went up to support Chang Chumo. The two servants said goodbye to housekeeper Liang and left. I'm not drunk. Uncle Liang." You." Chang Chumo's mouth and eyes were crooked. He pushed housekeeper Liang and spoke nonsense. At this moment, Chang Yaojin came back from outside. He saw Chang Chumo as if he was fished out of a wine jar. He frowned and said, "Where did this little bastard drink so much wine? Did he go out to fool around again?" Housekeeper Liang hurriedly replied, "Master, I don't think so. Just now, I saw the two servants who sent the young master back. They seemed to be from Li Zixuan's residence." Chang Yaojin glared and said angrily, "This little bastard went to Xiao Xian's house to eat and drink and didn't invite me. How dare he?" After scolding, Chang Yaojin was still angry and kicked Chang Chumo twice. Recently, the price of chicken seedlings in Chang had skyrocketed. Even the Duke Lu's residence could not support it. However, Chang Yaojin was a man of his word. He said that he would buy 30,000, and he would buy 30,000, not one less. As a result, the meals in the Duke Lu's residence were tasteless, not to mention drinking wine. Chang Chumo was still in a daze when he felt someone kicking him. He immediately cursed, Which little bastard dares to kick this young master? I will beat you to death, you little tramp." Housekeeper Liang almost burst out laughing when he heard this. However, when he saw Chang Yaojin raise his hand to beat Chang Chumo, he hurriedly stopped him. Master, the young master is drunk and talking nonsense. Please don't bother with him. Help this little bastard back to his room. When he sobers up, I'll deal with him." Chang Yaojin snorted angrily and left hatefully. Today, the Curious Pavilion was a different scene. Yesterday, Sun Huayuan asked someone to copy a few hundred copies of the second-generation scooter's promotional tabloids. Then, he sent a servant to deliver these tabloids to the members of the Curious Pavilion. At that time, when those people applied for membership cards, they all left their addresses. It had to be said that Sun Huayuan's move was somewhat immoral. Those who could afford a scooter were generally from well-off families. Their children were more or less literate. When these children saw the tabloids of the second-generation scooter, they thought that the scooters they bought before were already very fun. Wouldn't the second-generation scooter be even more amazing? Moreover, if their children all played with the second-generation scooter in the future, how embarrassing would it be if they played with the first-generation scooter? Therefore, many parents were disturbed by their children early in the morning. They were all cursing the curious pavilion in their hearts. They were a professional scammer. One scam after another. However, complaining was useless. The children at home didn't want to listen. They could only obediently go to the curious pavilion to buy the second-generation scooter for their children. However, this time the curious pavilion was more humane. They actually arranged 8 channels for members. Those who had membership cards quickly bought them. When they saw the long line for non-members, those who bought the scooter inexplicably felt a sense of superiority. In their hearts, they felt that the membership card was worth it. This was like the difference between R&B players and civilian players in a game. R&B players used money to buy time, while civilian players could only spend a lot of time grinding for equipment. Of course, the curious pavilion's unreasonable system where the rich were the bosses also caused some people to protest. However, most people also chose to get a membership card. It wasn't expensive anyway. In a short period of time, the number of members of the curious pavilion increased dramatically. Chapter 109. Evening Duke Lu's mansion. In the side hall. Father, that's all. I've told you everything I need to say. Chang Chumo rubbed his buttocks and said with a thin face. He recalled that when he had just woken up, his father looked at him as if he wanted to eat him. He was a little scared. He still didn't understand why his father wanted to kick him as soon as he saw him wake up. If it wasn't for housekeeper Liang stopping him from behind, his buttocks would have been kicked to mush. Could it be that he went out to drink and didn't bring his father along, so his father was angry? Chang Chumo, who really couldn't find the reason, could only curse in his heart. Of course, this guy didn't remember that when he was drunk, he called his father a little bastard and a little tramp. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't dare to stay at home. Chang Yaojin sat on the stool carelessly, looking at Chang Chumo with a bit of killing intent. After listening to his son talk about the Chung family's workshop being given to Li Zishuan to brew new wine, he asked, "Is the land of warmth and drunken immortal brewed by little Xian really that delicious?" As soon as he heard about the drunken immortal, Chang Chumo's buttocks immediately stopped hurting. He excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted, "Father, you don't know, but the drunken immortal is strong and mellow. It's really too strong. I've never drunk such strong wine before. Moreover, there are ice cubes in it. The cold air of the ice cubes is just enough to suppress the spiciness of the wine. It's really too damn refreshing to drink. Father, what's wrong with you?" As Chang Chumo spoke, he felt that the surrounding air was a little cold. He looked carefully and found that his father was looking at him with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Chang Yaojin stood up and slapped the back of Chang Chumo's head. "You little bastard, you secretly drank good wine without thinking about your father. You're not allowed to eat tonight. You'll reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors." Chang Yaojin said hatefully and was about to leave. When he heard Chang Chumo describe the wine to the heavens, he almost drooled. But the more he wanted to taste it, the angrier he was. This stupid son of his was too unfilial. Chang Chumo rubbed the back of his head. He thought to himself that he was stupid, and his father still hit him on the head every day. No wonder none of the sons in the Chung family were smart. When he saw that Chang Yaojin was about to leave, he hurriedly asked, "Hey father, should we take out our family's winery and cooperate with Shaoxian?" "Nonsense, of course we have to cooperate." Chang Yaojin, who had just walked out of the door, grumbled. The wine that even Li Zishuan's master liked to drink would definitely be popular in the whole of Chang. And when it was sold, 10% of the shares would be a lot of money, far more than the value of their winery. No matter how they thought about it, their family had gained a big advantage in this business. In the afternoon, Han Yushi mixed the wine with Li Zishuan for a while. After finally determining the best ratio of various ingredients, she went home with Han Lizheng. Li Zishuan was a little reluctant. He felt that when he was with Han Yushi, time passed too quickly. But she was a girl, and it was not appropriate for her to stay in his house without special circumstances. Li Zishuan could only silently watch Han Yushi's back and sigh alone. Alas, although the beauty was beautiful, she was still not his. Li Zixuan really wanted to sing the song Love You is hard to say at this moment. It was difficult for him to confess to a beauty in person, who asked him to be an otaku. If they had mobile phones to chat with each other, Li Zixuan would definitely have the courage to take the initiative to pick up girls. Mrs. Li saw her son's dejected look and quickly pushed Li Jingma's arm to make him look over. Li Jingma asked softly, "Madam, what's wrong with Xianer?" Mrs. Li rolled her eyes at him and said softly, "Are you stupid? Can't you see that Xianer has grown up and wants to get married?" Li Jingma's jaw dropped when he heard that. After a while he said in shock, "Madam, you're saying that our son and Han, you just realized it now? She'll lower your voice. Our son's skin is very tender." Mrs. Li was speechless at her husband's EQ. She secretly wondered if her son was so slow in the field of relationships. Could it be that he inherited it from his father? Dad, Mom, what are you guys talking about? Li Zixuan turned around and saw his parents mumbling something to each other. He couldn't help but ask curiously, It's nothing. Today's weather is really good. Xianer, go do your thing." Li Jingma coughed dryly and pulled Mrs. Li to the east courtyard, leaving behind a confused Li Zixuan. In the east courtyard's living room, "Madam, you're saying that Xianer has taken a liking to Han Yushi?" Li Jingma sat on a stool and asked with a concerned expression, "How could it be fake? Only a blockhead like you wouldn't be able to see it. I'm guessing that all the servants in the manor have seen it." Hee. Old man Li laughed awkwardly. Mrs. Li rolled her eyes and said with a sigh, "Old master, our Xianer isn't young anymore. It's time to talk about marriage." A few days ago, Xianer was conferred a noble title. Many matchmakers heard the news and came to talk about marriage. I didn't dare to casually agree. Xianer is a very opinionated child. As his parents, we can't just randomly matchmake him. Li Jingma nodded in agreement. "Madam, you're right. According to what you said, you're planning to help Xianer go to Han Lijing's house to talk about marriage?" Mrs. Li said angrily, "Xianer takes after you in this aspect. If he continues to dawdle like this, when will we be able to hold a fat grandson? Seeing that other children are already married at this age, how can I not be anxious as a mother?" Li Jingma said awkwardly, "What does this have to do with me?" Mrs. Li said angrily, "How is it none of your business? Back then, how long did you make me wait before you married me? If it wasn't for my mother asking someone to remind your father, were you planning to wait until I'm old before marrying me?" Li Jingma immediately felt ashamed and hurriedly interrupted. "Ahem, madam, we're talking about Xianer. Don't stray from the topic. Let's continue talking about Xianer." "Humph." Mrs. Li snorted in dissatisfaction and continued. "So, I'm planning to ask a matchmaker to ask Han Lijing's opinion in a few days. I see that Miss Han doesn't hate our Xianer, so this marriage is more or less possible." Li Jingma said hesitantly, "Madam, is this Miss Han really suitable for Xianer? After all, she's just... Mrs. Li didn't wait for old man Li to finish and slammed the table. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger. "Just what? Just a peasant girl? You've just become a baron's father, and you're already having prejudice against family backgrounds? Then one day, will you chase me out of the house and marry a rich family's daughter?" Li Jingma's face was covered in sweat. He was flustered and hurriedly said, "Madam, your husband definitely didn't mean that. Definitely not. Your husband also thinks that Han Lijing's daughter is quite good. Madam is really wise to let you make all the decisions." "Humph, that's more like it." Mrs. Li sat down in satisfaction, but the corner of her mouth raised into an almost undetectable smile. This book was very difficult to write because swordsmen aren't full-time workers and are very busy every day. But even under these busy circumstances, swordsmen still manage to never stop updating. While others are sleeping, I'm writing. Swordsmen are using their health in exchange for a wonderful story. It's going to be published tomorrow. I hope that you can subscribe 2 chapters to support it. If there aren't many people reading the original version, it's easy for it to be unpublished. Piracy is the main reason why there are so many unpublished books. I hope that everyone can come to QQ or Chidian to support Yiha. Actually, it's not expensive. It only costs you 20 cents a day. If it falls on the ground, you probably won't pick it up. Do you think that swordsmen can't even exchange it for 20 cents of encouragement? In addition, it's actually beneficial for you to read the original version. Chivalrous assassin would always send it out without checking it because he's in a rush. After sending it out, he would check and correct the typos. After I've corrected it, the original website will show that there are no typos. On the other hand, the pirated website won't update it. They'll only grab the first version and won't continue to update it. This will greatly affect your reading experience. Also, reading the original version will allow you to interact with swordsmen. If you have any characters that you want, you can tell them in the comments section. If the swordsmen feel that it's okay, they will add it into the book. The price you need to pay for it is only 20 cents a day. You can't even bear to spend 20 cents? Swordsmen really want to write this book well and finish it. Because I like some of the characters in the book very much. I sincerely hope that readers can come to QQ or Qidian to support the original version. Swordsmen will definitely repay you with more wonderful stories. Chapter 110. The next day. Early in the morning, Chang Chumo, like an idiot, stepped on a skateboard that was specially developed for young people by the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop and wobbled to Li Zixuan's door. His flashy appearance attracted a lot of attention along the way. Of course, he didn't buy this skateboard from the Strange Taste Pavilion. Firstly, Chang Chumo didn't have much pocket money right now. Secondly, he didn't have the patience to wait in line. He got this skateboard through the back door. Now everyone in Chang'an City knew that he and Li Zixuan were so close that they almost wore a pair of pants together. Therefore, Sun Huayuan directly gave him a skateboard. This guy obviously forgot the pain after the scar healed. Last time he fell so miserably on the skateboard. Now, he immediately started to walk around on the skateboard again. Li Zixuan saw Chang Chumo in the yard with the skateboard. For a moment he almost thought that he had traveled back in time. Chang Chumo's appearance was really too out of place. Hehe, Xiao Xian. I realize that the skateboard you're selling this time is better than the one you gave me last time. Chang Chumo proudly patted the skateboard in his hands. Now that he had this thing, he didn't even want to ride a horse when he went out. Obviously, this thing was much more convenient than riding a horse. Li Zixuan curled his lips. This time, the skateboard from the Strange Taste Pavilion was connected by roller bearings. Of course, it was better than the one he took out last time. Chonyo, you're using this. Aren't you afraid of falling again? Li Zixuan joked. Hehe, Xiaoxian, you're underestimating me. How could I fall twice in the same place? Anyway, bragging didn't cost him anything, so Chang Chumo decided to show off. Li Zixuan shook his head and ignored him. Chang Chumo remembered his purpose for coming here today. He said, Little Xian, my father agreed yesterday. The winery is yours. You can use the craftsmen inside without worry. They have all signed a contract with my family. They won't sell out our secret recipes for no reason. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. That's great. I'll ask Faubert to make a dozen more sets of distillation and purification equipment. We'll move all the winemaking equipment over there as soon as possible. We'll try to officially start mixing Tenderness and Drunken Immortal in large quantities within the next 2 days. He was indeed worried about the confidentiality of the new wine's formula. Now that Chang Chumo could solve the problem, it was for the best. Last night, his father had also told him that he had already bought 2 saltpeter mines. Now he didn't have to worry about ice cubes anymore. Chang Chumo quickly nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. We have to do this as soon as possible. Little Xian, how much do you want to set the price for this wine? Chang Chumo couldn't wait for Li Zixuan to go to his winery right now. That way, when he and his father wanted to drink, they could directly go to the winery and get a pot of wine. Drinking their own wine didn't cost them any money, right? Li Zixuan had already considered the price of the new wine. Last night, he had learned about the wine market of the Tang dynasty from Li Jingma. The most expensive wine of this era belonged to Jianan Braised Spring and Yingzhou Rich Water. A bushel would cost more than 100,000 yuan. This wasn't an exaggeration. There was a shortage of food in the Tang dynasty. Wine was generally expensive, and famous wines were even more so. Li Bai once wrote in A Difficult Journey, a bushel of golden wine is worth 10,000 yuan, while a jade plate is worth 10,000 yuan. Jianan Braised Spring was a famous wine. A bushel of wine in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 10 liters, and 1 liter was equivalent to 1.25 caddies. The price of a caddy of Jianan Braised Spring was about 600 to 700 yuan in modern times. Of course, this was only based on the exchange rate of copper coins to gold and silver. However, there was a problem that couldn't be ignored. The prices of goods in the early Tang dynasty were extremely cheap. A bushel of rice could be bought for 3 to 4 copper coins. If it was converted to gold in modern times, 1 yuan could buy 6 kilograms of rice. Therefore, if one were to compare the prices of the time, the copper coins used for 500 grams of Jianan braised spring were equivalent to the purchasing power of 15,000 yuan in modern times. Only a tycoon like Li Bai would be able to afford it. His good friend Du Fu, in his later years, when he was poor and destitute, he could only drink 300 copper coins a bucket of inferior quality wine. Otherwise, how could Du Fu write a poem like, "Come early, drink a bucket of wine, have 300 copper coins"? Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "Chou Niu, I plan to set the price at 2 strings per liter for our tender village. I plan to set the price at 5 strings per liter for the immortal drunken wine. What do you think?" The alcohol concentration in the tender village was lower, so it could be sold at a cheaper price. However, the immortal drunken wine used distilled and concentrated alcohol. Just the cost alone was much higher, so the price couldn't be cheap. These words were earth-shattering. Cheng Chumo opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "I say, Shaoxian, have you gone crazy thinking about money? 5 strings per liter? Why don't you go rob a bank? Who would be willing to drink such expensive wine?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Don't tell me you think that the immortal drunken wine isn't worth that much." Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but recall the taste of the immortal drunken wine. The moment he recalled it, his gluttonous bug was hooked. He smacked his lips and said with difficulty, "The taste of the immortal drunken wine is indescribable. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find such a good wine in Tang. However, the price of 5 strings per liter is too high. Ordinary people really can't afford to drink it." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "This wine is not for ordinary people to drink in the first place. Moreover, the wine used in the immortal drunken wine is a famous wine that has been concentrated several times. 3 caddies of Jianan roasted spring is only enough to condense 1 caddy of the raw spirit we need. After mixing in other ingredients, the cost of 1 liter of immortal drunken wine is more than 3 strings of cash. Therefore, the price of 5 strings per liter isn't expensive." After Li Zixuan said this, Cheng Chumo understood. He quickly said, "It seems that it's not expensive. Let's set it at this price." The Cheng family also had 10% shares in the winery. The more the immortal drunken wine made, the more money they would get. After agreeing on the price of the new wine with Cheng Chumo, Li Zixuan sent someone to inform Faubert of the workshop to get another 20 sets of distillation equipment. Then he brought Cheng Chumo to the Drunken Immortal Inn. The conditions to launch the new wine were ripe. He needed to inform manager Liu. Cheng Chumo followed Li Zixuan because he wanted to have a free meal at the Drunken Immortal Inn. "Uncle Liu, why is it so quiet here today?" Li Zixuan walked into the Drunken Immortal Inn, and was shocked to find that there were only 3 or 4 tables of people eating in the main hall on the first floor. "Sai, young master, you don't know. Although the Yunxi restaurant launched the nibbling chicken to compete with us in the past, there were still some diners who were willing to stay and eat at our Drunken Immortal Inn. But yesterday they found an imperial chef and launched many famous imperial dishes. Our already few diners became even fewer. Now those who are willing to eat here are those who live close to us." Manager Liu frowned and sighed as he poured out his grievances. The Drunken Immortal Inn's performance was not good. He was somewhat ashamed to meet his boss. Li Zixuan patted Manager Liu's shoulder with a smile and comforted, "Uncle Liu, don't worry. I've brought a few new things to the Drunken Immortal Inn. The Drunken Immortal Inn will soon become popular again." Cheng Chumo, this clown, also winked and said, That's right. Shopkeeper Liu, you can rest assured. I old Cheng guarantee that in 2 days the Drunken Immortal restaurant will be hard to find, huh?" Apart from Li Zixuan, perhaps no one was more confident than Cheng Chumo in the land of warmth and immortal Drunken Immortal Inn. Chapter 111. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Cheng Chumo sat alone in the main hall of the first floor, waiting for something in boredom. He was waiting for Li Zixuan. More accurately, he was waiting for Li Zixuan's new dishes. As there were not many customers in Drunken Immortal restaurant today, Li Zixuan did not plan to go to the private room upstairs. When Li Zishuan told manager Lu that he had brought a few new things to Drunken Immortal restaurant, he did not only refer to Gentle Fragrance and Drunken Immortal. He also wanted to teach Wang Eru a few new dishes to compete with Yunxi Restaurant's palace delicacies. Inside the kitchen of Drunken Immortal restaurant. Eru, do you have pork here? Li Zishuan wanted to make some red braised pork first, but he remembered that in the transmigration novels he had read in his previous life, the pigs of the Tang dynasty were not castrated and were extremely smelly. The pigs were seen by the nobles as cheap meat that only the commoners could eat. Lord Zhu, of course we have pork. Wang Eru replied curiously. Li Zishuan was a little surprised. Then go get me 4 pounds of pork belly. Yes, Lord Zhu. A moment later, Wang Eru walked over with a large piece of pork belly. Lord Zhu, do you think this is enough? Li Zishuan nodded and leaned over to smell it curiously. He then frowned and muttered, "There's no smell. This doesn't make sense." Wang Eru was dumbfounded. Lord Zhu, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Nothing. Eru, was this pig castrated when it was alive? Li Zishuan changed the topic. Wang Eru laughed foolishly. Lord Zhu, this is a sow. Li Zishuan was speechless. Then are all the boars sold in the East Market castrated? Li Zishuan held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth and continued to ask. Wang Eru laughed and said, Lord Zhu, look at what you're saying. Of course they've all been castrated. If this boar wasn't castrated, how smelly would it be? Li Zishuan slapped his head. Sure enough, the stories in those transmigration novels were all lies. Some authors were simply irresponsible. According to historical records, castrated pigs appeared as early as the Western Zhou dynasty. The Book of Changes Big Beast hexagram had a saying, "The teeth of a castrated pig are auspicious." It meant that castrated pigs were no longer aggressive, and their teeth were not to be feared, so it was auspicious. The reason why pork had declined to become a cheap meat was due to specific historical reasons. After the fall of the Western Jin dynasty, a large number of nomads from the north went south. After more than 300 years of war, they first unified the Sui dynasty and then the Tang dynasty. Although the Li clan that founded the Tang dynasty was Han, they had already been heavily Hu. The royal family was like this, and so were the nobles and bureaucrats who could afford meat. The Hu naturally preferred to eat mutton, and pork gradually declined. It wasn't until the Northern Song dynasty when Su Shi invented dongpa pork that pork became popular again. Since pork didn't have that kind of fishy smell, Li Zishuan planned to make a few more famous pork dishes. He had been in the Tang dynasty for so long, but he had never eaten pork before. The Li clan was a wealthy clan, so of course, Mrs. Li wouldn't let her son eat pork. 2 hours later, Li Zishuan looked at the 4 famous pork dishes in front of him. Red braised pork, red braised lion's head, dongpa pork, and twice-cooked pork. He nodded with satisfaction. The only thing lacking was that the Tang dynasty didn't have vermicelli, so he couldn't make pork stewed with vermicelli. Eru, I heard that Yunxi restaurant offered twice the price to poach you. Why didn't you leave? Li Zishuan saw that Wang Eru was tired and sweating, so he asked casually. When Wang Eru heard this, his expression immediately became serious. He was no longer laughing and joking like before. He used his sleeve to wipe the sweat off his face and bowed his fat body seriously. Lord Zhu, although I Wang Eru didn't study, I definitely can't do something ungrateful. In the past I was just an ordinary cook. Lord Zhu, you thought highly of me and taught me how to make gnawing chicken. Later on, shopkeeper Lu also increased my salary by a lot. My wife and children at home all have new clothes to wear. My mother also has meat to eat. All of this was brought to me by Lord Zhu. If I were to do something ungrateful, would I, Wang Eru, still be human? Not only me, but there are so many chefs in Drunken Immortal restaurant. If one of them dares to betray Lord Zhu, I, Wang Eru, will be the first to fight him to the death. Wang Eru became a little emotional as he spoke. Every word he said was powerful and resonant. Li Zishuan was also a little touched by this simple man. He quickly patted Wang Eru on the shoulder to calm his emotions and said, Don't worry about it. Eru, you're a good man. Don't worry, you won't suffer if you follow this Lord Zhu. Your family's days will only get better and better. Wang Eru nodded heavily and said, Lord Zhu, Eru understands. Li Zishuan brought a few servants and brought out the 4 pork dishes. Of course, there was also a pot of ice drunken immortal wine. This was something that Chang Chumo took from his house. According to him, how could there be no good wine in drunken immortal restaurant? Little Xian, what meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? Chang Chumo was like a shameless dog. He used his nose to sniff around the plate. Li Zixuan quickly pushed him away. He was afraid that this idiot's saliva would fall into the plate. If that happened, how could he eat? This is all pork. Choax, you don't eat pork, right? Ah, this is pork? How can pork be so fragrant? Chang Chumo said in disbelief. That's right, this is all pork. Our Lord Ju's eldest son definitely wouldn't eat this cheap meat, right? Li Zixuan ridiculed. Chang Chumo immediately shouted. Bullshit, I don't care what kind of meat this is. This is such fragrant meat. Even if it was rat meat, I would still eat it. F***ck, will this bastard die if he doesn't spoil my appetite when eating? Li Zixuan really wanted to kick him out. Uncle Lu, come and try this meat and this wine. In 2 days, our drunken immortal restaurant will release this. Li Zixuan called out to shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu was already drooling from the side. When he heard this, he immediately thanked him excitedly. Thank you, young master. The three of them sat down. Shopkeeper Lu tactfully poured a cup of wine for Chang Chumo and himself. He knew that Li Zixuan didn't drink, so he didn't pour it. As soon as this drunken immortal was exposed to the air, an extremely rich wine fragrance immediately filled the entire hall on the first floor. The fragrance was so strong that it even overshadowed the dompa pork and other famous pork dishes on the table. The few diners sitting next to him were already craving after smelling the aroma of the pork when it was served. At this time they smelled the rich aroma of the wine. They put down their chopsticks one by one and looked over, swallowing their saliva. They wanted to come over and ask for something to eat, but they all knew Li Zixuan. He was a Lord Ju. They really didn't dare to offend him, so they could only look on enviously from the side. The hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. At this time, the sound of the diners swallowing their saliva was particularly ear-piercing. Li Zixuan looked up and saw the desire and fear in the diners' eyes. Only then did he understand. He said to shopkeeper Lu, Uncle Lu, there are still some dishes in the kitchen that haven't been filled. Go and ask someone to share some with these diners. Also, give each of them a cup of our wine. These are the most loyal customers of our drunken immortal restaurant. This meal is my treat. Li Zixuan's words were very loud. The diners all heard it. When they came back to their senses, they all cupped their hands and thanked him. Thank you, Lord Ju. We will definitely come to this drunken immortal restaurant often in the future. Yes. We will definitely come here often in the future. Lord Ju is really generous. Oh. Chapter 112. Inside the drunken immortal restaurant. Xiaoxian, this braised lion's head is really delicious. I didn't expect pork to be so delicious. This dompa meat is also delicious. But why is it called dompa meat? It's obviously pork. Chang Chumo's cheeks were puffed up. While eating, he was still blindly barking. Unlike shopkeeper Lu, who had been silently eating, Li Zixuan wondered if all the food on the table would be enough to fill shopkeeper Lu's fat belly. Cough, this wine. Manager Lu was a little thirsty. He picked up the wine cup and poured it into his mouth, but he almost choked to death. After a long time he sighed and said, Young master, this wine is really too strong. I, old Lu, have been drinking wine for most of my life, but I have never drunk such a strong wine. It's really satisfying. Manager Lu is right. It's not an exaggeration to call this wine an immortal brew. This old man has tasted all kinds of wine in the world, but I have never drunk such a strong wine with such a unique taste. It's even better than Jianan Braised Spring. A customer in his 40s or 50s echoed with an intoxicated look. Brother Jihua is right. I thought Jianan Braised Spring was the best wine in Tang Dynasty, but I didn't expect that I was just a frog at the bottom of the well. Once this wine is released, I'm afraid all the wines in Tang Dynasty will be overshadowed. I just don't know the name of this wine. Another diner also voiced out. Li Zixuan stood up and said with a smile, This wine is called Drunken Immortal. It's a very strong wine. There's also a milder wine called Gentle Softness. 2 days later, these two wines will be released together with these new dishes. At that time, I invite everyone to come and support us. Several customers quickly cupped their hands and said, Of course, of course. If we don't drink this immortal brew to our heart's content, wouldn't we regret it for life? Yes. Ooh. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone left the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Those customers became the first batch of promoters of the new wine and dishes. Of course, Li Zishuan wouldn't just rely on these people to help him advertise. He still had other tricks up his sleeve. Chang Chumo ate until he was full and drank until he was full. This guy had learned to be smart. After eating and drinking, he did not plan to go home first. He wanted to go out and have some fun to disperse the smell of alcohol so that he would not be kicked when he went back. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with him, so he let him be. It just so happened that he still needed to bring this fellow along in the afternoon. He had people move the ingredients and equipment needed to concoct the Drunken Immortal and Gentle fragrance to the Chang family's winery. This fellow was eating for free, so he should at least contribute a little, right? Ooh. The next day, a group of children on first-generation scooters suddenly appeared in the streets and alleys of Chang'an City. The children sang as they ran, Drunken Immortal, 2 liters are free if you're not drunk. Gentle Village, enjoy gentleness. Drink at Drunken Immortal restaurant. At this time, Li Zishuan racked his brains to come up with a rhyming advertising slogan. He instructed Sanbao to find some children and let them ride on scooters to run around Chang'an City, while singing the 2 lines of the advertising slogan. As for the reward, it was the scooters they were riding. As long as they shouted for a day, the scooters would belong to them. With such a generous reward, the other children were envious, and they all fought to sign up for it. Li Zishuan didn't reject any of them. He took as many as he could. Of course, he could afford this advertising fee. In fact, it was very worthwhile. In the end, the advertising team reached more than 50 people. It directly caused the citizens of Chang'an City to be bombarded with these 2 phrases for an entire day. Isn't this Drunken Immortal restaurant too arrogant? 2 liters of wine is free if you're not drunk? I Xiao Luo can drink 100 cups without getting drunk. Tomorrow, I'll go to Drunken Immortal restaurant to drink for free, haha. I'll go too. It'll be a waste if I don't drink this free wine. Let's see how Drunken Immortal restaurant will clean up this mess. I just don't know how the wine tastes. I hope it's not too bad. Hey, you little brats are just fooling around. This wine is delicious, but it's very strong. You won't even be able to get up after 1 liter, let alone 2 liters. At this time, an old man in his 40s or 50s interrupted. It was the old man from Drunken Immortal restaurant yesterday. What's wrong, old man Feng? Have you tried Drunken Immortal before? The man with the surname Xiao asked. Old man Feng twirled his beard and said with a smile, I had the honor of drinking a cup at Drunken Immortal restaurant yesterday. TSK. This wine is much better than Jiannan's spring braised wine. However, the alcohol is abnormally strong. You young people don't crawl to the ground after drinking 2 cups. Haha. Old man Feng, don't underestimate me. I'll let you drink 2 liters of wine tomorrow. Ooh. Wei Zheng had just finished the morning assembly. On his way back, he sat in the sedan chair and heard the children's voices outside. Drunken Immortal, 2 liters of wine are free if you don't get drunk. In the land of warmth, enjoy gentleness. Drink at Drunken Immortal restaurant. Wei Zheng loved brewing wine all his life, and he loved drinking even more. His alcohol tolerance was also extremely high. He wouldn't get drunk even after drinking 3 liters of Jiannan's spring braised wine. This Drunken Immortal restaurant is actually so arrogant? The last time I impeached Li Zishuan, I was actually rendered speechless by that sly brat. Since you dare to spout nonsense this time, this old man will go to Drunken Immortal restaurant tomorrow to drink for free, haha. The same situation was happening in almost every corner of Chang'an City. Those who thought that they could hold their liquor would naturally feel indignant after hearing these 2 lines of advertising. They had the intention to give it a try. If they didn't get drunk, wouldn't they have earned 2 liters of wine for free? Li Zishuan was making use of the wishful thinking of most people to lure them to Drunken Immortal restaurant to try this Drunken Immortal. There was a gambler living in everyone's heart. As long as they were lured out by external conditions, they would be like a scourge that couldn't be stopped. Xianer, you were the one who got someone to release those 2 lines of doggerel in Chang'an City today, right? After dinner, Li Jingma called his son into the study and asked with a smile. I can't hide anything from father. That's exactly what this child wants. Li Zishuan chuckled. Li Jingma asked doubtfully. Then aren't you afraid that someone will really drink 2 liters of wine and not get drunk? Father, we can't rule out such a person, but such people are extremely rare. If he really can't get drunk, what's wrong with giving him 2 liters of wine? After all, our Drunken Immortal restaurant's reputation would have already spread by then. That Drunken Immortal restaurant was equivalent to a 40-degree white wine. If there really was someone who could drink 2 liters of wine and not get drunk, then Li Zishuan would admit defeat. Li Jingma shook his head helplessly. I just realized that you're better at doing business than me. You brat, instead of being a noble, you just have to blindly do these things. Li Zishuan smiled. Father, this is almost the last time I'll help Drunken Immortal restaurant. Once the new wine status is established, so will Drunken Immortal restaurants. At that time we'll just have to stay at home and count the money. To tell the truth, Li Zishuan himself didn't want to be so tired. It was all forced by the circumstances. Li Jingma was speechless. Chapter 113. On this day, before the door of Drunken Immortal opened, there was already a circle of people outside. Hey Jiang Wuyun, are you here to drink the free wine? Aha, that's right, Brother Xiao. Wouldn't it be great to drink the free wine of Drunken Immortal, and order 2 portions of their nibbled chicken? That makes sense. Brother, you're so thoughtful. Ha ha ha. Ooh. After the crowd was lively for a while, the waiter of Drunken Immortal came out to open the door. Shopkeeper Lu also came out. He looked at the crowd in front of him and smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. Dear customers, today the Drunken Immortal is releasing new wine and dishes. Anyone who can drink 2 liters of Drunken Immortal without getting drunk will be served free of charge. But in order to prevent people from forgetting to pay the bill after getting drunk, all customers will have to pay first before eating. If anyone can drink 2 liters of wine without getting drunk, we'll refund the money to you in full. Great! Everyone cheered loudly. The burly man surnamed Xiao couldn't help but shout. Shopkeeper Lu, open the door quickly. I, old Xiao, am waiting to drink your wine for free, ha ha ha. That's right, we want to drink the free wine. These people treated the Drunken Immortals event as free wine for them. Shopkeeper Lu laughed in his heart. You'll be crying later. Shopkeeper Lu opened the door, and the diners outside immediately rushed into the restaurant in a single file. Shopkeeper Lu, you're serving a new dish? What's this dongpa meat? What's this braised lion's head? Don't tell me you're selling lion's meat? Shopkeeper Lu was about to explain when he heard someone interrupt. Young man, if you're not buying, let this old man buy first. Waiter, give this old man a portion of braised lion's head, a portion of braised meat, and half a liter of Drunken Immortal. The speaker was the old man who talked to Li Zishuan that day. His name was Feng Jihua, and he was also a rich businessman. That's right, if you're not ordering, let us order first. Another diner who had eaten the new dish and drank the new wine with Feng Jihua last time chimed in. These people were not lacking in money. They had said that they would come to support, and now they were all here. All right, sir. That's a total of $4,400. Please pay the bill first. The waiter said respectfully. Feng Jihua pointed at the waiter and said with a smile, You're looking down on this old man. How could this old man get drunk with just half a liter of wine? Despite saying that, Feng Jihua still took out a golden biscuit and handed it to the waiter. The surrounding people who didn't know what was going on gasped. Someone couldn't help but ask, Waiter, this person only ordered so little and he wants 5 strings of cash? The waiter didn't show the slightest bit of impatience. While receiving the golden biscuit from Feng Jihua, he politely explained to the rest. Replying to the esteemed guest, our store's God's nectar is 1 liter for 5 strings of bones, twice cooked pork, braised lion's head in soy sauce, dongpa pork and braised pork in soy sauce are all priced at the same price. 5 strings of cash per liter? The rest of the people were frightened by the high price, and some of the people who wanted to come to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to take a gamble began to retreat. Waiter, just give me a portion of not chicken. However, there were also people who were extremely confident in their drinking capacity. They thought that no matter how expensive the wine was, as long as they didn't get drunk, they would still return the money. Thus 7 or 8 big men began to shout, "Waiter, give me 2 liters of immortal drunken wine and a portion of gnawed chicken. Waiter, give me 2 liters of immortal drunken wine and 2 portions of gnawed chicken." Ooh! There were more people who ordered the gnawed chicken than the new dishes. After all, everyone hadn't eaten those new dishes yet. When Feng Jihua's dishes were served, the rest of the people realized that they were wrong. Phew, it smells so good. Yeah, what kind of meat is this braised lion's head? Why can't I tell from the outside? Goo goo, I can't stand it anymore. Waiter, give me a portion of braised lion's head. Give me another portion of braised pork. I want a portion of dongpa pork. At this time, the number of diners who ordered pork gradually increased. Half an hour later, almost all the diners' dishes and wine were on the table. Oh, this braised lion's head is so delicious. What kind of meat is this? Why does it taste like pork? It can't be. How can pork taste so good? Hiss, hurry up and try this immortal drunken wine. So cold and strong. Shopkeeper Lu wasn't bragging. This wine is so strong. I've never tasted such strong wine in all my travels. Not only that, it even has the taste of mountain fruits. This is too strange. It's even better than Jiannan's spring braised wine. A burly man with a full beard took a sip of the wine and suddenly exclaimed, "Hiss, cough cough, this immortal drunken wine is really strong. This name is really apartment. If a deity were to drink this, he would probably be drunk as well. However, this shopkeeper is quite generous. He added ice cubes in such a hot day. Otherwise, drinking such strong wine would really burn people to death. Yeah, this shopkeeper sure is extravagant. This wine is 5 strings of coins per liter. It's not that expensive. Holy shit, what a strong wine. It's even stronger than Jiannan's spring braised wine. Looks like I, old Xiao, will have to hand over my 200 jin of meat to this drunken immortal inn." The burly man with the surname Xiao said with a tragic expression. He just took a sip and knew that it was impossible for him to drink 2 liters without getting drunk. Haha, Xiao Qixiong, didn't you just say that you can do it? Haha. A middle-aged man in his 30s laughed. Meow Lauer, don't just laugh at me. Didn't you also order 2 liters of wine? If you have the guts, don't get drunk after drinking it. Haha, I don't plan to finish it. I'll take the rest home and slowly drink it. It's a pity that I don't take this wine home and slowly taste it. Xiao Qixiong slapped his head and said, "Yeah, I'll take it home and slowly drink it." He knew that he would get drunk if he drank too much and was destined to lose this bet. Why would he drink it all at once? He might as well take it home and slowly taste it. After all, this wine was 5 strings of coins per liter. It wasn't cheap. Many of them felt that this was a good idea and secretly planned to do it. But these people were too perfect. Good wine was like opium. Once you drink it, you will get addicted. How could you stop? Half an hour later. Why is this wine cup moving? Ugh, don't pull me. I'm not drunk. Help me up. I want to drink more. Ugh, who hit me? I'll hit your mother. When Wei Zheng finished the morning court, it was close to noon. He remembered that he was going to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to drink free wine today, so he quickly asked the old servant to drive the carriage to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant, there were still 2 lines of doggerel hanging on the door. Drunken Immortal, 2 liters are free if you don't get drunk. In the land of tenderness, enjoy tenderness. Drink at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Wei Zheng smiled disdainfully and walked into the Drunken Immortal restaurant with his hands behind his back. As soon as he came in, he saw a floor full of drunkards. Wei Zheng immediately understood that this group of people probably came with the same idea as him to drink free wine. It was just that their skills were a little worse. Wei Zheng looked at the floor full of useless people and his heart was filled with pride. He thought, young people nowadays really have no fighting power. Today, this old man will let you all see what is called an immortal in wine. Waiter, give me 2 liters of drunken immortal and a portion of nibbled chicken. Wei Zheng shouted heroically. Okay, this guest, please pay first. It's a total of 10 strings of coins. Why does your restaurant have to pay first today? What, you said a total of 10 strings of coins? Wei Zheng stamped his feet and said, "Yes, guest. Today, our Drunken Immortal restaurant is having a promotion. Those who can drink 2 liters of Drunken Immortal without getting drunk can get a refund. In order to prevent some people from forgetting to pay the bill when they get drunk, we have to pay first. Our drunken immortal costs 5 strings of coins per liter. Do you still need it? Wei Zheng instantly lost his pride. This was 11 strings of coins, which was almost equivalent to his monthly salary. However, Wei Zheng had brewed wine his whole life. He really wanted to see what this wine that cost 5 strings of coins per liter looked like. If it didn't live up to its name and was still so expensive, then he would find trouble with Li Zishuan. Wei Zheng gritted his teeth and took out a gold biscuit and said, "Here, quickly bring me the wine and dishes." He secretly said to himself, "I can't get drunk. If I get drunk, this month's salary will be gone and I will be scolded when I go home." Ooh. Chapter 114. Inside the Drunken Immortal Inn. The waiter served Wei Zheng 2 pots of wine and a portion of chicken before retreating. Wei Zheng looked at the dishes that cost him a month's worth of his salary and swallowed his saliva guiltily. He wasn't like the other officials who had other sources of income other than the salary from the royal court. This was his first time spending so much money on a meal. As long as he didn't get drunk, he would be able to earn 10 strings of coins. Wei Zheng lifted the wine pot and poured himself a cup of wine. The drunken immortal had a bright red color and was exceptionally alluring. There was even a slight chill on the surface of the cup. This drunken immortal sure is extravagant. They even added ice. Wei Zheng couldn't help but mutter to himself. One must know that in ancient times, in order to prevent the ice from melting, one had to dig 5 to 10 meters deep. Furthermore, the scale was usually relatively large, costing tens of millions. Generally speaking, only the royal family and wealthy clans could afford it. After sighing for a moment, Wei Zheng lifted the cup and took a light sniff. In an instant, a rich aroma of wine and fruits assaulted his nose. He couldn't help but close his eyes and immerse himself in the intoxicating aroma. Good wine. There's the aroma of Jianan roasted spring in it. However, the aroma is even richer than that of Jianan roasted spring. Coupled with the fragrance of the fruits, the two actually don't clash at all. The person who mixed the wine has a perfect grasp of the situation. He can be considered a master wine mixer. One could tell whether an expert was a master the moment he spoke. It had to be said that Wei Zheng's research in winemaking had already reached the level of a master. With just a light sniff, he was able to determine the composition of the wine. His sweet, such a sweet wine in the world. To be able to drink such a divine wine in my lifetime, my life has truly not been in vain. As an old drunkard, what else could attract him more than fine wine? At this moment, Wei Zheng had already forgotten the purpose of his visit and was completely immersed in the Drunken Immortal Inn. Wei Zheng drank 1 cup after another while gnawing on the chicken. After a while, the bottle of Drunken Immortal was emptied. It had to be said that Wei Zheng's alcohol tolerance was really good. After drinking more than a caddy of Drunken Immortal, he actually didn't collapse. It should be known that the alcohol content of ancient times was generally lower. Generally, those who were used to drinking low alcohol would collapse within 4 or 5 glasses of strong alcohol like the immortal drunken wine. It was rare to see someone like Wei Zheng who could persist until now. Even though Wei Zheng hadn't collapsed yet, his consciousness was a little blurry at the moment, and his face was a little red. Looking at him like this, he was probably not far from being drunk. "Master, let's not drink anymore. You've already drunk too much. When we return, Madam will blame me again." The coachman who came with Wei Zheng saw that Wei Zheng had drunk a little too much, so he quickly mustered up his courage and went forward to persuade him. Wei Zheng squinted his eyes and waved his hand unsteadily. This old man didn't drink too much. Quickly withdraw for this old man. With that, he lifted another jug of wine with his trembling right hand and continued to pour wine for himself. It was inevitable that a lot of wine would spill out in the process. The coachman was so anxious that his face turned red. He wanted to persuade Wei Zheng, but he didn't dare to. He could only come over and help Wei Zheng pour the wine. When the surrounding diners saw Wei Zheng like this, they secretly shook their heads. They thought that this was another challenger who didn't know his own strength. Before he drank half of the second jug of wine, Wei Zheng finally couldn't drink anymore. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "Good wine!" Then he fell to the ground with a thud. The servant who drove the carriage quickly went forward to help him up. Master, are you okay? I'll send you home." As he spoke, he was about to pull Wei Zheng to the carriage outside. Unexpectedly, Wei Zheng suddenly straightened his body, opened his eyes and shouted, "Bring me more wine. This old man can still drink." The servant was about to cry. He quickly said, "Master, there's no more wine. Let's go home quickly. Madam is waiting anxiously." Wei Zheng ignored him and suddenly pushed the servant away with his arm. He shouted, "Get out of the way, Lai Fu. How dare you not listen to this old man today? Burp, eh? This is..." At this time he suddenly staggered 2 steps and walked in front of a diner. He stretched his head forward and his eyes were almost touching the diner's face. The diner was shocked and quickly said, "Brother, what can I do for you?" Wei Zheng laughed twice and pointed at the diner. "Brother Fong, are you Brother Fong? I remember that I, old Wei, still owe you money. Burp, Lai Fu, quickly go and pay Brother Fong back." The diner quickly waved his hand and said, No, brother, you've got the wrong person. My surname is Wang, not Fong. You don't owe me money." "Who said that? How could I get the wrong person?" "Burp, Lai Fu, did you hear that? Quickly bring the money." Wei Zheng patted the diner's shoulder and laughed incoherently. Lai Fu anxiously said, "Master, you've really got the wrong person. This is not Fong Xiang." Today, he had already spent 10 yuan in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. If Lai Fu took out more money, he would probably be skinned by his wife when he returned. Wei Zheng was instantly angry. He grabbed Lai Fu and snatched the money bag at his waist. He took out a handful of money and handed it to the diner, saying, "The servant at home is not sensible. Brother Fong, please don't blame him. Burp, quickly take it." "Brother, I really can't take this money. You've got the wrong person." Wei Zheng shouted loudly, "If I tell you to take it, then take it. Burp, if you don't take it, then you don't give me Wei Xuanqing face. Burp, am I Wei Xuanqing, a villain who owes money and doesn't pay it back?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Wei Xuanqing? This person is actually the left Prime Minister Wei Zheng? Yes, I didn't expect left Prime Minister Wei to get drunk. Isn't he known as the person with the highest alcohol tolerance in Great Tang? This left Prime Minister Wei actually likes to give people money when he's drunk? It's really rare. Isn't it? It's the first time I've seen someone take the initiative to give money. It would have been better if Wei Zheng didn't say it. Once he said it, the diner was even more afraid to take his money. People didn't fight with officials. At this time, if there was money to let Wei Zheng leave, the diner would definitely take out 2 big gold pancakes without hesitation. Wei Zheng was entangled with the diner for a long time. Finally, he was a little impatient. He directly stuffed the gold pancake into the diner's arms and muttered, "Brother Fong is really not straightforward." Then he proudly went to another diner and asked, "Brother Yu, it's you. Do I still owe you 5 strings of money?" "Lai Fu, quickly give me the money." Lai Fu didn't have 5 strings of money on him. At this moment he wanted to cry. He really wanted to faint from happiness. He felt that if he continued to be like this, he would definitely be driven crazy by Wei Zheng. In the end, shopkeeper Lu couldn't stand it anymore. He called 2 servants to help Lai Fu forcibly carry Wei Zheng into the carriage. After this farce, he finally became a laughing stock. He was afraid that when Wei Zheng woke up tomorrow, he would find that he was already famous in Chang'an. Chapter 115. Imperial Palace, West Court. After the morning court, Li Er went to Empress Zhangsuan's place to have lunch with her. "Your Majesty, this is the chicken I had the royal chef imitate. Try it and see what you think." Zhang Sun gently picked up a piece of chicken for Li Er and said with a faint smile, "Oh, Guanyin is so thoughtful. Aha, let me try it." Li Er picked up his chopsticks in surprise and tasted a piece of chicken. Then he praised, "Oh, not bad, not bad. It's 90% similar to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Guanyin is so thoughtful." If Li Zixuan were here, he would definitely complain about Li Er's casual imitation. However, the Tang Empire did not seem to have the intention of protecting the original creation. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is here." An eunuch stepped forward and cautiously reported. "Oh, then let him in," Li Er said casually. A moment later, Li Changqian entered the palace, followed by a servant carrying 2 wine jars. "This son greets Imperial Father and Imperial Mother." Li Er nodded with a smile and asked, "Changqian, Why are you here instead of having lunch in the Eastern Palace? Li Changqian bowed and said, Father, I just received 2 types of wine that are popular in Chang. One is warm and mellow and the other is spicy and sweet. Their flavors are unique in the Tang Empire. I brought them here to show my filial piety to father and mother. Yesterday, when the winery made the first batch of wine, Li Zishuan used ice to seal 4 jars of wine. Today, he had someone send them to Li Changqian. He had borrowed the name of the Cheng family's winery to brew wine, but in the end, it was still a skirmish. If he really wanted to investigate further, it could be considered a violation of the law. Therefore, he gave a few jars of wine to Li Er as a sign of goodwill in advance, lest Li Er continue to hold on to his little tail and refuse to let go. Li Er's interest was piqued by Li Changqian's extravagant description. He asked curiously, This is new. There's wine in Chang and that I haven't tried before? Changqian, bring it up for your mother and me to see. Li Changqian took the wine jars from the servant and personally poured a cup of drunken immortal for Li Er. The bright red liquid flowed down the sides of the cup, and the fragrance of the wine filled the entire palace. Zhang Sun said in shock, Qingqian, what wine is this? The aroma of the wine is actually so strong? Although she didn't know how to drink, this was the first time she had seen wine with such a strong fragrance, so she couldn't help but ask. A trace of astonishment flashed through Li Er's eyes, and he also cast an inquiring gaze towards Li Changqian. Li Changqian hurriedly replied. Replying to Imperial Mother, this wine is called Drunken Immortal. Using a special method, Jianan Braised Spring was condensed and mixed with mountain fruit wine, according to a certain ratio. The alcohol is extremely strong. When Imperial Father drinks it, please enjoy it slowly. Zhang Sun couldn't help but chuckle and say, Immortal Drunken. The person who named it sure talks big. I wonder if this wine can really make immortals drunk? Your Majesty, please have a taste. This is Changqian's filial piety. Li Er nodded, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. He could not help but grin and praise. Maid Guanyin, I'm afraid that this wine can really intoxicate an immortal. I have never drunk such a strong wine before. It's really delightful. Zhang Sun covered her mouth and laughed. As long as your Majesty likes it. At this time, Li Changqian picked up another jar of wine and poured a glass for Zhang Sun. He smiled and said, Imperial Mother, there's another type of wine here. The alcohol is mild and mellow. It's specially prepared for people who don't know how to drink. Imperial Mother, please have a taste. It won't make you drunk. The wine glasses used in the palace were colored glass cups offered as tribute by foreign countries. After the pink and soft wine was poured into the colored glass cup, it reflected the sunlight like a pink spring. Zhang Sun was somewhat moved just by looking at the beautiful color. She couldn't help but ask, just looking at the color of this wine, it's exceptionally enchanting and charming. Qingqian, what wine is this? Li Changqian replied. Replying to Imperial Mother, this wine is called gentle and soft wine. It's taken from the meaning of warmth and softness. It's not easy to get drunk. Li Er couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Gentle and soft wine, this name is good. This wine is most suitable for a gentle and refined woman like Maid Guanyin to drink. Zhang Suan's pink face immediately reddened, and she glanced charmingly at Li Er. How could Li Er show off his love in front of his son like this? Li Changqian was caught off guard and fed a mouthful of dog food by his parents. He hurriedly lowered his head and stood to the side, pretending that he hadn't heard anything. In order to hide her embarrassment, Empress Zhang Sun hurriedly raised the wine cup and said, Since Changqian says this wine is not intoxicating, then Imperial Mother will try it. Li Changqian hurriedly bowed and took his leave, saying, Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, please take your time. I will leave first. He was afraid that if he stayed, Li Er would drink too much and hear something he shouldn't hear. This drunken immortal wine made people drunk very quickly. Li Er was also a bit embarrassed. Hearing this, he waved his hand and said, Go. Li Changqian felt like he had been pardoned. He hurriedly bowed and left. 15 minutes later in the main hall. Oh, good wine. This reminds me of the wedding night with Maid Guanyin. So many years have passed. Maid Guanyin, you are still as beautiful as before, but I have grown old. Li Er was clearly drunk. At this moment, he grabbed Zhang Suan's hand and said emotionally, Your Majesty, you are in the prime of your life. How can you say you are old? You have drunk too much. I will help you to rest. Zhang Sun was a bit embarrassed by the first half of Li Er's words. She hurriedly dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs in the hall and supported Li Er, comforting him gently. Li Er waved his hand stubbornly and leaned on Zhang Sun. He closed his eyes and recalled. No, I wasn't drunk. It was still the best back then. I was still very close with big brother and third brother talking about everything. I even married a peerless beauty like you, Guanin's servant. I felt that there was no one happier than me in the world. At that time there were no endless memorials to read. And there were no brothers fighting against each other. Although I am the emperor now, I am not happy. Maid Guanin, do you know? Every night in my dreams, I would wake up from my dreams in fright at the sight of big brother and third brother's bloody skulls and angry eyes. Is this heaven's punishment for killing my brothers and imprisoning my father? Do you want me to never have peace for the rest of my life? Maid Guanin, did I really do something wrong? The iron-blooded emperor of a generation had a line of tears at the corner of his eyes. Empress Zhang Sun held Li Er in her arms with heartache. She knew that although Li Er had won in the Xuanwu Gate incident in the end, the fact that he had killed his brothers and imprisoned his father was a pain that he could never get over. Li Er was just using the effects of alcohol to vent the pain that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Erlang, this is not your fault. It is not your fault. If you did not fight back then, our family would have suffered the same tragedy. No matter what happens, I and the Changqian Green Sparrow will stand by Erlang's side. Zhang Sun gently stroked Li Er's face as she spoke softly. Li Er finally calmed down. A moment later, his breathing gradually evened out. Zhang Sun thought that he had fallen asleep and stood up to call the palace maids to carry Li Er to the bed. Who knew that as soon as Zhang Sun stood up, Li Er pressed her down forcefully. He rested his head in her arms and smelled her soft fragrance. Li Er used the effects of alcohol to start misbehaving. Erlang, don't. It is still daytime. Oh, what are you afraid of? No, Erlang, you should go rest. Hey, I can also rest with Maid Guanin. 50,000 words omitted here. Please fill in the blanks yourself. The number of words in the novel will automatically increase by 50,000. Fortunately, Li Changqian was smart enough to leave first. Otherwise, if he stayed here, it would not be as simple as being fed dog food. He would probably have to watch a live spring gong that he should not have seen. Li Zishuan had sent Li Er tenderness and immortal drunken wine with the intention of pleasing him. He did not expect things to develop like this. Did this count as doing bad things with good intentions? Chapter 116. The next day at 5 o'clock. Zhangsun Palace. Your Majesty, I should help you dress and wash up. It's almost time for morning court. Zhangsuan's hair was messy and her cheeks were pink. She propped herself up and looked at Li Er as she spoke softly. Li Er happily stretched his waist and legs, then took Zhang Sun in his arms and sighed with emotion. I haven't slept so deeply in a long time. I didn't expect the aftereffects of the drunken immortal to be so strong. I've been sleeping from yesterday afternoon until today. I really want to just lie here and not get up. Zhang Sun lay on Li Er's body and laughed. Your Majesty, don't joke. Get up quickly, or else Wei Zhuqing will admonish you again. Li Er rubbed his head and said with a headache, even if I didn't go late today, I'm afraid I'll still be scolded by Wei Xuanqing. I haven't read yesterday's memorial yet. Zhang Sun laughed lightly. Your Majesty has been working hard on state affairs and resting for half a day. I'm sure Wei Zhuqing won't say anything, right? Li Er sneered. Guanin maid, you think too highly of that old fellow. He wants nothing more than for me to spend all 24 hours a day busy with state affairs. That's right. Where did Changqian get the drunken immortal and the land of warmth from yesterday? He thought to himself that the names of these two wines were really good. When immortals get drunk, they can't help but lie down in the land of warmth. If Li Zishuan knew what Li Er was thinking, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. That wasn't his original intention. Zhang Sun replied. Your Majesty, after you fell asleep yesterday, I sent someone to inquire. It said that Li Zishuan borrowed Duke Lu's winery to make this wine. He already started selling it at the Drunken Immortal restaurant yesterday. Li Er glared and said angrily, it's this kid again. He's even more comfortable as a baron than I am as an emperor. He studies eating, drinking, and playing every day. I have to find something for him to do. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his talent? Zhang Sun covered her mouth and laughed. Hearing your majesty say this, I also feel that I should arrange something for this child to do. I see that Changqian, Chang'e and Qin Ke all have a good relationship with Li Zishuan. Why don't we have him come to the palace every day to accompany Qin Ke and the others to school? Li Er thought for a moment, then shook his head in the end. This kid has learned a variety of things, and is definitely not of the Confucian school. Don't lead Changqian astray. As for Li Zishuan, I have my own plans. Guanyin maid need not worry. However, this kid sure is slippery. He used Chang Jiji's family's winery to privately brew wine to avoid the laws of the court. We can't let him off so easily. Later, have Changqian send a message to this kid. In the future, he will provide the tribute wine in the royal palace. As for the price, it will be half the market price. Zhang Sun couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, aren't you going to ask Li Zishuan to pay compensation? Alright, it's getting late, your Majesty should get up. Li Er missed the drunken immortal quite a bit. He got up and smacked his lips, saying proudly, Who asked that kid to like to take advantage of loopholes? I have to make him lose the guts to delve into eating, drinking, and playing. Inside Taiji Palace morning court. To be honest, Li Er was feeling a little guilty going to court today. After all, he hadn't finished his work yesterday. The other officials might give him some face, but if Wei Zheng knew that he was drunk and messed up state affairs, he would definitely point at his nose and call him a fatuous ruler. However, Li Er was very lucky today because Wei Zheng was having trouble protecting himself. How could he have the time to care about Li Er? Minister Wei, why are there so many wounds on your face? Did someone dare to beat up an important official of the court? After going through the necessary etiquette of the morning court, Li Er glanced guiltily at Wei Zheng. It wouldn't have mattered if he didn't look, but what he saw shocked Li Er. He saw that there were 3 or 4 slender bloody wounds on Wei Zheng's face. One of them had almost reached the corner of his eye, so Li Er couldn't help but ask curiously. Wei Zheng's face was full of awkwardness. He was completely drunk yesterday, and after being dragged home by the servant, he couldn't remember anything. When he woke up, he felt a burning pain on his face. His wife was sitting to the side, her eyes red and swollen as she stared at him fiercely. Wei Zheng's wife, Pei Shi, was born in a noble family. After marrying Wei Zheng, she had been living with her husband in that old and broken house. Every day, she would spin and weave cloth, working hard without any complaints. The only thing that made her dissatisfied was that Wei Zheng loved wine. Although the Tang dynasty's inferior wine was only 20 to 30 copper coins per liter, Wei Zheng had tasted all kinds of wine. Furthermore, he knew how to make wine himself. His taste had long been picky, and he would only drink good wine. Yesterday, when Madame Pei saw Lai Fu supporting the drunk Wei Zheng back, she was a little unhappy in her heart. When she heard from Lai Fu that Wei Zheng's drink actually cost 10 yuan, and that he even gave money to people after he got drunk, Madame Pei's anger could no longer be suppressed. She asked someone to send Wei Zheng back to his room, and then she followed in herself. Looking at her husband sleeping soundly on the bed, and thinking about how their family was poor to begin with, Wei Zheng had actually used up all of his money. The more Pei Shi thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but scratch her husband's body. As she scratched, Pei Shi stopped and sat to the side, sobbing softly. When Wei Zheng woke up in the morning for a meeting, he saw that Pei Shi's eyes were red and swollen. After Wei Zheng woke up, he remembered that he had gone to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to drink yesterday. He was confident that he wouldn't get drunk after 2 liters and then win back the 10 copper coins, but he didn't expect to get drunk in the end. He knew that 10 copper coins was a large sum of money for his family. When he saw his wife's red eyes, he knew that he was in the wrong. Thus, he ignored the burning pain on his face and got up to comfort his wife for a long time before rushing to the morning court. Before the morning court, Wei Zheng had already been laughed at by his colleagues outside Taiji Palace. The news of Wei Zheng giving money when he was drunk had spread throughout Chang'an. Now that they saw Wei Zheng's face full of scars, how could the ministers not know what had happened? At the moment in the court, Wei Zheng, who had always dared to say anything, was embarrassed by Li Er's question. He mumbled for a long time and didn't know what to say. He didn't say it, but someone else said it for him. In the early days of Zhongguan, the court was relatively free and there were fewer rules. As long as it was not too presumptuous, no one would hold it accountable. Chang Yaojin came out of the crowd and laughed. Your Majesty, I heard that Wei Zhuoqing was drunk at the Drunken Immortal restaurant yesterday, and took the initiative to give money. I guess that the injury on his face was caused by a fall on the way home. Haha. The ministers in the court were amused by Chang Yaojin's obvious teasing words. Wei Zheng blushed and glared at Chang Yaojin. Li Er thought about it carefully and instantly imagined the whole thing. He couldn't help but find it funny, but he still had to hold back his laughter. Otherwise it would be too hurtful. Feng Xianling was kind and didn't want to embarrass Wei Zheng too much. In fact, he also somewhat sympathized with him. His wife was the founder of Jealous Women. In fact, she was 10 times or 100 times more ferocious than Lady Pei. Feng Xianling didn't know how much domestic violence he had suffered over the years. Your Majesty, these are just the family affairs of the ministers. It's really inappropriate to discuss it in the court. I suggest that we put this matter aside and discuss the state affairs. Feng Xianling came out of the crowd and bowed to Li Er. Wei Zheng secretly cast a grateful look at Feng Xianling. Li Er held back his laughter and pretended to be serious. Ahem, Minister Feng is right. Let's discuss the state affairs. If you have something to say, please report. If not, the court is dismissed. But he was laughing in his heart. He didn't expect Wei Zhuoqing to have such a day. It was really satisfying. Chapter 117. Outside the imperial court, it was another scene. Chang'an City, West City. Have you heard? Yesterday, the Drunken Immortal restaurant sold immortal drunken wine. They said they would refund you if you didn't get drunk after 2 liters. I have. What happened after that? Did the Drunken Immortal restaurant lose a lot of money yesterday? Nonsense, it is said that the people who went to challenge the Drunken Immortal restaurant yesterday were all defeated. Most of them got drunk before they finished 1 liter. One of them drank the most, but he only drank 1.5 liters before he couldn't hold on anymore. Ah, this wine is so strong. Then who drank the most? Haha, it was Wei Zhuoqing, the minister of the imperial court. Ah, isn't Wei Zhuoqing the master brewer of our imperial court? How could he get drunk? Hey, that's nothing. What's more interesting is that Wei Zhuoqing held someone's hand after he got drunk and insisted on giving him money. Hey, that's right, that's the man. Hey man, you're here today too? Yes, the Drunken Immortal restaurant's immortal drunken wine is really an immortal brew. The braised pork and braised meatballs are also rare delicacies in the world. I couldn't forget them after tasting them yesterday. Later, I heard that the Drunken Immortal restaurant also has a kind of wine called Gentle Village, which is specially brewed for people who can't drink. So I brought my wife here today to try it. This man was the middle-aged man whom Wei Zheng mistook for Feng Xianling yesterday, and insisted on giving him money. Haha. You couple are really affectionate. But man, is the Drunken Immortal restaurant's immortal drunken wine really that good? The middle-aged man nodded without hesitation and said, Of course, but this wine is very easy to get drunk and shouldn't be overdosed. Not only that, their new dishes are also unique delicacies in our Tang Empire. They are very delicious. Now that you mention it, I'm a little greedy. I have to go in and try it today. Hey man, why didn't you take the money that Wei Zhuoqing gave you yesterday? Another young man next to him teased. The middle-aged man. Ha ha ha. The surrounding crowd suddenly burst into laughter. Young master, the new wine and dishes are too popular. After deducting the cost, just the new wine and dishes alone made a profit of more than 400 strings of coins yesterday. It's really amazing. Within a private room in the Immortal Indulgence Inn, Manager Liu reported to Li Zishuan with extreme excitement. Now that the Drunken Immortal restaurant had come back from the dead and made a shocking reversal. Apart from Li Zishuan, the most excited person was Manager Liu. Li Zishuan nodded his head calmly. The Drunken Immortal and the pork dishes were just released yesterday. Not many people knew about them yet. The profits would definitely get bigger and bigger later on. He casually agreed and said, That's good. Uncle Liu, from now on, the affairs of the Drunken Immortal Inn will depend on you to manage. I will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Today he brought Lan Er to try the new dishes. The little girl was eating until her mouth was full of oil and had no time to pay attention to him. When Manager Lu heard that Li Zixuan didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of the Drunken Immortal Inn, he was shocked. He had indeed become dependent on Li Zixuan. Whenever there was a problem in the Drunken Immortal Inn, the first person he thought of was Li Zixuan. Young master, why is this? Li Zixuan did have his reasons for doing this. First, he had other things to do. How could he stay in the Drunken Immortal Inn every day? Second, he found that Manager Lu and Wang Eru had become dependent on him. When they encountered problems, they didn't want to solve it themselves. Instead, they wanted him to help them. How could this be? A qualified leader would never do everything personally. Uncle Lu, I still have other things to do. In the future, you should encourage Eru and the others to invent new dishes. You can't just sit there and do nothing. If the Drunken Immortal Inn wants to develop healthily, it must constantly innovate. You can't just rely on me, Li Zixuan said solemnly. When Manager Lu heard this, he knew that Li Zixuan had made up his mind. He also felt that Li Zixuan's words were reasonable. It was indeed a bit outrageous for a lord to spend all his time in a restaurant researching food and drink. Young master is right. Don't worry, young master, Old Lu, will definitely take good care of the Drunken Immortal Inn according to your wishes. Li Zixuan nodded slightly and continued eating with Lanner, Azure Dragon Ward. Within the courtyard of the mansion. TSK, this Drunken Immortal truly lives up to its reputation. It looks like we'll have to hurry up and discuss cooperation with Li Zixuan. The white-clothed young master held a cup of wine and carefully savored the taste. Young master, the Drunken Immortal Inn's new wine and dishes are now hard to come by. I'm afraid that the second young master won't be able to sit still at House Yunxi any longer. The white-clothed young master couldn't help but smile. He said, Yes, I'm afraid my second younger brother is in a hurry right now. We'll go meet this Li Zixuan tomorrow. It'll be best if we can cooperate. Lu Yun couldn't help but ask, Young master, both the scooter and the Drunken Immortal are extremely popular in Chang'an right now. Why would Li Zixuan be willing to cooperate with us? The white-clothed young master shook his head and said with a smile, You don't understand. The Li family has risen too quickly. Their foundation naturally can't compare to our 1,000-year-old families. The scooter and the Drunken Immortal are only popular in Chang'an. They might not be popular in other places. If Li Zixuan cooperates with me, there will only be benefits for him. It's a win-win situation for both of us. Lu Yun suddenly understood and nodded. At this moment, a woman in white clothes suddenly floated down from behind Lu Yun. Yes, it was Liao. This woman's skin was whiter than snow and her figure was slender. She suddenly appeared behind Lu Yun without making a sound. She directly placed her sword in its scabbard on Lu Yun's neck and coldly said, Lu Yun, you're getting bolder now. Why does the young master need to explain to you what he wants to do? Lu Yun's legs trembled from the cold scabbard and the bone-chilling voice. He quickly begged for mercy. Miss Yu Yao, please spare my life. This little one definitely didn't mean that. The white-clothed young master also smiled and said, Lu Yun was just asking casually. Don't scare him, Yao. The woman named Yu Yao patted Lu Yun's shoulder with the scabbard when she heard this. She then put away her sword and coldly snorted. Next time, just do whatever the young master asks you to do. If you talk so much nonsense again, be careful that I'll cut off your tongue. Scram. Lu Yun quickly bowed to the white-clothed young master and then to Yu Yao as he apologized. This little one won't dare to ask any more next time. This little one will take his leave now. This little one will take his leave now. Lu Yun wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly retreated. Yao, why are you here? The white-clothed young master smiled and shook his head. When he saw that Lu Yun had already retreated, he asked. Yu Yao hurriedly replied respectfully. Replying to the young master, Yu Yao received news a few days ago that the second young master has recently recruited a group of Jianghu experts. Yu Yao is afraid that the second young master will harm the young master in this trial, so Yu Yao specially came to protect the young master's safety. The white-clothed young master smiled indifferently and said, Yao, you're overthinking things. Although my second brother and I have our conflicts, it's far from the point of fighting each other. He probably has other uses for the Jianghu experts. You should return to the clan. Otherwise, the elders will blame you for leaving your post without permission. Yu Yao frowned and firmly shook her head. The second young master's current intentions are unclear. Yu Yao won't let the young master take the risk alone. Yu Yao will follow the young master wherever he goes and will never leave. After saying that, she directly went to the white-clothed young master's side and stood there like a sword without moving. Her delicate and pretty face was filled with determination and stubbornness. The white-clothed young master raised his head and looked at her. He knew that he couldn't persuade her anymore. So he stood up and gently stroked Yu Yao's beautiful face. He smiled helplessly and said, "It's been so many years, why are you still so stubborn? Since you insist on following me, then follow me. I'll send a letter to my father later, and tell him that I've transferred you over to do some errands." Yu Yao looked at the white-clothed young master's hand that was inches away from her, and a faint blush flashed across her cold face. When she heard that the young master had finally agreed to let her follow him, a smile finally appeared on her face. She said, "Thank you, young master." Her voice carried a trace of joy and was clearly not as cold as before. The white-clothed young master shook his head and smiled. This young master really doesn't know what to do with you. Since that's the case, Yao, you can stay here. Tomorrow you can come with me to meet that Li Zishuan." Yu Yao softly agreed and asked, "If the young master wants to cooperate with that Li Zishuan, Yu Yao can just go and capture him. Why bother the young master to personally make a trip? If that Li Zishuan dares to not agree to cooperate, I'll kill him." The white-clothed young master unhappily flicked Yu Yao's forehead and said, "Why do you only know how to fight and kill? This is Chang'an. In the future, don't mess around without my orders. Moreover, this matter can only be cooperated. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." "Yes, young master." Yu Yao rubbed her forehead and whispered in agreement. Chapter 118. In the afternoon, when Li Zishuan and Lana returned home, Wang Zhong told him something strange. "Young master, a chicken seedling merchant came to the eastern market today. He wants to sell 80,000 chicken seedlings in one go, but his price is a little high. One chicken seedling costs 120 copper coins." This old servant thought about it and bought all 80,000 chicken seedlings. This way, the 150,000 chicken seedlings that young master wants to buy will all be gathered. The moment Li Zishuan entered the house, Wang Zhong came over and carefully reported to him. Li Zishuan let Lana go find Iron Egg, Xiaohe, and the others to play. Then he pondered for a moment and asked, "Uncle Wang, what is the background of this merchant? Why does he have so many chicken seedlings?" Wang Zhong replied, "This old servant has also inquired about this. It is said that they transported a batch of chicken seedlings from the south through the Grand Canal." Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. Being able to solve the chicken seedling problem in one go could also be considered as solving a problem in his heart. Thus he said, "All right, then buy it. That merchant probably wants to resell the chicken seedlings from the south to make a fortune. Chang'an's chicken seedlings might be even more expensive in the future. Uncle Wang, quickly send these chicken seedlings to Plum Village and the Han Village. Instruct them to take good care of them." "Yes, young master. This old servant will arrange it immediately." Wang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. After all, spending so much money in one go had put a lot of pressure on him. Yunqi Pavilion. "Young master, the 80,000 chicken seedlings from the south have all been bought by the Li family. This trip, excluding the cost of the journey, we can probably make a profit of 5,000 strings of cash." The young master in a green robe stood by the window and nodded. "Yes, although 5,000 strings of cash is not a lot, it is better than nothing. Xiaoying, put your focus on Yunqi Pavilion. If Yunqi Pavilion is managed well, it is not impossible to make a profit of 1,000 strings of cash in a day. This young master has heard that the Drunken Immortal restaurant has released new wine and new dishes these past 2 days. Our customers are already showing signs of leaving. Quickly think of a way to make Xia Xinyuan imitate their new dishes." Xiaoying. This middle-aged man was actually the shopkeeper of Yunqi restaurant, Xiaoying. Xiaoying hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, young master. This subordinate will do it immediately." Oh! The next morning the sky was still bright. Li family's west courtyard. Kunlun is vast and majestic. I think of its purity. Gods fight in the Xian realm and the Chen Yin and Yang. Gods fought in Xian, and there was neither good nor evil. The dragon is born in the middle, and its head and tail believe in each other. When a dragon emerges from the middle, one can see its creation. Nihility is the cause of great loss of life. No. Whether it was empty or not, he couldn't accept it. When the sun is in the sky, it makes use of its time to make decisions. When the sun is high in the sky, it should be at its highest position. It is better to be enlightened in the west than to have the moon in its quaint state. When the moon is thin, the base begins to retreat. Qiu Hua Qi Shui Baozhen. Prophecy, Chieftain's Bag. Renchun is also there. Yellow is not yellow. Overturning autumn is everlasting. Huang is not Huang, it is lacking in virtue. The spiritual energy was inverted. When the spirit is turned upside down, time will not subdue it. Iron Egg held a book and sat cross-legged on the ground, reading word by word. After a while, he raised his head and asked Li Zishuan, who was sitting on a bench next to him and yawning. Master, Iron Egg knows all these words, but Iron Egg doesn't know what they mean? Li Zishuan yawned gloomily. This stupid disciple, he couldn't even understand this. This guy didn't realize that if he hadn't merged with his predecessor's memories, he wouldn't have been able to understand these scriptures either. That's right. Iron Egg was holding the first 5 volumes of the Taishan Sutra. Li Zishuan had copied them last night. After all, Iron Egg's original intention of becoming a disciple was to learn martial arts. It wouldn't be right if he didn't teach him martial arts. Moreover, this child was still young and had a good foundation. It was the best time to lay his foundation. The reason why he chose to practice martial arts in the early morning, according to his predecessor's memories, was mainly because the early morning was when nature intersected with heaven and earth. When the sun rose, people would feel more nourished by the energy of the universe. For people who practice martial arts at this time, the effect would be very obvious and they would get twice the result with half the effort. Well, spiritual master Ling Su had explained it this way before. Anyway, Li Zishuan was an atheist who had received higher education and didn't really believe in this kind of nonsense. But he didn't have any experience in teaching disciples. He could only copy everything according to his memory. Iron Egg, you should be like me. Sit cross-legged and guard your origin. Imagine that Kunlun is the sky, majestic is the earth, and seclusion is the hidden meaning. The sky is engulfed in the earth, and the earth is in the center. At this time the gods are fighting in the heavens and the yin and yang are fighting. The upper 9 is the extreme and the upper 9 is the heaven. The lower 9 is the metal and the soul. How can the soul ascend to the heaven? The upper and lower are in conflict, so it is called the opposite of qi. Li Zishuan explained the true meaning of the first volume of the Supreme Mystery Sutra to Iron Egg. Then he waited for Iron Egg to slowly comprehend it. The first volume of the Supreme Mystery Sutra focused on drawing qi, but it was different from other inner force mantras. It drew the primordial qi of chaos. Compared to ordinary true qi, it was a level higher in quality. As long as Iron Egg could completely comprehend the first volume, he would successfully draw qi into his body. From an ordinary person, he would step into the ranks of martial artists. His body would also be twice as strong as his peers. Li Zishuan waited for a long time, but Iron Egg didn't open his eyes. So he asked anxiously, "How is it? Iron Egg, do you have a feeling that there are a few tadpole-like qi running around in your body?" The feeling of drawing qi into the body through the Supreme Mystery Sutra was that there were a few tadpole-like true qi running around in the meridians. As one's power deepened, there would be more and more of these tadpole-like true qi. In his memory, spiritual master Ling Su once said that when the Supreme Mystery Sutra was practiced to the 10th level, the tadpole-like true qi would become a giant frog. The 100 acupoints would become 1, and one's inner force would grow and multiply endlessly. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one had been able to practice it. Iron Egg heard this and opened his eyes. With a sad face he said, "Master, Iron Egg didn't feel anything." Well, he was still too impatient. If drawing qi was so easy, then wouldn't the world be filled with martial arts masters? Iron Egg, from now on, you will wake up every morning at Mausher, around 5 in the morning. Meditate for an hour, stand still for an hour, then run 10 laps around our house. Only then can you eat. After eating, you will go with Lawner to listen to the teacher's lecture. Do you understand? Ah. Iron Egg was immediately dumbfounded. Meditating and standing still was fine, but running 10 laps around the Li Mansion was a bit difficult. The Li Mansion occupied a large area. Running 10 laps around the mansion would be more than 20 miles. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Li Zishuan said seriously. What? You can't do it? Did you forget what you said to me when you first became my disciple? If you can't even endure this little bit of hardship, what martial arts are you learning? A martial artist not only needs to cultivate the mind, but also needs to strengthen the body. With your current weak appearance, even if I gave you a body of inner force, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Iron Egg saw his master's stern expression and hurriedly agreed. Master is right. Iron Egg will definitely do as you say in the future. I definitely won't be lazy. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's more like it. You practice martial arts on your own. I won't keep an eye on you all the time. But if I find out that you're lazy, then our relationship as master and disciple will come to an end. Do you understand? Iron Egg heard this and his body trembled. He had enough of the days of being weak. He didn't want to be weak again. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and said in a clear voice, Master, don't worry. Iron Egg definitely won't be lazy. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. As a master, of course, he couldn't always be amiable. There was a reason why a strict master would produce a fine disciple since ancient times. Well, Iron Egg, after you practice martial arts in the morning and listen to my lessons in the afternoon if I have time, I'll teach you another skill. You have to learn it well. In times of peace, no matter how good your martial arts are, you're just a boorish man. You might not even be able to eat and wear. I have high hopes for you. I hope you won't only be obsessed with martial arts. If you learn my skill well, you'll be even better than a willing master. Li Zishuan could also see that Iron Egg was obsessed with martial arts and was not interested in cultural studies. That was why he advised him. The Tang Empire still had more than 100 years of prosperity. You're just a boorish man who doesn't know anything about martial arts. You probably won't even be able to eat and wear when the time comes unless you become a bandit. Of course, if Iron Egg really became a bandit, Li Zishuan would be so angry that he would punish him. Master, is there really such a powerful skill? Iron Egg was indeed a little averse to learning before. He just wanted to learn martial arts well so that he and his sister would not be bullied. At this time, when he heard his master say that there was a skill that was even better than a willing master, Iron Egg suddenly felt a little incredulous. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. I call this skill engineering. The previous scooters, roller bearings, and curved plows were all made with this skill. If this skill is studied deeply, an ordinary person can lift a 10,000-kilogram boulder by himself. Anyone can even fly above the 9th heaven. Don't you think this skill is amazing? Iron Egg's eyes widened. He was deeply shocked by the scene described by Li Zishuan. At this time he quickly nodded and praised. Amazing, of course it's amazing. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Then you have to learn it well. Don't embarrass me in the future. You practice first. I'm going back to sleep. After that, Li Zishuan actually walked to the room. Iron Egg hurriedly said respectfully behind him, Goodbye, master. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. He thought to himself, It's fun to be someone's master and teach his disciple when he has nothing to do. Iron Egg sat down cross-legged again but wondered in his heart, Why is master so lazy every day but his skill is so good? Ooh. Chapter 119. Li Zishuan went to sleep but Iron Egg was still sweating outside. He was only a 7-year-old child. It was difficult for him to run such a long distance, not to mention that he had to stand for an hour before running. Iron Egg's legs were weak by the 5th lap. At this time he was relying on his strong willpower to move his legs. Brother Iron Egg, what are you doing running here and there? After Lan Er woke up, she wanted to find Iron Egg, but she was told by the servants that Iron Egg was outside running around the Li mansion, so she went out to guard the door. When Iron Egg ran over, she asked curiously. Iron Egg was panting and his face was pale. He was really tired and didn't want to talk at all. But thinking that Lan Er usually took care of him, he simply explained, Master, let me run. As he spoke, he slowed down his pace. After that, he continued to grit his teeth and continued to speed up. Hey, don't run. Rest for a while. Lan Er also saw that Iron Egg's face was not right. She quickly chased after him and shouted. Bruiser shook his head but he didn't stop. He didn't dare to speak and he didn't dare to stop to rest. He knew that if he let out this breath, he wouldn't be able to run anymore. Lan Er followed him for a while and slowly began to feel tired. She saw that Tai Dan kept running with his head down and completely ignored her. The little girl stopped and angrily stomped her feet. She tenderly snorted and turned around to return to the courtyard, no longer caring about Tai Dan. After Li Zixuan got out of bed and washed up, he went to the front yard and saw Bruiser slumped on a stool. Bruiser's face was pale, and his entire body was drenched. He was holding a big bowl of water and drinking it. Launder and his mother were sitting beside him. "Brother, what did Iron Egg do wrong? Why do you have to punish him like this? Brother, don't let Iron Egg run anymore, okay?" When Launder saw Li Zixuan enter, she hurriedly went forward and pulled her brother's arm, acting coquettishly. "Xianer, you're too much. Iron Egg is such a young child. How could he withstand such training?" Mrs. Li also chimed in. She couldn't bear to see others suffer. Moreover, after being together for so long, she had already treated Iron Egg as half a son. Now seeing Iron Egg like this, she also felt a little distressed. Li Zixuan was a bit depressed that his little sister and mother treated him as a bad guy for no reason. He rubbed his nose and was about to explain when he saw Tai Dan hurriedly put down the bowl. He stood up and bowed to Mrs. Li. "Sure, Granny, the two terms master's mother and master's father are still missing in Chinese. Let's use them for now. If anyone has a better term, please leave a comment in the book review section." Iron Egg wanted to run. "It's not master's fault. Iron Egg thanks Sure Granny for your concern." Although Iron Egg had been running wild with the brats in the Han family village and acting lawlessly, after experiencing so many things and staying in the Li family for so long, he was very clear about the fickleness of human nature and the good and the bad. The current Iron Egg was no longer the ignorant brat from before. To the elders who truly cared for him, he respected and appreciated them from the bottom of his heart. Li Zixuan rubbed Launder's head and continued Iron Egg's words. "Mother, Iron Egg is learning martial arts. How can he not endure hardships? As the saying goes, a sword's edge is sharpened, and plum blossom's fragrance comes from the bitter cold. When I was practicing martial arts with Master, I was also like this. A sword's edge is sharpened, and plum blossom's fragrance comes from the bitter cold?" Madame Li murmured twice. Her eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "Xianer, you can compose poems?" Madame Li was considered a lady of a respectable family when she was young. Naturally, she was educated. She could also tell that these two lines were of high quality, which was why she was so shocked. "Ahem, I heard this from my master. I didn't do it. Li Zixuan quickly waved his hands awkwardly. He was only an engineering student and only remembered a few poems. If he was regarded as a talented poet, what if he couldn't compose a poem when others asked him to? Madame Li looked at her son suspiciously. She said a few words of concern to Iron Egg and then turned to leave. 1 gets 1, 1 2 gets 2, 1 3 gets 3. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan found a room in the west courtyard and used it as a classroom to teach Iron Egg Elementary School mathematics. Launder also listened from the side. In his previous life, it was always others who taught him. Now it was his turn to teach others. This feeling was quite refreshing, even though it was only 2 children who were listening to him. There was no blackboard or chalk. Li Zixuan was still not used to it. He could only use the 2 elementary school mathematics books that he copied in the morning and gave each of them one by one. Of course, this book only contained the most basic knowledge of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In fact, as early as the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, there was a multiplication table called the Jiuzhougu. The original Jiuzhougu started with 9981 and ended with 22 is 4. There were a total of 36 lines. However, in order to let Iron Egg better understand other mathematical knowledge in the future, Li Zixuan let him learn the modern multiplication table and Arabic numerals. "Master, what are these words? Why do we need to use these words to count?" "This is the Arabic language. It is much more convenient to count with them in practical calculations. Once you get used to it, you will understand its benefits." "Oh." At this moment, Xiaohe's voice came from outside the door. "Young master, there is a white-clothed gentleman surnamed Wang outside the residence. He said that he wants to discuss a big business with you." Li Zixuan was puzzled. Why would someone want to discuss business with him? However, now is not the time to think so much. He said to Launder and Iron Egg, "You two memorize the multiplication table here and learn Arabic numerals. I will check it when I come back." Oh, Lana replied with a pout. She was still angry at Li Zixuan for what happened in the morning. Yes, master. Iron Egg was more obedient. Li Zixuan nodded and pushed open the door. As he walked out, he asked Xiao He. Xiao He, what business does that person want to discuss with me? Xiao He said angrily. Young master, that person did not say. There is a woman holding a sword beside him. That woman's face is cold, as if she wants to kill someone. Young master, you must be careful. Li Zixuan was even more puzzled when he heard this. Among the people he knew, there was no such strange combination. Well then let's go and meet them. This is the foot of the emperor, and your young master is a baron personally conferred by his majesty. Are you still worried that the woman will eat your young master? Since he could not figure it out, Li Zixuan did not think too much about it. He wanted to meet that person personally. Then he would know everything. Xiao He lowered her head and thought. Yes, the young master is now a baron and can be considered as a member of the imperial court. Not everyone dares to harm the young master. When the little girl thought of this, she stopped worrying about Li Zixuan and went to the front yard with Li Zixuan. Chapter 120. Li Zixuan walked out of the west courtyard and met little Shi. When the little maid saw him coming out, she quickly went up to greet him. Young Master Wang, and the others are waiting for you in the front hall. Little Shi bowed. It turned out that Wang Zhong saw that the white-clothed young master outside the residence was elegant and had a noble aura. He didn't seem like an ordinary person, so he brought the two of them to the front hall to serve tea and wait. Li Zixuan nodded and walked towards the front hall. Front hall. Young master, that Li Zixuan is so rude. That little baron actually dares to make young master wait for so long. Wait for Yaoer to take that guy's head and vent your anger for young master. Seeing that 15 minutes had passed and Li Zixuan still hadn't arrived, Yu Yao couldn't help but feel angry. She felt that Li Zixuan was purposely putting on airs to humiliate her young master. After saying that, she was about to leave with her sword. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on Li Zixuan, who asked him to be teaching his disciple. Of course he had to take some time to explain before leaving. Wait. The white-clothed young master put down the teacup heavily. There was a trace of anger in his voice. Yu Yao's body trembled and stopped in place. This baron wants to see who has the guts to assassinate a baron personally conferred by his majesty in broad daylight. Li Zixuan's hearing was very good. When he was about 7 to 8 feet away from the front hall, he heard a woman speaking arrogantly. He couldn't help but shout angrily and quickly walked in. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Yu Yao was still feeling sad because of her young master's scolding. Now that she saw the person in front of her, she started to feel angry. She felt that it was all because of this person that she was in this situation. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of angering her young master, she would have drawn her sword. As soon as Li Zixuan entered the door, he saw a beautiful woman with snow-white skin, a slender figure, and an exuberant heroic spirit. She was glaring at him angrily. If Li Zixuan hadn't reacted quickly, he would have bumped into her. When he first saw this woman, he was indeed stunned by her beauty, but he wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. This woman had spoken rudely behind his back, and now that she was caught red-handed, she didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Instead, she glared at him angrily. His first impression of this woman was a trace of disgust towards her character. So what if you're pretty? This young master will not spoil you. Moreover, in terms of beauty, Han Yushi was definitely not inferior to this woman in front of him. More importantly, Han Yushi's gentle and graceful personality was very likable. If he had to choose, Li Zixuan would choose Han Yushi without hesitation. Were you the one who said you wanted to kill me? Li Zixuan looked at the woman and spoke coldly. Since the other party didn't give him a good face, why should he stick his warm face to the other party's cold butt? No matter how beautiful you are, you can't be so rude and casually kill people, right? The white-clothed young master quickly stood up and pulled Yu Yao away. He smiled at Li Zixuan and cupped his hands. The maid in my house is rude. This one will strictly discipline her when I return. Lord Li is a weak noble, so you must be magnanimous and won't bicker with an insignificant woman. Only then did Li Zixuan notice the man in the room. He was dressed in white and had black hair. He was elegant and unrestrained, and he had a scholarly air about him. He gave off a gentle and refined feeling. Li Zixuan said indifferently with his hands behind his back. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. This baron naturally won't lower himself to the level of a little woman. May I ask who you are? He deliberately emphasized the words little girl. Hearing this, Yu Yao's jade-like face froze. She snorted coldly and glared at Li Zixuan with killing intent. The white-clothed young master also heard the displeasure in Li Zixuan's tone. He felt helpless. Before he came, he had prepared many words to persuade Li Zixuan to cooperate with him. But now, it seemed that all his plans had been disrupted by Yu Yao. He could only take one step at a time. This one is Wang Runbiao from Taiyuanqi County. Greetings, Lord Zhu. My maid has offended you just now. Please forgive her. The white-clothed young master could only lower his posture and ease the stiff atmosphere. The Wang family of Taiyuan? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows. He paused his steps and asked in surprise. The white-clothed young master cupped his hands and smiled. Yes. Li Zixuan was shocked. The Wang family of Taiyuan was a rich and powerful family. They were one of the 5 surnames in 7 hopes. Although he did not study liberal arts, he had heard of the name of the 5 surnames in 7 hopes. During the Han and Sui dynasties, it was a society based on the status system. The aristocratic families enjoyed high prestige and status in society. Among all the noble aristocratic families, there were 5 most noble surnames. They were the Li family of Longxi, the Li family of Zhao County, the Cui family of Boling, the Cui family of Qinghe, the Lu family of Fanyang, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Wang family of Taiyuan. Among them, the Li family and the Cui family each had 2 surnames. Therefore, they were called the 5 surnames in 7 hopes. These 7 great clans all had deep foundations and produced many talented people. Moreover, the marriages between the great clans were intertwined. Often, a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Even Li Er, as the ruler of a country, was somewhat afraid of the other great clans. At that time, the people thought that marrying a girl of the 5 surnames was an honor. The prime minister of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yuanchao, once said that one of his 3 regrets was that he could not marry a girl of the 7 families. This showed the prestige of the 7 families. The Wang family of Taiyuan was from Zhaoxing County and Wangchu County. It was the first family to become a first-class aristocratic family. Between the 2 Han dynasties, Wang Yun at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty turned the tide of the country and pushed this family to become a famous family in the world. In the Northern Wei dynasty, the Wang family of Taiyuan was listed as a first-class aristocratic family, by virtue of the contributions of their ancestors and their noble status. It prospered for 200 years. From then on, the reputation of the Wang family of the world comes from Taiyuan became popular. In the Tang dynasty, the Wang family of Taiyuan also produced many talents, nurturing a group of top poets such as Wang Bo, Wang Jihuan, Wang Chongling, and Wang Wei, forming a feast of poetry that was too much for the eyes to take in. Li Zixuan suppressed the shock in his heart and walked to the seat of honor. He said to Wang Runbiao, "Runbiao, please sit." Li Zixuan's voice was not as cold as before. On the one hand, the person in front of him was from a wealthy family and was modest and polite, not arrogant and domineering. This made Li Zixuan feel slightly better. On the other hand, his family had risen too quickly and its foundation was not stable. There was really no need to go against a giant like the Wang family of Taiyuan for such a small matter. Although he was a time traveler, knew a lot of black technology, and was very good at martial arts, he still had to think about his family. He could not kill the whole family because of a disagreement and make the world his enemy, right? Wang Runbiao could hear that Li Zixuan's tone had softened. He felt relieved and said politely, "Thank you, Lord Zhu." Although he was the eldest son of the first branch of the Wang family, he did not have the arrogance of the young masters of the other 5 families. He had always pursued the idea of putting down the arrogance of an aristocratic family, making allies and cooperating for a win-win situation. Therefore, he humbled himself in front of Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded slightly and shouted to the outside, "Come, serve tea." A maidservant immediately walked in with a teapot in her hand. She poured a cup for the 2 of them and then retreated. "Please have tea." "Thank you." Wang Runbiao picked up the teacup, took a sip out of politeness and put it down. Li Zishuan, of course, did not drink a sip. He was not interested in the tea made by the Tang dynasty. It was better not to try this strange taste. Li Zishuan saw Wang Renbiao put down the teacup, so he asked, "May I know why Renbiao is here today?" Since the rhythm was disrupted by Yu Yao, Wang Renbiao did not keep him in suspense. He said directly, "Lord Zhu, I'm here this time to cooperate with you in a business. Please think about it carefully." Ooh. Chapter 121. In the front hall, Li Zishuan was slightly surprised when he heard Wang Renbiao's intention. He asked, "Which branch of the Wang family is Renbiao from?" Wang Renbiao replied curiously, "I'm from the first branch of the Wang family. Why do you ask?" Li Zishuan said curiously, "That's strange. Why would the young master of the Wang family be involved in the business of merchants?" "Forgive my rudeness, but haven't you also been involved in the business of merchants?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "My family's situation is special. Before His Majesty made me a baron, my family was a merchant's family. But your Wang family is a wealthy family. Why would they let you, the son of the first wife, go into business?" This was exactly what Li Zishuan found strange. The Wang family was a rich and powerful clan that had flourished for hundreds of years. The number of descendants in the family was probably in the tens of thousands. There was really no reason for Wang Renbiao, the legitimate son of the first branch, to come out and do business. Wang Renbiao pondered for a moment and smiled helplessly. "I can't hide anything from you. To be honest, the reason why I'm doing business this time is because of a small test arranged by my family for the younger generation. I won't go into detail about the conflicts and disagreements between the family's children. I'm sure you can guess a little." Wang Renbiao couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary people envied the children of wealthy families, but they didn't know that they also had their own helplessness. Yu Yao, who was standing next to him, felt a trace of distress in her eyes. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, "Renbiao is straightforward. In that case, what business do you want to cooperate with me? How do you want to cooperate?" Wang Renbiao pondered for a moment and said, "I want the distribution channels of the scooter, the land of warmth, and the drunken immortal in your hands. Can you name a price?" Li Zishuan was shocked. He didn't expect these aristocratic families to target his strange taste pavilion and the drunken immortal. He shook his head and said, "That won't do. Renbiao seems to be a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush with you. You must be clear that the scooter, the tender land, and the drunken immortal are in short supply in Chang'an. Firstly, I don't have any extra stock to share with you. Secondly, I have no reason to cultivate a competitor for myself." Wang Renbiao was already prepared for Li Zishuan's rejection. He took out a red card with the words "Strange Interest Pavilion" written on it. Then he said, "Lord Zhu, you're wrong. We're not competitors but allies. To be honest, I also admire some of Lord Zhu's wonderful ideas. For example, if it weren't for the fact that I'm already a teenager, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist buying one to play with. A few days ago, I asked someone to buy a red membership card for Strange Interest Pavilion. It was also to buy a scooter to coax my little sister. Also, I tasted this immortal drunken wine yesterday. It is indeed a rare wine. In my opinion, good goods like the scooter, the tender land, and the drunken immortal should be enjoyed by the people all over the Tang Empire. So what I mean is, can Lord Zhu give me some of the goods? I'll sell them to other places in the Tang Empire. I'll definitely not sell them in Chang and compete with Lord Zhu." Li Zishuan looked at the red card Wang Renbiao took out and his eyes flashed. Sun Huiyuan had told him before that a person surnamed Wang had asked a servant to get a red Supreme membership card. At that time he was slightly surprised. After all, 500 strings of coins was not a small amount. He didn't expect that the person who applied for the card was Wang Renbiao. At the same time, he felt that this Wang Renbiao was somewhat interesting. Before talking about business, he would praise someone and put on a look of worship. No matter if the other party was sincere or not, this kind of attitude would make one unable to feel any ill will towards him. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "What Renbiao said is somewhat reasonable. But have you ever thought that if you want to distribute these goods to other places, my family can do it too?" He really didn't think of expanding the market in other places before. Now that Wang Renbiao said this, he really had such thoughts. Wang Renbiao shook his head and said with a smile, "Lord Zhu can do it, but it's not worth it. There's a saying that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Every place has its own balance. If Lord Ju brings these goods to other places, you'll have to pay a high price to open up many joints. It's not worth the loss. To be honest, your goods are all very profitable. As the saying goes, wealth moves people's hearts. It's inevitable that other aristocratic families will covet it. What I said is definitely not an alarmist or a malicious threat. I'm just telling you with sincerity. I hope Lord Ju can reconsider. Li Zixuan heard the sincerity in his words and acknowledged Wang Renbiao more in his heart. It had to be said that Wang Renbiao's words were very reasonable. The Li family's foundation couldn't be compared to the aristocratic families. If they wanted to forcefully expand the market in other places, they would have to pay a high price and cause a lot of trouble. Cooperating with Wang Renbiao was a good choice. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. I have to say that Renbiao, you're a successful lobbyist. You've successfully convinced me. Now let's talk about how we should cooperate. Wang Renbiao was overjoyed when he heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. After losing at the beginning, he finally turned the situation around. It was really not easy. He smiled and said, I've prepared a plan. Lord Ju, please take a look and see if it's feasible. I plan to use a 20% discount to buy 70% of your goods every month. What do you think, Lord Ju? Li Zixuan's fingers tapped the table rhythmically. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, No, I'll allow you to use 95% of the market price and give you 50% of the goods. The 20% discount price was really a bit low. Li Zixuan was of course unwilling. Wang Renbiao smiled bitterly and said, Lord Ju, your price is really too high. Excluding the cost of the journey and the rent of the shop, we can't make any money at all. Li Zixuan didn't even think and said, Of course, these goods can't be sold at the same price as Chang'an and other places. Renbiao, you can raise the price. Wang Renbiao still shook his head and said, This can't do. The price is still a bit high. Lord Ju, you see, when shopkeeper Sun sold this membership card, he said that with this red membership card you can enjoy a 40% discount. Lord Ju, can you lower the price a bit? Li Zixuan's old face turned black. At that time, he was the one who wrote the discount rules of the membership card. Of course he remembered. He didn't expect that he would shoot himself in the foot. This Wang Renbiao really put in a lot of effort and counterattacked. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said awkwardly, This red membership card does allow you to enjoy a 40% discount. But Renbiao, you are now buying goods. The situation is slightly different. How about this, I'll take a step back and sell it to you at a 20% discount of the market price. What do you think? Li Zixuan had to take a step back because there was a loophole in the system he made. Wang Renbiao was very sensible. He didn't take an inch and want a foot. With a 20% discount price after he shipped to other places, he could raise the price by 30% or 40%. He could make a big profit. So he smiled and said, Thank you, Lord Ju. Let's have a good cooperation. Chapter 122. After discussing business, the two chatted for a while before Wang Renbiao said his goodbyes. Li Zixuan saw that Yu Yao was looking at him with a trace of anger. He suddenly wanted to scare her, so he completely released his peak chi transformation stage aura. Yu Yao immediately felt a boundless pressure hit her in the face, and her face immediately paled. Li Zixuan gave her a meaningful smile, then cupped his hands in farewell to Wang Renbiao. Humph, little girl, you think you can kill this young master? Haha. He had noticed that this girl's strength was at most at the middle stage of chi transformation stage. He could crush her with just his cultivation. However, she was able to reach this stage at such a young age. And she was only Wang Renbiao's maid. This aristocratic family's foundation was indeed deep. If he had to face the 7 aristocratic families in the future, he had to be careful. Yao, what's wrong? After leaving the Li residence, Wang Renbiao noticed that Yu Yao's expression was not right, so he asked, No, nothing. Young master, you have to be careful of Li Zixuan in the future. This person is not simple. Yu Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. After thinking for a while, she still suggested, Why? This young master feels that this person has a straightforward temperament. He is worth befriending. Wang Renbiao asked curiously. Yu Yao said anxiously, Young master, this Li Zixuan's martial arts are extremely high. I'm afraid that he is far above me. If he turns hostile with young master one day, Yu Yao might not be able to protect young master. Wang Renbiao thought for a while and said with a smile, I didn't expect this Li Zixuan to not only be talented, but also have such high martial arts. But Yaoer, you don't have to worry. He and I are allies now. He will not harm me. But? Wang Renbiao frowned and scolded. No buts. Yaoer, you went a little overboard today. You almost ruined my plans. Don't be impulsive in the future. Don't fight because of a disagreement. Yu Yao trembled when she heard this. Her eyes were a little red as she whispered, I'm sorry, young master. Wang Renbiao looked at her tearful appearance and couldn't bear it. He wanted to comfort her, but in the end, he shook his head, sighed, and continued walking. Young master, someone from Duqi's mansion came up. He said that Divine Dr. Sun went to treat Duqi's illness and asked if you want to go and take a look. Li Zixuan was just about to return to the west courtyard when Wang Zhong hurried over to report to him. Li Zixuan's expression changed slightly as he ordered, Uncle Wang, quickly get someone to prepare a horse. I have to go over and take a look. The first person he met upon arriving in Great Tang was Sun Simiao. If not for him saving him, even though his soul had transmigrated over, he would still be severely injured and probably wouldn't have been able to wake up. Mrs. Qin also looked at Sun Simiao eagerly. Qin Shubao was relatively calm. At this time he saw Li Zixuan and smiled at Li Zixuan and nodded slightly as a greeting. Sun Simiao walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. He was about to speak about Qin Qiong's illness when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Zixuan in the corner. He felt that this person was very familiar. He paused for a moment and called out, Hey, it's you? Young man, you're Li Zixuan, right? Sun Simiao's memory was not bad. After so long, he still remembered Li Zixuan's name. Li Zixuan was also waiting for Sun Simiao to speak about Qin Qiong's illness. He saw Sun Simiao suddenly look over and recognize him. Li Zixuan hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed deeply to Sun Simiao respectfully and said, It's me. 2 months ago, Taoist priest saved my life in Zhongnan Mountains. I've always remembered Taoist priest's kindness. Today I heard that Taoist priest was here, so I came to pay my respects. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. Aha, you don't have to be so polite. It's my duty to save the dying and heal the injured. I didn't expect that a little child that I accidentally saved back then would be so famous in Chang'an. Should I call you Baron Lantian now? Sun Simiao's second half of the sentence was obviously joking. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, Taoist priest, don't call me Little Xian. You can call me Little Xian. Aha, then I'll call you Little Xian. I've saved countless people over the years with my medical skills. Little Xian, you've recently offered the Ziyuan plow to the imperial court so that countless people won't miss the spring plowing. It seems that I saved the right person when I painstakingly saved you. Haha. Doctors were benevolent. Sun Simiao was very happy to see that the person he saved later saved countless people of the Tang Empire. They were chatting happily, but Chang Yaojin and Mrs. Qin were waiting anxiously. They were eager to know if Qin Shubao's illness could be cured. Li Zixuan also noticed Chang Yaojin, who was anxiously staring at him. He hurriedly said, Taoist priest, I'm flattered. Please tell me how Uncle Qin's illness is and whether it can be cured. Mrs. Qin looked at Li Zixuan gratefully, and thought that this child was very sensible. Sun Simiao then remembered the important matter, and apologized to Mrs. Qin. Then he said with a serious expression, General Qin's illness is not easy to treat. Chapter 123. Qin Manor. In the room, Sun Simiao suddenly stopped halfway and glanced at Qin Qiong. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Shubao laughed and said, I've been in the military for my entire life, so I'm not afraid of death. Dr. Sun, if you have something to say, please say it. Madame Qin's face was full of anxiety. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. Li Zixuan and Chang Yaojin were also very nervous. Seeing this, Sun Simiao said, Then I'll be frank. General Qin has been in countless battles in his life, and he has been seriously injured many times. Although these injuries were treated at the time, they still damaged his vitality. As time passed, these old injuries became old hidden injuries, and they often made General Qin feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. Also, I'm guessing that every time General Qin is injured, he will lose a lot of blood. After a lot of times, his body will naturally collapse. Therefore, General Qin's illness is caused by the pain caused by the old hidden injuries. On the other hand, it is because he lost too much blood in his early years, causing a severe lack of blood in his body. Sun Simiao didn't say anything mysterious to everyone. He tried to explain Qin Shubao's illness as straightforwardly as possible. In modern terms, Qin Shubao had lost too much blood, and the blood he lost couldn't be replenished by his body's ability to produce blood. On the other hand, there were many hidden injuries on his body, which often caused him to suffer from the pain. Actually, in history, Qin Xiong was sick in his later years because he had been injured in many battles. Every time he was sick, he would say to others, "When I was young, I was in the military for more than 200 battles, and I suffered from severe sores. I also lost a lot of blood, so how could I not be sick?" What he meant was, when I was in the military for more than 200 battles, I was seriously injured, and I lost a lot of blood, so how could I not be sick? In the end, this general who had been in the military all his life died in 12 years of the Jingguan Temple under the torment of his illness. It was a miracle that Qin Xiong was able to hold on for so long. In the Tang dynasty, 1 dendrobium was equivalent to 10 buckets, and 1 bucket was equivalent to 6,000 milliliters in the modern era. Qin Xiong said that he had lost quite a bit of blood from his injuries. The amount of blood loss was too terrifying. It should be known that the blood of a normal adult should be around 7% to 8% of their body weight. A person weighing 60 kilograms would have a total blood volume of about 4,200 to 4,800 milliliters. Generally speaking, if the amount of blood loss was less than 10% of the total amount, there would be no obvious impact on the human body's health. Qin Xiong had fought for his entire life, and the amount of blood he had lost was more than 100,000 milliliters. If it was anyone else, they would have died from blood loss. "Divine Dr. Sun, can my master's illness be cured?" Mrs. Qin hurriedly asked after hearing Sun Simiao's description. Chang Yaojin also looked at Sun Simiao nervously. This man was usually fearless, but now he could see a trace of worry and fear in his widened eyes. Sun Simiao sighed and said, "Alas, General Qin's illness can be cured, but it is very troublesome." When everyone in the room heard Sun Simiao say that it could be cured, they were all delighted. However, when they heard the second half of the sentence, they were all worried. Sun Simiao shook his head and walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. He then said, "I can give General Qin a few prescriptions to replenish his blood and qi. It might be able to slightly alleviate his blood loss. However, it has been too long since General Qin suffered from those internal injuries in his early years. Even if I use acupuncture, I can't completely cure it. This is a bit tricky." Mrs. Qin couldn't help but cry when she heard this. She said, "Then what should we do? My old master has just passed the age of 40. Li Zixuan also looked at Qin Shubao sadly. From his face, it was impossible to tell that he had just passed 40 years old. Instead, he looked like an old man in his 60s. He must have suffered a lot of pain over the years. Qin Shubao was displeased. "Madam, I'm not dead yet. What are you crying for? Don't let Taoist priest and Jija see you as a joke." Mrs. Qin hurriedly wiped away her tears, but she still looked sad. Chang Yaojin said anxiously, "Second brother, how can you say such discouraging words? Taoist priest's son, is there really no other way? As long as you can cure my second brother's illness, no matter what precious medicinal herbs you need, I can ask someone to find them for you." Sun Simiao still closed his eyes and shook his head. Qin Shubao said with an indifferent face, "Madam Jija, don't make things difficult for Dr. Sunday. In the past few years, I have been a little breathless and dizzy after playing with the golden mace twice. I am already very satisfied that Dr. Sun can alleviate my blood loss. As for those old injuries and old pains, it's fine if you don't treat them. This little pain is nothing in my eyes." Qin Shubao's words were indifferent, but Li Zixuan could hear the desolation of a hero past his prime. Back in the day, Qin Shubao had been a peerless hero, but in his later years, he could only struggle at death's door on a sickbed. For generals like him who did not fear death, this was the most painful torture. It was better to die on the battlefield. Sun Simiao sighed and shook his head. He respected Qin Xiong's character, but unfortunately, he could not do anything about this illness. His medical skills were not omnipotent. Sun Simiao sighed twice and walked to the table at the side. He sat down, picked up the brush, and began to write the prescription. As he wrote, he said, "Mrs. Qin, this prescription is mainly used to nourish the spleen and kidney, and nourish qi and blood. 1 dose a day, decoct it and take it 3 times a day. In addition, the ginseng powder is 2 grams per dose. Take it in the morning and at night. However, General Qin has lost too much blood these years. I'm not sure if this prescription can completely restore General Qin's lost qi and blood. I'll stay in Chang'an for a month. After that, I'll come to see General Qin every few days. When the time comes, I'll change the prescription according to the situation." Madame Qin hurriedly took the prescription and said, "Thank you, Dr. Sunday. I will definitely follow your instructions." Qin Qiong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Dr. Sunday." Sun Simiao shook his head with a smile and said, "General Qin, Mrs. Qin, please don't be so polite. General Qin, please lift up your shirt. I'll perform acupuncture on you to relieve the pain." Mrs. Qin quickly helped Qin Qiong lie on the bed and turn over. Then she helped him take off his shirt. Sun Simiao took out a box of silver needles and walked to the bed. He said in a low voice, "It may be a little painful at the beginning, but it will be much better after a while. General Qin, please be mentally prepared." Qin Shubao smiled indifferently and said, "Dr. Sun, just do your acupuncture. This pain is nothing." Sun Simiao nodded and didn't waste any more words. He took out the silver needles and moved them like the wind. His movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. He pierced the Dazui Jiang Tsiuwen Yangwen Tao Dao Jizhong Tianzong Shenzhou Jianjing Yu Fengmen Gonshu and Shenshu. Li Zixuan watched from the side and also recognized these acupuncture points. Although the previous owner of this body didn't learn medicine from spiritual master Ling Su, it was said that medicine and martial arts couldn't be separated. He had practiced martial arts for many years, and also recognized the 409 acupuncture points of the human body. What made Li Zixuan slightly surprised was that when Sun Simiao performed acupuncture, Li Zixuan could clearly feel the flow of vital energy at the tip of the needle. At this time, he seriously looked at Sun Simiao and found that his martial arts had also reached the qi transformation realm. Li Zixuan opened his mouth in shock. He really didn't expect Sun Simiao to be a medical and martial artist. After Sun Simiao finished the acupuncture, Li Zixuan finally couldn't help but ask, "Daoist Sun, you also practice martial arts?" Sun Simiao waved his hand and said with a smile, because some acupuncture techniques need to be combined with vital energy to be more effective. This poor Taoist has practiced Taoist Qigong for more than 10 years. Of course, this poor Taoist Kung Fu is mainly to cure diseases and save people. In terms of fighting, it is definitely not comparable to you real martial artists. Li Zixuan suddenly understood and nodded. Taoists focused on cultivating vital energy and health. Sun Simiao was a medical and martial artist, so it wasn't unreasonable that he could live to 140 years old. When he went back, he would ask Sun Simiao for advice on health and let his father and mother practice it. After a few minutes, Sun Simiao removed all the silver needles from Qin Shubao's back, and then walked to the basin to wash his hands. Mrs. Qin quickly came over and dressed her husband. Qin Shubao tried to get out of bed and walked 2 steps. He praised, "Dr. Sun's medical skills are really good. I feel much more relaxed than before." After Sun Simiao finished washing his hands, he looked at Qin Qiong and said, "General Qin, don't be too proud. Your illness hasn't been completely cured yet. First, follow this poor Taoist prescription and recuperate for a few days. During this time, don't do any strenuous exercise. As for your internal injuries, this poor Taoist will think about it and see if there is a way to completely cure them." Qin Qiong cupped his hands and said, "Dr. Sun, thank you for your trouble." Chang Yaojin also respectfully bowed to Sun Simiao and said, "Thank you, godly Dr. Sun, for treating my second brother. If godly doctor needs anything in the future, Chang Yaojin, will definitely do it for you." Sun Simiao waved his hand and said that it was nothing. Then he walked to the table and packed his medicine box, ready to leave. Li Zixuan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Taoist Sun, please wait. Perhaps I have a way to treat Uncle Qin's old injuries. I would like to ask Taoist Sun to help me see if this method is feasible." Chapter 124. In the side room, As soon as Li Zixuan spoke, everyone was shocked. Everyone in the room looked at him. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly ran over and grabbed Li Zixuan's shoulder. He said hurriedly, "Why didn't you say you had a way earlier? Your Uncle Qin and I are like brothers. I usually treat you like a nephew. How can you bear to see your Uncle Qin suffer from injuries?" Li Zixuan explained, "Uncle Cheng, my method may not be easy to use. That's why I asked Priest Sun to study it together." Sun Simiao stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Li Zixuan. "Oh, little Xian, you know medicine?" Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "I don't know medicine, but my master is very good at it." Sun Simiao asked curiously, "May I ask who your master is?" When they were in Mount Zhongnan, Li Zixuan only told Sun Simiao that he was weak and sickly when he was young. Later, he went to Mount Longhu to find a master. He didn't say who his master was. Cheng Yaojin said, "His master is spiritual master Lingxiu. Dr. Sun must have heard of him." Sun Simiao said in surprise, "It's actually Senior Lingxiu. I'm very impressed by his medical skills. Little Xian, did you learn his medical skills?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Master only taught me martial arts when he was alive. He didn't teach me medicine. Master said that I was still young and shouldn't bite off more than I can chew." Sun Simiao shook his head with regret. "That's a pity. Oh, little Xian, you said that you have a way to treat General Qin's illness. Tell me what it is." Li Zixuan saw everyone looking at him and said, "Everyone must have heard of the immortal drunken wine that's been popular in Chang'an recently?" Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Of course we've heard of it. But now we're talking about treatment. Why are you talking about this?" The rest of the people were also puzzled. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "The method I'm talking about is to mix some herbs used to treat internal injuries with strong alcohol according to a certain ratio. Then it will be used both internally and externally. I think it will have a very good effect on Uncle Qin's old injuries." Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Little Xian, aren't you talking about medicinal wine? I already have this thing, but I don't think this medicinal wine can cure General Qin's illness." The appearance of medicinal wine can be traced back to ancient times. In addition to wine, there was also wine. Black millet was used as the raw material for brewing wine, and tulip grass, also a type of Chinese medicine, was added to brew it. This was the earliest medicinal wine recorded in written records. However, it was worth emphasizing that most of the medicinal wines in ancient times were made from medicinal herbs. They were fermented together with the raw materials used to make wine. It was different from the soaking method that was commonly used in later generations. The main reason might be that the alcohol content of the wine in ancient times was relatively low. It was not easy to store, and the immersion method could easily lead to the deterioration of the wine. The use of wine decoction and wine immersion began at least in the Han Dynasty. What Li Zixuan was talking about was precisely the use of extremely high concentration spirits and the immersion method to make medicinal wine. Hearing Sun Simiao's denial, Li Zixuan explained with a smile, "Taoist son, the medicinal wine this kid is talking about is brewed with extremely high concentration spirits. My master said before his death that the stronger the spirit used to brew medicinal wine, the better the final effect of the medicinal wine. Because the various active ingredients of medicinal herbs are easily dissolved in strong spirits, the medicinal wine uses the strength of the spirit and the spirit to fully display its efficacy and enhance its efficacy. Moreover, my master was troubled by his illness a few years ago. He left behind a medicinal wine prescription that can be taken orally and used externally. It can completely cure old injuries. As for whether it can cure Uncle Qin's illness, this kid is not too sure. A few days ago, after this kid finished arranging the matters of the winery, I personally concentrated several liters of high concentration spirits and concocted 2 bottles of medicinal wine according to the prescription left behind by my master. This kid came in a hurry today and forgot to bring them. I'll have to trouble Uncle Qin to send a servant to my house to fetch them." What Li Zixuan said was not nonsense. In fact, the alcohol concentration needed to concoct medicinal wine should be above 50%. According to modern scientific knowledge, alcohol is a good semipolar organic solvent. The various organic ingredients of medicinal herbs were easily dissolved in alcohol, but not in water. However, it was impossible to produce such strong alcohol in ancient times. Therefore, medicinal wine in ancient times was mainly nourishing. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, prolonged illness would lead to a deficiency of vital energy and blockage of the meridians. Therefore, various chronic diseases often had different degrees of blockage of vital energy and blood and blockage of the meridians. Medicinal wine mainly nourished the vital energy and nourished the body. At the same time, the wine itself had the effect of refreshing and warming the body. As for the medicinal wine prescription that Li Zixuan mentioned, it was a prescription that his father often used in his previous life. When his father was young, he had a wild temperament. He had learned martial arts from several martial arts masters. Later on, after 2 years of learning, he began to wander around. His traveling expenses were all earned by his street acrobatics and magic tricks. At that time, Xianzhong had just been established for more than 10 years. Street acrobatics were still very common. Later on, after his father got married, his temperament gradually stabilized and he began to earn money to support the family. However, as he grew older, the internal injuries from his martial arts training and acrobatics when he was young began to flare up. His father found a prescription from somewhere and made his own medicinal wine. He found that it was quite effective, so he persevered until he was young. However, later on, Li Zixuan had to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Therefore, Li Zixuan had a deep impression of the prescription. On the day that Han Yuxi mixed the wine at his house, Li Zixuan successfully purified white wine for the first time. After Han Yuxi left, he distilled a portion of the purified wine several times. Li Zixuan estimated that the wine was at least 60% alcohol. Then, he asked someone to get the medicine according to the prescription and made 2 bottles of medicinal wine. He thought that if Sun Simiao couldn't cure Qin Shubao's illness, he would take it out and try it. It was a desperate attempt, wasn't it? When Mrs. Qin heard this, she said excitedly, "Xiaoxian, are you serious?" Qin Shubao's expression also changed slightly. He said it so indifferently before just to comfort his wife. However, if there was a chance to be healthy, who would be willing to be a sickly person every day? Li Zixuan nodded affirmatively. Mrs. Qin immediately went out and ordered the servants to get the medicinal wine from the Li family. Cheng Yaojin's face was full of excitement. He stepped forward and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder with all his strength, shouting, "Good boy, it turns out that you're already prepared. If your Uncle Qin's illness is cured this time, both the Qin and Cheng families will remember your kindness and will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future." Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Cheng, what are you talking about? Uncle Qin is a great general of the Tang Empire and has made great contributions to the Tang Empire. Every citizen of the Tang Empire hopes that a hero like Uncle Qin will live a long life. Besides, I don't know if my medicinal wine will work." Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Since it's the prescription left by spiritual master Ling Su, I believe it will work." Li Zixuan secretly cursed. Cheng Yaojin was too excited. How could he praise another doctor in front of a doctor? Fortunately, Sun Simiao was not a narrow-minded person. He himself also admired spiritual master Ling Su's medical skills. At this time, Sun Simiao said, "Xiaoxian, since you haven't brought back the medicinal wine, can you write down the prescription for me?" He was also eager to find out. When he heard that the prescription was left by spiritual master Ling Su, he wanted to find out. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "I was just about to ask Taoist Sun to help me look at it in detail so that I don't remember wrongly and make mistakes." Oh. Chapter 125. It was a May afternoon and there was already a trace of heat. Everyone in the room had some sweat on their faces, but no one said a word. They all watched Li Zixuan write on the table. After a while, Li Zixuan picked up the written prescription and handed it to Sun Simiao. "Taoist Sun, help me look at it in detail." Sun Simiao took the prescription and saw a few lines of crooked words. He immediately frowned. Didn't Taoist Ling Su teach Li Zixuan how to write? Li Zixuan also saw Sun Simiao's slightly furrowed brows, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He secretly decided that he would have to practice his calligraphy in the future. Calligraphy was a person's face, and he couldn't not practice it well. He was also somewhat helpless. In the memory of the body he merged with, there was really no experience in writing. Perhaps his predecessor also didn't practice writing. After Sun Simiao sighed at Li Zixuan's dog-like handwriting, He looked at the contents of the prescription and saw that it was written, orally, 2 liters of white wine strong, raw Rehmannia, cooked Rehmannia, made fleece flower, angelica, asparagus and ophiopagon, 3 taels each of ginseng and wolfberry, 4 taels of yellow angelica, 2 taels of poria cocos, 5 taels of jujube, 4 taels of schisandra, 4 taels of peach bark, 8 taels of cinnamon and 6 taels of raw Rehmannia. External use. 2 liters of white wine very strong, 2 taels of daishianki, blood and leopa, 5 taels each of rhubarb, peach kernel, eupatorium, safflower, angelica, frankincense, myrrh, gentian and chuan dieback, 3 taels each of euchomia, bone suebu, upper turtle worm, sumu and womingii, 3 taels each of majianzi, fried yellow hair removed, 3 taels each of chiyi and 8 taels each. After Sun Simiao finished reading the prescription, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself intermittently. After a moment he opened his eyes and said to Li Zishuan, Little Xian, although this prescription seems to be a bit of a surprise move, in the end it can only treat pain, promote blood circulation and strengthen muscles and bones. If it's really used to treat internal injuries, I'm afraid that the medicinal effect is somewhat insufficient. Li Zishuan smiled and said, What Daoist Sun said is reasonable, but this shows the key role of the strong wine. As the saying goes, medicine borrows the strength of the wine, and the wine helps the medicine. The two complement each other to maximize their effectiveness. Only in this way can Uncle Qin's internal injury be cured. Sun Simiao looked at Li Zishuan with some uncertainty and said, Then let's wait until you bring out your medicinal wine to try. Ooh! Qin's mansion and Li Zishuan's mansion were not far apart. In less than half an hour, a young servant knocked on the door and walked in, carrying 2 large porcelain vases. Li Zishuan took the porcelain bottle and handed it to Sun Simiao. Priest Sun, please take a look. Sun Simiao took the bottle of medicinal wine with the words external use written on it and opened the wooden cork. This was a strong wine with more than 60% alcohol. Immediately, the room was filled with the fragrance of wine and medicine. Chang Yaban took a deep breath and praised, Good wine, this is even more satisfying than the immortal drunken wine. Little Xian, do you have any more of this wine? Can you give me a jar as well? Damn, this old drunkard wanted to drink so much that he went crazy. If he drank such strong wine, wouldn't it burn him to death? Even if it didn't burn him to death, it would probably cause alcohol poisoning. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, Uncle Chang, this wine can only be used externally. It can't be drunk. Besides, it's extremely difficult to brew this kind of strong wine. There's only a little left. Chang Yaojin heard this and shook his head in disappointment. Sun Simiao put the medicinal wine under his nose and sniffed it for a while. Then he said in surprise, The wine is strong and the medicine is also strong. It's true that the medicine borrows the strength of the wine, and the wine helps the medicine. Maybe it can really cure General Qin's injury. He opened another bottle of medicinal wine for oral consumption. After smelling it, he nodded and said to Qin Shubao, General Qin, you can try this medicinal wine for a few days. After a few days, I'll come back to see how your internal injury has recovered. Qin Shubao cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you, Dr. Sunday Little Xian. I'll remember your kindness this time. Li Zishuan quickly bowed and said, Uncle Qin, you're too serious. He turned to look at Sun Simiao and said, Priest Sun, my master once told me that the blood of a human body is generally less than 10% of the weight of a human body. The blood loss of Uncle Qin over the years is probably more than 3 times the total blood in his body. Moreover, Uncle Qin is now old, and his ability to produce blood is far less than that of a young man. I'm worried that your qi-replenishing prescriptions won't be able to completely recover Uncle Qin's qi and blood. Sun Simiao nodded in agreement. I also agree with your master's theory. General Qin has indeed lost too much qi and blood, but I can't think of any other way except to let General Qin recuperate slowly. Qin Shubao's eyes lit up at this time. He asked tentatively, Little Xian, do you have any way to make me recover quickly? He had really had enough of the days when he couldn't carry anything. If there was a way to make him recover quickly, Qin Shubao felt that he was willing to live a few years less. Chang Yaojin and Mrs. Qin also looked at Li Zishuan eagerly. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and chose his words carefully. He said, Uncle Qin, although my method can make up for your loss of qi and blood in a short period of time, it can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It will make people dependent on it. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. You should slowly recuperate according to Priest Sun's prescription for a few days and see the effect. It is more reliable. Blood transfusion was indeed the fastest and most effective way, but now Qin Shubao's ability to produce blood was declining. Blood transfusion could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. After one blood transfusion, there would be a second and third blood transfusion. Moreover, he didn't have any tools for blood transfusion. Qin Chong waved his hand and smiled. As long as it can make me feel good for a while, anything is fine. Little Xian, tell me quickly. Sun Simiao also asked curiously. Little Xian, what method do you have? Tell me first and I'll help you think about it in detail. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know if Priest Sun has heard of the blood-stealing technique to prolong life. Hearing this, Sun Simiao's expression suddenly changed and he sternly scolded. Little Xian, as a disciple of the Spirit Void sect, how dare you mention this kind of sorcery? When Sun Simiao heard the words blood-stealing technique to prolong life, he instantly thought of some evil Jianghu cultivators. He had been practicing medicine all his life. How could he watch Li Zishuan go astray? That was why he sternly stopped him. Li Zishuan saw Sun Simiao's extreme reaction and knew that he had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, Priest Sun, the blood-stealing technique to prolong life is not a sorcery. My master once said that a person will continue to produce blood. If a little blood is drawn out at a time, as long as it doesn't exceed 10% of the total blood in the body, nothing will happen. Instead, it will be good for the body's metabolism. Is that true? Sun Simiao asked. It's true. My master once used this method to save a seriously injured villager, and the person whose blood was drawn out was still very healthy. Li Zishuan replied with certainty. Chang Yaojin rolled up his sleeves and grinned. Since drawing out blood can't kill people, Xiaoxian, quickly draw out my blood and give it to your Uncle Qin. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Uncle Chang, there are 5 types of blood in this world. Except for a very special blood type, different blood types can't be mixed together. Moreover, when I went down the mountain, I didn't bring back the blood transfusion tools left by my master. Therefore, Uncle Qin's weak blood and qi are best treated with medicine. If the effect isn't ideal, I'll find a way to make a set of blood transfusion tools for Uncle Qin. Qin Shubao could only nod and say, then I'll do as Xiaoxian said. I'll recuperate for a while. Chang Yaojin slapped Li Zishuan twice and said, You wastrel, your master's things are so precious. Why didn't you bring them back? Li Zishuan quickly jumped away and rubbed his head gloomily. Sun Simiao, on the other hand, was very interested in the blood type theory that Li Zishuan had just mentioned. He said as if he had discovered a new treasure. Xiaoxian, do you have any evidence for the blood type theory that you just mentioned? Li Zishuan said with certainty, Of course I do. When I finish making the blood transfusion tools, Daoist Sun will come over and watch me do a little experiment. Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay, I've been temporarily working in the Imperial Medical Department. Remember to send someone to call me when the time comes. Chapter 126. After agreeing on Qin Shubao's treatment plan, Sun Simiao put away the medicine box and prepared to leave. Li Zishuan then remembered his other purpose of coming here today. He hurriedly called out to Sun Simiao and said, Sir Sun Simiao, please wait for me. Please wait a moment, Daoist Sunday. I came here today because I have something I need your help with. Sun Simiao asked unhurriedly, What is it? Li Zishuan described the illness of Hu Jing and Hu Zhen to Sun Simiao in detail. After listening, Sun Simiao stopped what he was doing and straightened up. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, Listening to your description, I feel that this Hu Zhen should not be born stupid. Instead, she seems to have a stutter. In addition, this child has been lonely since childhood and is unwilling to get along with others, causing her personality to be closed off. As for Hu Jing's blindness, I am not sure what caused her blindness. I need to see her personally to judge. How about this, Xiaoxian, if you have time in the next 2 days, bring these 2 children to the Imperial Medical Department. I will treat these 2 children. If I can cure them, I will definitely do my best. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Thank you, Sir Sunday. Sun Simiao waved his hand and said with a smile, This is my duty. Besides, these 2 children are also pitiful. After saying that, He picked up the medicine box and said goodbye to Qin Shubao and his wife before leaving. Li Zixuan looked at Qin Shubao and suddenly asked, Uncle Qin, I wonder if you still remember Han Tianhu? He suddenly remembered the past of Han Lijing that Han Yushi told him last time, so he asked tentatively. Qin Shubao had just been treated by Sun Simiao's acupuncture and tried Li Zixuan's medicinal wine. He immediately felt that the illness in his body was much better. At this time he was walking comfortably in the room. When he heard Li Zixuan mention Han Tianhu, Qin Shubao could not help but pause. He asked excitedly, Xiaoxian, how do you know about Han Tianhu? Do you know his whereabouts? Li Zixuan nodded. Qin Shubao hurriedly walked over and pressed Li Zixuan's shoulder. Really? Xiaoxian, quickly take this old man to see him. Back then, Han Tianhu risked his life to block an arrow for this old man in front of the Turks. Later, he was afraid of dragging this old man down, so he chose to leave alone with the name of deserter. But after he left, this old man has been feeling guilty all these years. I have been sending people to look for him. I didn't expect to receive news from you today. Tell me quickly, tell me how has his family all these years? Cheng Yaojin also chimed in, second brother. Is this Han Tianhu the soldier who saved you during the battle with the Turks in the 6th year of Wuda? Qin Shubao nodded and said, That's right. If it wasn't for him, I might not be alive now. Mrs. Qin said with a face full of fear. Little Xian, quickly tell us where this Han Tianhu is. He is our Qin family's benefactor, and we must properly thank him. To Tobias. Quickly tell me quickly, where is this I quickly tell me this. I old Cheng will treat him to a drink. He is a good man. Li Zixuan replied, Uncle Qin, Auntie Qin, Uncle Cheng, this Han Tianhu is the Han village's Han Lijing. A few years ago, the Han village's fields were still owned by a landlord surnamed Lu. Those years, the people in the village did not have a good life. Li Zixuan then told Qin Shubao and the others about Han Tianhu's poor life after he returned to the Han family manor. After hearing this, Cheng's Qin Shubao stood up angrily and scolded. Pei! What kind of dog is this Lu Shuren? How can the heroes of Great Tang be bullied by such lowly people? Xiaoxian, quickly tell this old man where is this bastard? I old Cheng will chop off his dog head. Qin Shubao, who had always been kind, also had a face full of anger. He slammed the table and said angrily, When a tiger goes down to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. How dare such a lowly person bully Great Tang's good men? This old man will definitely report to His Majesty and punish this person for treason. Li Zixuan comforted. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, please calm down. This Lu Shuren has already been dealt with. Thus, he told them about how he had beaten up Lu Shuren and his father, and how they were attacked by the people of Plum Village. Madame Qin could not help but laugh. Evil really has its retribution. This pair of father and son really deserved it. Cheng's Qin Shubao laughed and said, Good. Xiaoxian, you did well. This is really satisfying. At least that Lu guy knew what was good for him and left Plum Village. Otherwise, old Cheng would definitely go to his door and teach him a lesson. Li Zixuan secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself that Lu Shuren and his father had hit the jackpot and escaped. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the devils incarnate, they would suffer more than death. Qin Shubao also looked at Li Zixuan with praise and said, You know right from wrong and know what's right from wrong. Good young man. Xiaoxian, bring this old man to the Han Manor tomorrow. This old man wants to see Han Tianhu personally. Cheng Xiaojin patted his chest and said, I'll go too. You brat, bring 2 jugs of good wine tomorrow. This old man wants to have a good drink with Han Tianhu. Li Zixuan was speechless. He suspected that Cheng Xiaojin was going to drink wine and not to see Han Tianhu. Yes, it just so happens that this little one is going to the Han Manor tomorrow to bring the Hu siblings into the city. When the time comes, I'll accompany the 2 uncles to Han Lijing's house. Li Zixuan nodded and agreed. Madame Qin said, Xiaoxian, Auntie heard you say that Han Tianhu's daughter was able to support a family by herself at the age of 7. This girl is really a miracle in Great Tang. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Yes, that's true. Han Yushi's character is very strong. Those years were not easy for her. Madame Qin looked at Qin Shubao in disgust. Lord, this Han Yushi is a good daughter. Han Tianhu is also our family's great benefactor. This concubine wants to take Han Yushi as my adopted daughter. This way this child can have a good identity and marry into a good family in the future. What do you think, Lord? Qin Shubao stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before agreeing. Madam's suggestion is very good. This old man will discuss it with Han Tianhu tomorrow. If he agrees, we will officially take Han Yushi as our adopted daughter. This child has suffered a lot these years. When Li Zixuan heard this, he was delighted. Although he did not care about status, it did not mean that others did not care. Han Yushi was now the adopted daughter of the current Duke of Yi. If he were to marry Han Yushi in the future, Han Yushi would not feel inferior because of the difference in status. In that case, it would be easier for them to be together. The joy that flashed through Li Zixuan's eyes was caught by the old and experienced Cheng Xiaojin. Cheng's heart instantly became lively as he thought, when this brat was talking about Han Tianhu, 8 out of 10 sentences were related to that Han Yushi. Now that he heard that second brother Qin wanted to take Han Yushi as his adopted daughter, he was secretly happy. Could it be that this brat is interested in Han Tianhu's daughter? I have to observe carefully tomorrow. Chapter 127. Everyone in the room chatted for a while before Li Zixuan took his leave. Cheng Yaojin also followed him out. Li Zixuan and Cheng Yaojin walked side by side on the main road. He suddenly remembered that the Cheng family was also one of the shareholders of the winery. He didn't even ask for the Cheng family's permission to cooperate with Wang Renbiao in the morning. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan said somewhat embarrassedly, "Uncle Cheng, there's something I forgot to tell you today. I'll tell you now, but you can't be angry." Cheng Yaojin waved his hand carelessly and laughed. "Haha, you gave this old man a jar of strong wine just now. This old man won't be angry with you." Li Zixuan was speechless, but he also knew that Cheng Yaojin was making fun of him. After thinking for a moment, he told Cheng Yaojin about his cooperation with Wang Renbiao to open up the market of immortal drunken wine in Gentle Village and other regions. After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin became serious for once. He pondered for a long time and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he said to Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, this old man actually doesn't want you to get involved in the affairs of the aristocratic families. In today's world, apart from the imperial family, the 6 aristocratic families have tens of thousands of direct descendants. There are also countless officials, scholars, and Jianghu wanderers who rely on the aristocratic families. This has already formed a huge force that is enough to threaten the stability of the Tang Empire. His Majesty is already thinking of weakening the aristocratic families. If you get too involved with the aristocratic families, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your future." After hearing this, Li Zixuan was startled. He cupped his hands and said to Cheng Yaojin, "Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Cheng. After this cooperation, this little one will try not to interact with the aristocratic families." Cheng Yaojin nodded and continued, "But little Xian, the person you're cooperating with this time is not bad. Wang Renbiao is from the Wang family of Taiyuan in Qi County. Wang Renbiao's father, Wang Yu, is now the governor of Sui Province. Wang Renbiao's mother is the younger sister of the retired emperor, Princess Tong'an. His Majesty dotes on their family, and Wang Yu is also a supporter of His Majesty. Even if His Majesty really wants to clean up the aristocratic families in the future, Wang Yu's bloodline will definitely be fine. It won't be a big problem for you to cooperate with his son." Wang Yu's father, Wang Bing, was also a powerful person. He was once the Grand Minister of the Sui dynasty, a rank 1 official. Wang Yu's wife, Princess Tong'an, was conferred the title of Grand Princess after the founding of the Great Tang. Li Er had always been especially respectful to this aunt of his. After she married Wang Yu, he visited her house many times and rewarded her with many gifts. There was once a time when Princess Tong'an was ill. Li Er personally visited her and bestowed upon her 500 maidens and maids. According to historical records, Wang Yu also had a beautiful and docile grandniece. Princess Tong'an mentioned to Li Er that Li Ji took her as his princess consort. She was Empress Wang, who was later killed by Wu Zetian. Wang Yu's grandson, Wang Fangyi, was also a famous general during the Gaozong era. From this, it could be seen that Wang Yu's family was a true aristocratic family in the Tang dynasty. Under the background of the emperor's efforts to weaken the aristocratic families were all excluded from the center of the imperial court. Very few of them were able to reach rank 4 and above. As for the branch of the Wang family of Taiyuan in Qi County, Wang Yu relied on the emperor's favor to first become a secondary third-grade provincial governor. Finally, he was promoted to a secondary first-grade provincial governor. This level of favor from the emperor was rare among the aristocratic families of that time. The next day, Li Zishuan, Qin Shubao, and Cheng Yaojin met up and rushed to the Han Manor. "Uncle Qin, is your body okay riding a horse? Why don't we hire a carriage for you?" Li Zishuan looked at Qin Qiong's sallow face and asked worriedly. Qin Qiong laughed and waved his hand. He said in a clear voice, "This old man is not that fragile. After taking Dr. Sun's medicine yesterday and drinking your medicine, this old man feels much better today." Cheng Yaojin said excitedly, "Then in a few months second brother Qin will be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. When that time comes, we two brothers will be able to fight side by side on the battlefield. Haha, great, great." Oh! When the three of them arrived at the Han Manor, it was already close to noon. Li Zishuan planned to bring them directly to the Han Manor's small courtyard. Along the way, many villagers saw Li Zishuan and greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh Lord Zhu, you're here? Can you come to my house for lunch? My husband's cooking is very good." "Nonsense, old man Wang, can your husband's cooking be eaten? Lord Zhu, you should come to my house. I hunted 2 wild rabbits on the mountain yesterday and stewed them today. I hunted 2 pheasants and a rabbit this morning. Lord Zhu, come to my house for lunch. Come to my house. Come to my house." Li Zishuan hurriedly dismounted from his horse and comforted these people. Only then did they reluctantly open up a path for him. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin stroked their beards and stood quietly at the side. They nodded at this scene. "Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to be so popular in the Han Manor," Qin Qiong said with a casual smile as they walked on the path in the manor. Li Zishuan said humbly, "Uncle Qin, you must be joking. This is just the love of the villagers. Actually, I didn't do much for them." Qin Qiong shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and said, "You brat, you're learning from those rotten scholars. Aren't your words sour? If second brother Qin and I praise you, you have to accept it. You're dawdling like a woman." Li Zishuan was speechless. He was just being modest out of habit. This Cheng Yaojin really didn't know how to say personal things. In the Han Manor's small courtyard. "Yushi, I'm going to Plum Village in the afternoon to see how the chicken farm is doing. You're alone at home, so be careful," Han Lijing said to his daughter as he tidied up a pile of firewood in the courtyard. "Yes, father. Don't worry. I'll be fine," Han Yushi agreed. "Uncle Han, look who's here to see you." The courtyard door was only ajar and not locked. Li Zishuan directly pushed open the courtyard door and shouted at Han Lijing. When Han Yushi heard Li Zishuan's voice, she quickly turned around and looked at Li Zishuan with her big, watery eyes. Han Lijing also looked over when he heard this. He saw Li Zishuan and was about to greet him, but then he saw Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaojin behind Li Zishuan. Han Lijing was about to greet them, but he couldn't say anything. His mouth was wide open as he stood rooted to the ground. "Father." Han Yushi saw that her father was rooted to the ground for a while, so she reminded him in confusion. Han Lijing immediately came back to his senses. He hurriedly got up and limped over to greet them. He first greeted Li Zishuan, then looked at Qin Shubao. His lips kept trembling, and he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. In the end, he knelt on one knee and made a military salute. He said loudly, "I'm sorry. Deserter Han Tian who greets General Qin and General Cheng." Unlike those ordinary villagers, Han Lijing had been in the army for many years, so of course he knew Cheng Yaojin. When Qin Shubao came in earlier, he saw the dilapidated courtyard and the father and daughter who depended on each other. He felt a little suffocated. When he heard Han Lijing call himself a deserter, Qin Shubao couldn't hold it in anymore. He pulled Han Lijing up from the ground and shouted, "Han Tianhu, you're not a deserter. Who dares to say that you're a deserter? I, Qin Qiong, would rather give up the title of duke and make him kneel down and apologize to you. I, Qin Qiong, have never had weak soldiers, let alone deserters. Yes, who dares to say that you Han Tianhu are a deserter? I, Cheng Yaojin, will be the first to disagree. Cheng Yaojin immediately jumped out and echoed loudly. Han Lijing couldn't hold it in anymore. He knelt on the ground and cried, General. Back then he was seriously injured, and one of his legs was disabled. In order not to drag down the army, he left the camp without permission. Although it was with good intentions, it was still not allowed by military law. All these years the imperial court didn't convict him of desertion, and the government never issued a warrant for him. Han Tianhu knew that it was Qin Shubao who mediated for him and helped him get off the hook. Every night when he woke up, his ears would ring with endless shouts of killing. Although he left the army, his heart was always on the battlefield. But he was still a deserter. He didn't dare to meet his fellow soldiers, and even more so, he didn't dare to meet Qin Shubao. He was afraid that he would embarrass Qin Shubao. Now that Qin Shubao had personally cleared his name and said that he wasn't a deserter, the demon that had been lingering in his heart for many years had finally dissipated. How could he not be emotional? Qin Shubao's eyes were also wet. He squatted down and pressed on Han Lijing's shoulder, comforting him. Tianhu, you have suffered all these years. Han Lijing choked and said, I didn't suffer. As long as the general doesn't think that I am a deserter, I am satisfied and can die without regrets. These incomparably sad words deeply touched Cheng Yaojin and Qin Shubao, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The two of them couldn't help but cry. The three men hugged each other and cried bitterly, reminiscing about the years of killing each other. Li Zixuan stood at the side and saw this scene. He was also very touched. At this time he really wanted to sing Lu Tianwang's, It's not a crime for a man to cry. But after all, he had never been on the battlefield. He couldn't empathize with these veterans like Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaojin. He sighed for a while and left the three old men hugging and crying. He went to talk to Han Yushi, who was not far away. Chapter 128. In the small courtyard of the Han family. Yushi, how have you been recently? Standing side by side with Han Yushi under the parasol tree in the courtyard, Li Zixuan had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he could not bring himself to say them. In the end he stammered for a while before squeezing out such a meaningless sentence. When Han Yushi saw Li Zixuan walking straight towards her, she was very shy and happy. Now that she heard this meaningless sentence, she could not help but secretly roll her eyes. She cursed Li Zixuan's slow EQ in her heart. She felt that she had already made it very obvious, but Li Zixuan just could not understand her feelings. She had also suspected that Li Zixuan already had someone he liked. However, later on, she saw that Li Zixuan had always been alone and liked to stick to her. This proved that Li Zixuan did not like anyone and did not hate her. After thinking about it, Han Yushi could only attribute it to Li Zixuan's slow EQ. I've been doing well recently. It's just that I kind of miss. Han Yushi was not careful and almost blurted out her true thoughts. Fortunately, she sobered up and stopped in time. Miss what? Miss what? Li Zixuan was overjoyed and quickly asked with anticipation in his eyes. I miss the iron egg. Han Yushi secretly glanced at Li Zixuan's handsome face and understood the anticipation in his eyes. Although she was happy in her heart, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. How could a girl take the initiative to admit such a thing? Therefore, her mind raced and she quickly thought of this excuse to smooth things over. Oh, you missed the iron egg. Li Zixuan was overjoyed by this sudden turn of events and scratched his head in disappointment. Yushi, go and prepare some food and wine. General Qin, General Cheng, and young master are all having lunch at our house. After the three old men in the courtyard finished crying, Han Lijing walked over and said to Han Yushi, Yes, father. Your daughter will go now. Han Yushi responded and glanced at Li Zixuan before walking to the kitchen. Today was also the first time she had seen her father cry. She secretly thought of making something delicious for lunch so that her father wouldn't be so sad anymore. Young master, General Qin, General Cheng, let's go inside and sit. Uncle Han, please accompany Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng in and have a seat first. I brought some pastries, wine and dishes. I'll bring them to the kitchen and let Yushi heat them up. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he slipped out of the courtyard like a wisp of smoke and took the bundle from the horse. Han Lijing could only take Cheng Yaojin and Qin Shubao into the house to rest. Before Cheng Yaojin entered, He looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously. Yushi, you don't have to cook other dishes. I brought a lot of dishes over. You can just heat them up and eat them. Li Zixuan walked into the kitchen with a big food box and said. He came today not only to bring 2 pots of wine for Chang Yaojin, but he also asked the cook at home in advance to make a few dishes that could only be eaten by the Li family and brought them over. Because he knew that Qin Shubao and Chang Yaojin would definitely eat at Han Lijing's house when they came over. At that time, Han Yushi would be busy preparing a big table of dishes. He didn't want her to work too hard, so he did this. Young master, how can this be? Isn't it too rude? Han Yushi was a little hesitant. The 2 people who came today were both founding dukes. It was really unreasonable to heat up the dishes that had been cooked before for them. Hey, there's nothing rude about it. Yushi, listen to me. It's okay. Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng definitely won't have any objections. Li Zixuan said affirmatively. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin probably hadn't eaten braised pork, braised lion's head, and other pork dishes. It would be strange if they had any objections to this. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan said firmly and finally nodded. Yushi, let me help you. Li Zixuan wanted to stay here for a while longer. The air smelled especially good when he was with a beauty. Young master, get out quickly. How can you be in the kitchen? When Han Yushi heard this, she hurriedly pushed Li Zixuan out of the kitchen without any explanation. Although she also liked to stay with Li Zixuan, she still understood the principle of a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Hey Yushi, don't push me. Let me help you. Li Zixuan could only helplessly return to the front hall to accompany the 3 old men. Inside the house, Qin Shubao was talking to Han Lijing. When he saw Li Zixuan enter, the 2 of them nodded at him as a greeting. Chang Yaojin deliberately threw a very strange look at Li Zixuan, causing Li Zixuan to be confused. Tianhu, our Qin family owes you for so many years. Qin Qiong looked at the 4 bare walls in the front hall and sighed. Han Lijing hurriedly said, this subordinate is afraid. Back then, this subordinate was the general's personal army. Protecting the general is this subordinate's duty. The general does not owe this subordinate anything. Qin Qiong patted Han Tianhu's shoulder and said in a deep voice, you don't have to say that. This old man can still distinguish between right and wrong. How can I, Qin Qiong, be someone who doesn't repay kindness? I have discussed with my wife that I want to take Yushi as my adopted daughter. This way, this child will have a bright identity in the future and can marry into a good family. Today, I came here to ask for your opinion. Han Tianhu stood up in shock and bowed. How can this be? General Qin is a duke. How can my family be worthy of you? Qin Qiong shouted unhappily. Nonsense. Didn't this old man's current position rely on you, my former comrades on the battlefield, to fight for it? Back then, if you hadn't risked your life to block an arrow for this old man might have died long ago. Now there might not be any Duke of Yi. Besides, if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for this child, Yushi? This old man has also heard that in those years when you left, this child supported the entire family on her own. She has suffered so much. As her father, don't you want her to marry into a good family and enjoy the rest of her life? Qin Qiong's words made Han Lijing hesitate in his heart. As a father, he more or less knew his daughter's thoughts. Now that his young master had been conferred the title of baron, his daughter was just a peasant girl. The difference in status was too great. Even though his young master did not care about status, it was inevitable that others would gossip. Therefore, he had always been pessimistic about his daughter's relationship with Li Zixuan. However, he owed his daughter a lot, so it was impossible for him to stop her. Now, Qin Qiong's suggestion made him see a glimmer of hope. As long as his daughter could live a good life in the future, he, Han Tianhu, would shamelessly accept this favor today. Even if he was accused of climbing up the social ladder in the future, it would be worth it. Han Lijing looked at Li Zixuan and finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He knelt on one knee and said, "This subordinate thanks the general for his kindness. It's a pity that this subordinate is now disabled and cannot protect the general. If there is a next life, this subordinate will be an ox and a horse to repay the general." Qin Qiong hurriedly pulled Han Lijing up and said loudly, "Tianhu, you don't have to be so polite. You don't owe this old man anything. Today's action is this old man repaying your kindness. You don't have to feel that you owe me." Cheng Yaojin also chimed in. Second brother Qin is right. Han Tianhu, you are a man. Old Cheng like honest men like you. Later, you must accompany me for a few drinks. Han Tianhu smiled and cupped his hands. I dare not disobey. This subordinate's alcohol tolerance in the army was excellent. I'm just afraid that General Cheng won't be able to drink as much. Cheng Yaojin slammed the table and said anxiously, what big words. Later, I will let you, Han Tianhu, broaden your horizons and let you know what it means to be able to drink. Li Zishuan watched this heartwarming scene from the side and felt very gratified. Although Han Lijing had military merits, he was still a deserter. It was very difficult and unrealistic for the imperial court to completely overturn the case and reward him based on his merits. Now that he had received such an outcome, it seemed pretty good.